The Brave will play the Newcastle North Stars today and again tomorrow.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that is just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Massive specky taken by Cosney. It was a spectacular hover.
Bradley Hill traps it here, snaps and goals.
Martin scoops it up, shakes the tackle. Martin, goals.
He is one of the most electrifying forces in the game, Maurice Rioli. And that's a moment as good as any you'll see in the competition this year.
Off to Wangane Malira. A little bit of class. He shows them how it's done. You can't keep a good man down.
Want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
He bursts away from Windsor. Good luck catching him. Cameron with a touch of class.
Bouncing ball. Simkin goal.
Give me my moment. Step aside.
Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and on ABC Listen.
Round 11 of the AFL kicks off in Launceston, Tasmania, with a Thursday night high-stakes clash between Hawthorn and Kawana, the Adelaide Crows. The last three games between these two sides here have been decided by 3 points. The Hawks have edged out the Crows on 2 occasions, having won their last 11 matches here at York Park, dating back to round 10, 2023, when, yes, that's the last time Adelaide beat Hawthorn here. Both sides find themselves in interesting positions. Hawthorn are 6th. 6 wins, 3 losses and a draw, and haven't won since Anzac Day, while they do get Marbiel Chol back in for tonight's clash, while Adelaide are in 8th spot, 6 wins and 4 losses, and looking to build some momentum, having won their last 3 clashes, but they haven't beaten a side inside the top 8. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Great to be alongside Chris Rowbottom tonight. Welcome to you, Rowie.
Hello, Clinchy. Hello, team. Great to be here. It's a beautiful night here in Launceston. It's different scenes to what we saw here during the corresponding fixture last year, but it looks like a wonderful night for football. Big week for Launceston and Hawthorn, of course, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that during the pre-game. I'm sure we will. Their 25-year partnership came to an end with the announcement that they will be clearing air for the Tasmanian Devils to try and unite the North and the South. And number 1 draft picks have made the trek down here. Brett Delidio, welcome to you.
Clinchy, always a pleasure to be down here. I just made it. Had to drop the bag off and run, and then I forgot my accreditation, so Murph and I doubled back. It's been a bit of a start, and we enjoyed, courtesy of the Rotary boys out the front there, I think, or the Lions Club maybe it was, a little steak sandwich with some onions and that on it. But it's a crisp night out there. It's pretty fresh. And the Carlton champion, Mark Murphy, welcome to you.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. He summed that up pretty well then, Lid. So I had to give him the little reminder about the accreditation walking in. So I had to double back to the hotel and then, as he said, steak sandwich, but a bit exy.
I'll tell you what, for what it was.
$15 for a steak sandwich.
Right, okay.
But anyway, it was still quite nice, the old flattened down steak, as it was. But good to be here for, I think, a pretty exciting game, to be honest with you. I think the Hawks have obviously got a domination over this ground, don't they, over the past, one of the last 11 down here, Clinchy. So the Adelaide Crows, they're used to coming down here, but they haven't had much luck, obviously. So exciting game ahead. And it sort of feels like we're trying to get a read as to where both of these sides sit. Hawthorn started really promisingly. Now, all of a sudden, they haven't won in their last 3 matches, so they've played some reasonably good opposition. And we get a look at Cameron Nan, who comes in to make his debut. Hawthorn's first-round draft pick from last year, pick 20. He's played as high half forward for the Box Hill Hawks, and Marbiel Chol's back in as well. Yeah, so that's good in. Good chance for them to try and return back to the winners list after a disappointing loss against Melbourne last week. Yeah, it was. They were touched up a little bit late by the end of that game, weren't they, by the D's? But no doubt Sam Mitchell, he's a beauty as a coach. He would have gone to work on what they can be now better at. But young Nan, come from his Central Districts boy, played for SA in the champs last year. Great. It's always exciting. We saw he cast the thousands out there for his presentation of his jumper.
And Big Marby or Chol, it's good to see the Charles Royce back in. Hopefully he can offer a bit more than what some of their other key forwards have done in the last couple of weeks. Obviously still missing Gunston, so they're going to need to fire tonight, that's for sure.
What do you feel like, Murph? Do you feel like we've got a read on Hawthorn? They had good wins over Sydney. I think we were together for a Thursday night, Geelong, on that Easter Monday clash where they won by a point. But since then, without sort of Jack Gunston being there, Tom Barras has been out injured. It feels like structurally you're asking a few questions as to whether they can continue to play the style of footy that they did in the first third of the season.
Yeah, they haven't had much luck, have they, in the tools department over the past 4 weeks, with a few players going down with various injuries, and they haven't had a settled look at it. So, and they've been playing against some good sides, so maybe they're not up amongst that top 4, which I thought they were probably looking to be in that sort of realm. But against the Fremantle Dockers, they got put away in the last 5 or 6 minutes over there in the West, and then they haven't really looked too handy the last couple of weeks. Melbourne doing a good number on them last week, and then you look across and look at the Crows. They haven't beaten anyone of note either, really. If you look back through their first few games, they just haven't been able to find their best form against the better sides. They've had a few injury interruptions at the start of the season, and they'll be looking to try and get over a Hawthorn side here who we all think are going to be thereabouts towards the end of the year. But both sides are looking to get that win tonight against a solid opposition.
Sam Mitchell spoke about not quite being at the level in which they'd expect to be at. So I don't know whether that's work rate, whether that's perhaps the energy that he's sort of looking for, but it's an interesting challenge for a coach to publicly put out to their playing group and get a 5-day break to try and turn it around from the loss against Melbourne. So it'll be interesting to see their endeavours tonight as to whether there's anything noticeable in which we can pick up from up here.
We'll be watching, no doubt, but I think it's more to do with personnel than anything else. And Barras is a big out for them. I feel like, that Fremantle game, as soon as he goes off, they bang on 3 or 4 quick ones. Gunston missing last week. Obviously, he's their spearhead. Chol's been out for the best part of 2 months, just about. And the key component, and he's playing his first game back on managed minutes tomorrow, is Will Day. Well, as soon as we can get him back into that side, it's...
Well, how long do you reckon he has in the VFL? Do you reckon a good month of just getting...
month?
Well, he's missed a lot of football.
Yeah, I think he's been working pretty hard at his fitness, and he's been ready to almost roll out for a while. But, it'll be managed minutes, learn how to protect yourself properly, try not to put your shoulders or your head into places where they shouldn't go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long they test him down there at the VFL level, because he's such a talent and he offers so much to this side. But
how would you go if you were told that you needed to spend a month down there? How do you reckon you would have handled it?
Well, I wouldn't have probably handled it too well, but he hasn't had
but this is what I'm saying.
He probably hasn't had a great couple of years in terms of just having consistency. But
you're not going to find that down there. Why don't you roll him out into the ones?
I think you also want to get some sort of confidence back in yourself, more, not so much your body, because
that's what a half's for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, he's got a half. I would think that he's got to play at least a full game in the VFL before he comes in.
I would say that. So I'd say 2 weeks.
Yeah, so let's agree to disagree, but maybe 3. We'll meet somewhere in the middle. But I just think you want to make sure you're doing the right thing by Will and giving him the best opportunity to come back here, not just play back here, but actually perform at the highest levels. It's not easy just to come back into AFL football and perform straight away.
I think with the extra man on the bench, you can manage his minutes more so in the AFL and get him up to speed a lot quicker than having him spin his wheels down there in the VFL, because he's every bit as likely just to get injured as with his contact injuries that he's had. It hasn't been recurrence of soft tissue or anything like that. So I agree to disagree, but I think half this week, full game next week, ready to go.
We saw Graham Myers play one game in the VFL with a partially teared ACL, and that was enough to, you're good to handle the rigours, we'll put you back in the senior side. But it's a shoulder for Will Day, so he has been able to still do some conditioning work. But from a touch point of view, how many you think? Sort of 2?
Oh, he's a class player. I don't think he'll need more than that.
Yep. Backlinch alongside Chris Rowbottom to call the action. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, our number 1 draft picks, have made the way down to Launceston for tonight's clash. It's Hawthorn taking on Adelaide. We touched on Adelaide a bit at the top. It sort of feels like their season, they're slowly starting to build, and there's probably been injuries and reasons as to why they haven't been quite at their strength, trying to work out whether that 3 spearhead forward line is going to work. And Taylor Walker's the one who returns to the sample this weekend for the first time in 12 years, 36 years of age, and we're going to see Darcy Fogarty and Riley Thilthorpe in the forward line alongside Callard Chee. Adelaide come here with everything to gain, I guess. If they can take the Hawks' scalp and walk away with a top 8 side, then everyone will feel like they're heading back to the direction in which they were last season. But 10 goals unanswered in the second quarter against North Melbourne warmed them up nicely.
Yeah, it was pretty powerful what they put on.
Flexed the muscle, didn't they?
Yeah, but then you go, who was it against? And that's where they need to come out here and take it right up to a Hawthorn side, which is very sound defensively, albeit they were opened up a little bit last week as well. So, like I said about Barras, he's such a barometer for them down back and really solidifies them. Can battle and Weddle, I think we saw at times last week, can they be that defensive structure that can hold up the damn wall?
Yeah, I think having Barras out is just still huge, especially when you're coming up against a Thilthorpe. He's a man mountain.
Huge.
So those guys aren't going to be able to do the job by themselves. They're going to have to rely upon someone trying to lock him down and having a third man come across and intercept. So that's where the danger is for Hawthorn, is if Adelaide are able to win the ball around the contest. We know how good they are around the contested game. If they can get the ball in there quickly to a Thilthorpe one-on-one, then he's going to cause some danger tonight.
We know Isaac Rankin missed the start of the season with suspension. They've had Jordan Dawson, who's been back in road for family reasons. So there's sort of reasons as to why Adelaide's personnel hasn't been as available as what they were last season, but they were such a strong side at home. So they've already lost 2 games at home so far this season. And
Mark Keane's the one for me that I think
he's a couple of weeks away. Yeah,
but he was playing some great footy last week, and it's a bit like Barras at Hawthorn. When you got your key post who's not able to be out there and set up your structures, and he was intercepting the ball a hell of a lot, which then generates your forward movement. So they'll want to get him back as quickly as they can, but that injection of Isaac Rankin into the midfield and allowing him to get to work, if he can get it 30 times, good stuff's going to happen.
Even if he gets it 24, he's the type of player who you just want the ball in his hands because he's not going to make mistakes with ball in hand.
Yeah.
And Rochelli's taken his game to another level again.
So strong, isn't he, over the footy? He's hard to shift off that ball, and he's got some absolute tricks.
Yeah.
And you sort of feel like the best teams are able to exploit the centre bounces and the 6-6-6s. So if Isaac Rankin can learn to do that, bursting out of the centre square, he's the type of player that can easily knock one through from 50, but with his pace and speed, he's going to be hard to stop.
I don't think he needs to learn too much about how to work around a stoppage. Some of his work around forward 50 congestion is elite. I'd love to see him more and more up around the middle of the ground, get him into some centre square bounces, then having another midfielder starting off a half-forward flank coming up and sort of doing that swap in play.
Yep.
I think it'd be something to try and get him through the midfield a little bit more. But yeah, they've got some real excitement in their midfield if those 2 guys can get through there more often than not.
The Adelaide Crows make their way out onto York Park in Launceston. There's 2 changes for them tonight, with Riley Thilthorpe and Cal Archie coming in for Pedler and for Cumming. The Hawks are a few moments away. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom to call the action. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio are your experts. Of course, the weekend is highlighted by Scott Pendlebury, who will run out for the 433rd time, breaking the record which Brent Harvey has held.
Is he breaking the record? Is it this weekend?
It's a little bit of attention, hasn't it?
God.
How have you seen the week that has been nominated for Scott Pendlebury?
It's been a big 4 weeks, I reckon. It feels like it's been
a big month.
It's been ongoing, but I mean, it's a great milestone, and I think it'll be a great occasion to see the MCG almost at capacity on the weekend, full of Collingwood supporters. So celebrating their best, best of all time, you reckon, Lids?
For now, he is. And if Nick Dacos stays there, I think he will take.
If he plays a good 10 more years, he'd probably take that mantle.
Maybe.
It'll be a great. It's been a big celebration, a good month of celebration. It feels like it's Mother's Day. The celebrations that's been going on here lately. But
do you think it's been too much, Murph? Gold numbers.
You're on your own there, mate. I'm not joining on that.
No. We I think celebrating one of the game's greats is great while they're still able to play, rather than celebrating them when they're finished. So Collingwood supporters get to go to the MCG and see one of their all-time greats run around in a big milestone game.
I was there for Dusty's 300th, and Richmond weren't going that well at the time, but to have 92,000, I think, turn up, I think a similar thing will happen. When is it, Saturday? 4:30, is it? 4:15?
Yep, 4:30.
Yeah, and they'll turn out in their droves to then go out and watch him, and as you should. I mean, it's a marvel at what he has done, and it's not his fault that there's been so much fanfare about it all. But yes, he's not zipping his pockets up. Let's be honest, but he's deserved every bit of the accolades that he's got.
Would you be happy with that sort of merchandise agreement? I think there's jumpers, there's T-shirts, there's a commemorative coin.
I think Scott's going to do well.
Yeah.
Out of
Bottles
Saturday.
of wine.
No, anything and everything. There's watches in there as well. There's
possibly
probably socks and everything.
Yeah.
Some hot dinners too. But no, look, I think it'll be a great occasion for the football world, really, to watch someone tick over a number that we probably all didn't think was possible.
No.
So he's going to keep on going, and who knows whether he plays next year.
Really? You reckon?
No, I don't think so. But what do you reckon?
I think this might be the fanfare. Yeah. He might only.
A lot depends on personally how he's playing, obviously,
but also where the list
how the team's
finish.
going.
Yeah.
Because there's a few guys on that list who are probably going to play their last season this year. Whether or not they all bow out together or try and structure it where if he's feeling good enough to play another 14 or 15 games next year, he can do that and still coach players while they're out there is something that he obviously is amazing at, and the younger players of that footy team always talk about the coach out there that he is. So that's the extra benefit you get.
At what stage did both of you know in your final year that was going to be it, Torres?
Well, I got a good chat too by Leon and Cambo. Said, I reckon it's about time. So
probably the pre-season beforehand going in when I was like, my body's pretty sore here. Hopefully I can get through this. But I think you sort of just get to the point where just the basics that you just take for granted when you're playing football, with picking up a football or it's taking off or doing something, and it almost seems a bit harder than what it ever used to be.
I never had that. Mine was more, my body just kept letting me down. So mentally fine, body felt great apart from the calf, and that was it. And I couldn't get that right. So I reckon that's not worth going around again.
I guess the reality is that your body tells you or someone tells you that it's sort of time. Right. So that'll be interesting for Scott Benterbury. I mean, if his body allows him to continue on, he's 38 years of age. So at some stage, you're one injury away from your career being over. But is there an argument for him to continue on beyond this season for Collingwood?
I think his footy stacks up. He was the Anzac Day medalist not that long ago.
I think you've got to take age out of it. If you're still contributing and you're still a valued member of the team, you get as a club, you get to have these experienced players, and you pay them less than what you pay someone else almost. Yeah. So you get the benefit of having room in your salary cap to pay other players, get some other players in. If you can have some experienced players who are on 1 year contracts, they understand that they're in their final year of their contract. They are willing to play for probably a little bit less, aren't they? So you're not going to put your hand out.
It's more than what you're earning in the real world.
Oh, I thought so. Yeah.
It's still pretty good to be paid to come in and train and be a part of a group of 45 blokes and be fit and strong and whatever else. There's not too many people that would turn that down if they got given the opportunity.
The recovery, the team meetings, the preparation that takes place. I imagine there's some parts of it you'd be happy to just focus on the game day side of things.
Yeah, now that you bring that up,
there are there's
a few times where I think in the
crisis
final
meetings.
Part of the year is like, of that last season was that you walk in and someone's 10 seconds late to a meeting and you, righto boys, we're off down the beach tomorrow at 6 a.m. You're like,
oh great,
how am I sitting here doing this? It's sometimes there's just little moments that get you. And I remember it was one of those that was just like, oh, really? Is this what we're talking about? And seen it all before, but and that's why you've got to marvel when someone plays such a long period of football, is mentally to be able to still keep on wanting more and wanting more out of yourself and still being driven. Because if you're not driven, you just fall back to the pack. He's been able to stay well and truly up the top of it, hasn't he, for 20 years of his career.
Can't imagine he would have made the group go down there for a 5 a.m. or a 6 a.m. session.
I think being involved at a good footy club's handy too when you're winning most weeks, isn't it?
Wow, it does make a big difference.
Not travelling as much as some of the other sides. Did either of you have any Scott Benterbury stories or run-ins across your career?
Nah, not run-ins. No, he's not. I didn't find him overly lippy or anything out there. He kept to himself, worked hard. Never really spoke a hell of a lot. He just got to work, didn't he, really? No run-ins at all, to be honest. You just admired. He's like, oh, God, he's had another 35 times. How good.
We'll take you inside the Adelaide Crows camp and also inside the Hawthorn team before the match gets underway. Adam Kelly, the GM of footy at the Crows, will join us. I've got a chance to catch up with him a little bit earlier, and Kate Simpson as inside the Hawthorn camp. But maybe just a thought to tomorrow night. Richmond take on Essendon. It's not quite the dream time of the G that we've built up with anticipation lids in the past. But there is a curiosity given the fact that Richmond have had the one win so far this season. Essendon have had the one win as well. There's 2 changes at Tigerland. So McKelty Lafau and Jasper Alga come in. Campbell Gray is out through injury. Liam Fawcett is omitted. And Ben Mackay, Jade Gresham, Matt Guelphy and Thomas Edwards comes in for the Bombers. For Nick Cox, Will Setterfield, Peter Wright and Jaden Nugent. So...
Newen.
Thank you, Jaden Newen. So, look, you'd think Essendon surely, but
I don't know.
The last part of surely I'm not so sure about.
I'm not sure either. I think if they go in with and feel that expectation that we should win because we feel like we're better, that expectation can bury you pretty quickly, you know. And I think Richmond will go in with a their expectation is, this is a free hit, boys. We're just going after these group, and we'll be trying to. You'd have to be into them.
Well, there's so inside the mindset of Essendon players, there's no confidence in going, we'll get the job done, because they haven't been able to do it much at all this year. They've won the one game of football. So you're going in expected to win without having that confidence behind you that you've done the work and you're good enough, really. Yeah. So that's where the danger lies, is that if it doesn't happen early, then does that seed of doubt certainly creep in, and Richmond on that in that mindset of thinking, well, you know what, we're not expected to. We've got half the list is injured. We can just play our football naturally, go out there with a bit of flair, play with energy, and take it to the Bombers and cause a lot of headaches for them and cause a nightmare at the end of Dreamtime.
There's a young Liam Fawcett's a bit stiff. He kicked 3 goals from 3 touches last week. They don't get any inside 50s yet. He's been put back to the Scoobies. Campbell Gray's the one that, you know, his injury with another long term, I think, you know, soft tissue. Jasper Alga comes into the side. Did he play in the VFL? No, he wouldn't have.
No.
So he's come off just training, basically, back into the side, because that's where they're at with their list at the moment. It's pretty dire there at the moment, unfortunately, for the Tigers, and I'll be coming along to have a bit of a look, but
very good.
I'm not sure what.
In the suit tomorrow?
Yeah, in the suit and tie. Yeah, Jaden Short's playing his 200th, which is an old teammate of mine.
Very good player.
Yes, and mate, I'm just hopeful that we get a good spectacle more than anything else. But I've tipped it till Tigs win. I think they might get the job done over the Bombers.
What do you think, Murph? The Bombers they lost their last 13 of 2025 and they're now 1-9 this season. It feels like it's all pushing towards they've got to find a way, any way possible tomorrow night.
Yeah, look, there's not much confidence in actually picking Essendon because I think they'll win. I think it's more just the fact of Richmond just
being close,
just being decimated. I think it'll be close because nothing's telling me otherwise from what I've watched of Essendon. They had a good couple of weeks, maybe a month or so ago.
Gather round when they beat Melbourne. Who would have thought?
Yeah, so I mean, that's one out of the box, isn't it? But they had another game where they were pretty handy. I think they went up to Giants Stadium and were pretty good up there. So look, their best is going to be better than what Richmond have got out there and their ability at the moment. But yeah, there's not much confidence in the Bombers, but I'm picking them slightly ahead of the Tigers.
And the other match tomorrow night is from Perth, where while you're up, the Fremantle Dockers take on Euro Oaks. So Corey Wagner comes in for Caleb Sarong, who's out injured. So a bit of a blow for the Dockers in their midfield. Mason Wood is in for Jack Higgins, who is out through injury. So can the Saints challenge without Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, and can the next brigade against the likes of Brayshaw and Luke Jackson?
I think so.
Doesn't look like it,
I don't think so. The Saints have been competitive, don't get me wrong, but I don't think against that Fremantle side. Benny Cameron put it to me this morning, and he thinks it might be a danger game for Fremantle. I tried to allay those fears.
Do you think it's the toughest ask in football at the moment, going to Fremantle and winning?
Toughest ask.
Yeah, would you rather go there or to the Gabba, play against?
I think going to play the Cats down at GMHBA.
That's the biggest task, you think?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah. We might come back to that because I want to ask you about Geelong and Sydney, which is a sneaky game on Saturday that starts before the game between Collingwood and West Coast, but we'll get to that in a few moments' time. And, of course, Tom de Koning up against Luke Jackson. That's going to be a good challenge to see if TDK can take it up to many regard Luke Jackson as one of the best informed players of the competition. It's Thursday night footy from Launceston in Tasmania. It's Hawthorn taking on the Adelaide Crows. The last 3 times these two sides have faced off, it's been 3 points, 3 points, 3 points, in which the Hawks have won 2 of the last 3. But a little earlier I had the chance to catch up with the Adelaide Crows head of football, Adam Kelly, to ask him a little bit as to how the Crows feel like they are building and the team in which they're desperate to try and beat a side inside the top 8 as they take on Hawthorn tonight. That's the challenge for the Adelaide Crows. Here's Adam Kelly.
Oh, look, it's a really exciting opportunity for us. As you've said, a Thursday night footy against a great opponent, team we've got great respect for, and opportunity to play down here in Launceston. It's always presented exceptionally well, the Oval, and we think we found some form last week, so really excited about what's ahead of us tonight.
I can't see any thermals underneath your jacket. It's not nearly as cold as what we thought it might have been tonight.
Yeah, it's a little bit warmer than last year, I must admit. I think a few people were quite happy to understand that the forecast was a little bit kinder to us than what it had been last year, and some of the contingency plans around heaters in change rooms and on the bench and what have you probably won't need to be activated, so no, we're pretty pleased about that as well.
As you try and build throughout the season, I might just ask you about some of the personnel who returned tonight. So Cal Archie comes back in, obviously a two-time premiership player. He's had a frustrating start to his time as an Adelaide Crow. What do you expect for him having featured in the sample?
Yeah, look, with Cal, I guess the very reason we brought him to the club and were so deliberate in wanting to secure his services to bring in that leadership and experience, and he's a big game player, and the reason he's been able to form so well on the biggest of stages is because he's so disciplined to his role. So that's all we expect from Cal tonight. He'll have an important role for the team, and he's shown many times over that he's able to deliver on what the team needs. So welcome addition tonight.
And Riley Thilthorpe returns tonight. You have the bye next week, so you had the wrestle as to whether you felt he was fully fit to go tonight. He's been named.
Yeah, look, I guess we're dictated to by the way he responded to the week off last week, and he was bouncing around the club this week. And the other thing is that I think he's only played the one game in the last 20 days or so, because I think it was a 9-day break leading into that Richmond game. So he's quite fresh. Whilst he's been dealing with a number of ailments across the course of the season, the back held him out last week, but the overall freshen up with only the second game in 3 weeks, I think he'll be much better for it.
And the one who's not here is Taylor Walker, who's going to play in the sample for the first time in 12 years. So been a little while since he's faced off against Glenelg, played against some of the sample competitors. How's his mindset and how delicate is that in terms of managing him and making sure that he's getting enough footy in his body?
Yeah, what I guess what's eventuated is something that we discussed at the end of last year when we and Taylor decided to go on another year, that this could have been a possibility, and until he's confronted with that situation, it's hard to know how he would respond. But to his great credit, always puts the club first, always puts the team first, and understands the decision that's been made to have him in the sample this week, handled it really maturely, and he'll give great leadership to that group. And what a terrific opportunity for some of our young key forwards like Archie Ludowick and Tyler Welsh to run out there with Taylor Walker on the weekend.
Adam Kelly's with you on ABC Sport from the Adelaide Crows. Your injury list is starting to diminish, really, with the exception of sort of Mark Keane, who's making some good progress as well. In the hope of the next couple of weeks, you'll almost be back to full fitness.
Yeah, credit to our high-performance medical team. It was a bit of a concern earlier in the year. Probably not necessarily the quantity of players, it was just the quality of the ones that were missing, and some of our best 23 players weren't out there, but we're getting those players back. Keeney's only a couple of weeks away, Sid Draper probably a couple of weeks after that. So very healthy list, touch wood, that it stays that way. And yeah, with our game sort of clicking into gear last week, I think there's a lot to be positive about.
So that second quarter, we were able to score 10 goals to 0 against North Melbourne. In that second quarter, as you made mention, while you haven't beaten us top 8 side so far this season, do you feel like there's enough indicators that you're heading in the right direction?
Yeah, look, I guess a couple of them. Like we hit the front against the Bulldogs back in round 2, and then hit the front against Fremantle in the last quarter as well. And I think we went down by 8 points in the Bulldogs game, 2 in the Fremantle game. I think we ran Geelong to 6. So it's not like we haven't been in those games. They could have went another way, but we need to prove that we can do it against the best teams. I think last week gives us some confidence. We've played well down here in the past. It was only a 3-point game last year, and we've had a win against the Hawks down here. So we're confident that we can put on a good show tonight.
And in terms of Hawthorn, what's your preparation sort of led you to focus on tonight?
Look, I think more of the same of last week. Our pressure around the footy was at its best, and some of the sort of footy that we played last year was on show. So we need to be really hot around the contest. We moved the ball quickly last week. That's something else we'd like to see continue tonight.
And Matty, Nick's alluded to Max Michael, might have the job on Nick Watson. I mean, you look at his form, and in terms of small forwards, he's leading the way in terms of goals, but he's 7th overall. It's a good challenge for him if that's the way it eventuates. Yeah, look, he's a great player, Nick. I think we all enjoy watching him play, but we've got full faith in Max. He's delivered over and over again. So us, his teammates, have got great trust that he'll get the job done. And finally, the balance in your midfield. Josh Rochelle, I think, was only in there for about 2 or 3 centre bounces last week. I was at Rankin, spending a lot more time there. Is that something you think you can develop throughout the second half of the season as to how much Jordan Dawson plays in there, what the best mix is for your lineup? Yeah, we're
we think we've found in the last couple of weeks some really good rhythm in there. So Isaac's been permanent midfielder. Dorse continues to show he's one of the better midfielders in the competition, and then James Peatling and Sam Berry are enjoying really strong years. So Josh Rochelli getting in there a little bit as well. So we think we're getting a good mix in there, and Lockie McAndrew's certainly given us some good looks at it, especially at centre bounce.
And the head of footy's had a catch up with the AFL in the last couple of days. Obviously, a lot of conversation around the implementation of a psychologist at every footy club. That's something Adelaide has, and you're luxury to sort of have that on hand already, don't you? Yeah, look, we're well supported in that regard. Grateful to have the professional that we have in our organisation. She does a fantastic job, and I congratulate the AFL for wanting to put more resource into supporting our players across our men's and women's groups. Is critically important. The pressures of being an AFL footballer are significant. The more support we can give our players, the better. Adam, thanks for your time. Good luck. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo.
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
The stepping point for round 11 kicks off in Tasmania, in Launceston, as the Hawks take on the Adelaide Crows, Kawana, for the second week of Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Great to have your company on Grandstand on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch to call the action alongside Chris Rowbottom, and number one draft picks are here, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, and Andrew Cooling on the boundary for us tonight. The good news is it's not as cold as what it was 12 months ago, Chris, but the announcement during the week is that the partnership between Hawthorn and Launceston will come to a close after 25 years. And I know that's sort of been a somewhat talking point this week about the arrangement that has been going forward. It's been such a successful one for the Hawthorn Footy Club, having won their last 11 clashes down here. What's been the reaction in Tasmania?
It's been really interesting, actually, because there's been a lot of different takes from areas that you might not expect them. But I think the first initial reaction, particularly from the Launceston and northern community here in Tasmania, was one of disappointment. They've become accustomed to having the Hawks in town 4 times a year for many, many years now, and in the dark, cold winter months, they bring about $20 million a year in economic stimulus to the northern half of Tasmania, and they've become really used to having them in town. The Devils, of course, are coming in 2028, so that's why the Hawks have been made to make way, and they're adamant that they'll bring more football to Launceston. There'll be 6 games a year plus until at least the stadium is built in Hobart. The opposition teams that they'll draw to Launceston will be the more high-profile teams, so the Collingwoods and the Essendons will be in Launceston far more often than they are now because they're not here at all. But there is some scepticism around that, and I think until the northern and Launceston communities see it with their own eyes, that they won't quite believe it. They've had a sure thing for so many years, and now they step into a little bit of an unknown with the Devils coming in 2028.
So Hawthorn have won 51 of their last 61 clashes in which they played here. They've won their last 11. Was this the outcome to give Tassie the clean air to try and unite the north and the south, to try and make it feel like Tasmania's own team rather than potentially some feeling like Hawthorn's still their second team?
Yeah, and it can't have come as a huge surprise to Hawthorn that once Tassie earned the licence to start playing games in its own state from 2028, that it was going to have to vacate the premises, so to speak. That's the whole reason it's been done, to give Tasmania access to its own market, so it's not fighting with a Melbourne powerhouse club in its own backyard for memberships and hearts and minds and all of those sorts of things. The Devils, or the Tasmania Task Force, when they put the business case to the presidents and the league going back to 2019, it didn't include Hawthorn in it. It said, this is the case that we have. It is built upon us having the state to ourselves. So when the AFL were maybe a little slow to act at the back end of last year and coming into this year around making a decision on Hawthorn. That's why there was some frustration. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Devils want Tasmania to itself, particularly the North, which is football heartland here in Tasmania, and they want the next generation of kids and footy fans to be Devils and not to potentially lose them to Hawthorn.
And if they're smart, it'll give Tassie their first opponent, Hawthorn, if they come down here and when they play either here at Launceston or at York Park once the new stadium is built at Macquarie Point, that'll eventually give them the chance to try and sell it out if they possibly can. But as we look at sort of the stadium, the eastern side across from us, that's all construction. The crowd is only about 8,500 for tonight, and just bumping into a few people at the hotel. They said I would have come along if I could have got a ticket, but it sounds like they were pretty hotly in demand.
Yeah, with a reduced capacity for probably 12 months, maybe 18 months, while they get the stadium up to scratch here in Launceston in anticipation of the Devils in 2028. And you're right, it's not probably going to be a great visual spectacle tonight, but luckily we're on radio. The fixturing I'm not too sure about, but yeah, I think it's going to be worth it in the end when the Devils come in and they have a fresh new stadium here in the north to get 18,000 fans through the gates at.
What have you made of it, Murph and Lids? Hawthorn have taken it a little personally. Sam Mitchell said it feels like being kicked out of home. The fact that they have made this such a good arrangement commercially for the Hawks and successfully on field. And they probably feel like there's an argument, well, until Tassie comes in and they're ready to go in 2028, we've served our purpose down here and we've been a part of the community.
Yeah, they've certainly bought in, haven't they? And they've really tried to set a standard really for Melbourne-based clubs to come down here and buy into the state. I spoke to Corby about it this morning, and his view was that, well, why wouldn't you still bring them down, which brings extra eyes down to the state. It allows, Tassie to play down here, but then have Hawthorn come down and still play some games. I think it just brings more and more people, tourism-wise and whatever else, to the state. It just don't know whether it makes sense, but I can also understand the other side of it, Chris, in that it's, you're trying to give them clear air to be able to really generate it and make everyone feel a part of it. And this is everyone who belongs here in Tassie. This is what we're trying to be.
The Hawks were open to sharing Launceston essentially, and there was some discussion on the table around maybe the Devils having 4 home games and maybe 2 Hawthorn games, or maybe even 1. The Launceston City Council even said they'd step in and fund the games, but I think that's probably where it gets back to, because you've got the state government that are going to be funding the Devils to the tune of $12 million. They currently fund Hawthorn. You can't have the government funding their own team and then funding another team to come in and play against them and eat their lunch essentially, or act as a rival on the same turf. So that element of it was a huge factor, I think, and then I think the AFL was probably the one that had to be the villain in the situation, in the scenario, and block Hawthorn altogether to make that final
call.
So
could you see it eventuating that once Tassie is, they've made it solid, and this is what they are. They from here, both the north and south are aligned. Can you see a side being able to be welcomed back in, or would you say that's it? Once we've cut ties, there's nothing further forward.
I reckon there's a scenario where once fast forward maybe 3-4 years, once the stadium is built at Macquarie Point, Tassie's been in the competition for maybe 3 seasons. They're up and running and up and going. Maybe you say to Hawthorn, well, come back into Tassie. It's not going to be the sponsorship deal with the name on the jumper and all of that stuff, but purely a content deal, 2 games. That might give Launceston 6 or 7 games a year. The state government might say, well, Launceston City Council, if you want to pay for the Hawks to come and play, well, we won't stand in the way. And maybe the AFL might be more receptive to that as they're looking to put more content into Tasmania. But I think there's probably some hoops to jump through, and whether or not Hawthorn have other arrangements in Cairns, or they go and find somewhere else to play, or they might not even want to come back. They might say, well, you've booted us out, so we might not come back. But those are, I think, they're conversations worth having in the next few years.
The other talking point was some of the rules and regulations for when Tasmania do come into the competition and how they're going to set this up, Lids, which is curious from a list management point of view. So there's going to be a pool of money in which they'll be able to tip into, so $5 million over 2 years, and then how they try and set up the club from the starting point. The goal is to try and be competitive and take the lessons that the Gold Coast Suns, when they went for the superstar signing of Gary Ablett, GWS, which of course you saw the inner walls as to how they tried to build it with some top-end talent and some high draft picks. And Then the little tricky one around the father-son from a Tasmanian point of view, which we're all trying to work out what that necessarily means. But they can also select from all 18 clubs one uncontracted player if they want. Again, how realistic that is or not, we'll find out in due course. But do you think it's realistic that they could be competitive right from the outset if they draft right, if they work out what sort of free agents they want and to maybe target some mature age players alongside some emerging stars?
Well, I think that's like GWS learnt from Gold Coast. They learnt their lesson in terms of who they brought in, and the more elder statesmen, the guys to lead and set the example for all those 18-year-olds. Tassie will do something very similar, I would have thought. What you need to get is the buy-in to come down here, and that Gary Ablett style where they got that the Gold Coast, I think Tassie need that similar. Not in terms of you need to get a big fish down here and someone to buy in to build your whole club around. Essentially, I don't know whether there's too many players or how many players are out there that are that keen to be that marquee man. There's probably more than I know of, but I don't know. It's an interesting list build, and a lot of work's going into it behind the scenes. I speak to Toddy Patterson and Derek Hine quite a bit, just trying to get their thoughts on, the draft pools that are coming up, but also, they're always asking questions of, who's out of contract come this time and whatever else. It's a fascinating watch from afar to see how and what's going into their thinking.
I think they need one big fish, don't they? They need one.
Well, they can only spend up to $3 million, is it, of that $5 million in one hit? You can't give all $5 to, say, Nick Dacos to come down here.
No, you need the poster boy, and then you need probably 3 or 4 real culture setters who are like established players who...
So you Cal Ward and you Phil Davis at other clubs.
Who have achieved something at their former clubs, and it doesn't necessarily need to be premierships. So that would be handy, where they come in and they've already won 1 or 2 flags, and they come down here and get paid really well, but they're there to try and teach the young guys about what it is to
You don't want it to be a cash grab
football. No,
that's the last thing you need.
You want really good people to really set the foundations of the football club from the get-go, and you need that poster boy who's a genuine star of the competition that is going to sell memberships and put bums on seats and be an excitement machine. So I'm not sure who the key forward is that you'd be wanting to try and attract at this moment. If you look across the league of who's a key target who can kick 4 or 5 a week, because that's what puts bums on seats for young kids, especially as blokes who can go back and take big grabs or kick amazing goals, and that's what football's all about.
I'd be very surprised if there wasn't a big offer on the table for Logan Morris, who's out of contract, coinciding with Tasmania coming in. I think there's been some speculation and some rumours around him maybe being a person of interest for the Devils, so I'd expect a nice fat envelope of cash.
I'm sure he'd be high up, but I think
you've got to aim higher than Logan.
Yeah, I think
you say Logan Morris or Logan McDonald?
Logan Morris.
Sorry. Logan Morris. I'm turning my nose up at Logan McDonald. I love Logan Morris. He's a superstar. Absolutely. That's right.
He's certainly the one I reckon you'd be wanting to try and appeal to. He's going to be around for the next 10 or so years, isn't he? And already being a dual premiership player, he's already achieved the heights. He could go, I'm going to get paid really well to come down here, and by halfway through the next 4 or 5 years, you expect Tasmania to be performing at a high level. So plenty of time if you're looking to get him to come down here. But
it's a leap of faith, though, isn't it? Yeah, essentially. You've got to back yourself into one. I'm going to play good footy. I know I'm going to get remunerated. There's no worries about that. But I've got to back in that I'm trying to help build this as well.
What about you as a manager? You're trying to talk to a player about going down here, the uncertainty around the stadium and whether that's going to
hasn't even come up yet.
But that's going to get be more evident in the next 12 months, isn't it? If the players thinking about coming down here, you want to know that stadium is going to be getting built, or otherwise you're playing.
Yeah, it needs to be rubber stamped.
Yeah, you're playing here and you're playing makeshift grounds.
Yeah,
it's going to be a hard one for players to go. Well, I'm going to take an extra couple $100,000, but what are the facilities like? Where am I going to be playing?
Yep.
Do you think it's going to be a hard sell for players to come down here, or given the average salary is pushing up towards $2 million, is it going to be more about the early financial investment, or do you think you'll need a core group of, let's say, 3 or 4 marquee players? If you looked at the bookends and said, right, we need a Logan Morris, we need a Tom Green in the middle of the ground, and we need to find the best defender, Tom Stewart style, to sort of build the foundation the club's around, as opposed to picking the older brigade and then the best draft picks that you can
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've never spent more than, I've been a fly-in, fly-out during the day, or I come down here for Jack's wedding. We spent 4 days down at Freycinet, so I haven't spent a whole heap of time down here to really canvass what it would be like. And nor would any of the players really. If you're going to make that decision, you'd want to come and say, right, I'm booking in for a week. I'm going to go and play the golf courses. I'm going to see what else there is to offer. You're not just going to be like, oh, geez, they presented well, and here's a big check, and my bank balance is going to look great, but I'm going to commit to this.
They need to try and copy the model of what Geelong have almost done. It's like being at a big club by yourself, but you're out of the limelight, so to speak.
Yeah.
So appeal to the guys who are from the country, like a Jezza Cameron, so to speak. Like guys who enjoy being the star, but they enjoy being out of the limelight as well.
And you're going to get a great following, let's be honest. I mean, when they get 15,000 or something to the VFL, down here, when only 6,000 or 7,000 here at Lonnie, it's the state's going to buy in, let's be honest.
Yeah, they had the big roadshow of a collection of player managers down in Tassie not too long ago, and they took them out to 7 Mile, the golf course, and they wined and dined them and took them on a real estate tour around Hobart and Battery Point to show
beautiful down there.
Yeah, some of the real estate on offer and where they could be living, and then went down to Kingston, the Twin Ovals, and showed off what the planned high performance centre looks like, which looks pretty special. It has to be said. So it'd be interesting to know what sort of feedback the players gave their managers after some of that information got back there, and whether or not it turned any heads.
Where would be the best places to be set up, Chris? Where would Lids be selling his players if they wanted to come down here?
Yeah, I think, Battery Point, Lower Sandy Bay.
Matthew Wade's got a pretty good place, doesn't he? Where's he?
Torino, yeah, he's on the eastern shore. If it's the place I'm thinking of, he had a place in a suburb called Lindisfarne, which is just over the bridge, but he was right down on the water. He had his own sort of private little jetty out onto the river. It was absolutely magic from what I've seen. I think he might have sold it recently without getting down too deep into
All
the
I
weeds.
remember is the Hobart Hurricanes after party.
Yes.
Was at his house, wasn't it?
Was. Yeah, it was. So they were right down on the river with the city in the background. But anywhere around that inner CBD, West Hobart's quite nice, and down the southeast where the beaches are too, where I am, it's a good spot too, Lids, if you're looking for somewhere to stay.
Okay, appreciate that.
And the golf courses. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom to call the action. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy are your experts. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary for us tonight. The Adelaide Crows are going through their preparations from the city end here at York Park in Launceston, and Hawthorn are about to break through their banner. So 4 changes for the Hawks tonight. Marviel Chol comes back in for his first game since gather round. We'll get a look at their young debutant in Cameron Nahn, who will make his debut this afternoon. Bailey McDonald comes in for his first game of season 2026, and Connor Nash has returned from his concussion protocol. While for the Adelaide Crows, there's 2 changes with Riley Thilthorpe and Calamar G coming in for Luke Pedler and for Isaac Cumming. Taylor Walker is going to play in the Samford this weekend against Glenelg, so the first time for him. He's featured at state level for 12 years. A chance to take you inside the Hawthorn camp. A little earlier I had the chance to catch up with Cade Simpson. The Hawks have been on the losing end of their last 3, 2 losses and a draw. And I asked him about the possibility of being back on the stage of Thursday night to try and get back on the winners list.
Yeah, absolutely. We still feel like we've played some pretty good footy the last 3 weeks, come up against some really good sides in some good form, but yeah, no doubt we've got a few things to work on. We've done that in a short turnaround, but yeah, looking forward to a really, really tough contest against a really good side.
Sam Mitchell spoke about sort of not reaching the levels in which you've been trying to get from a work rate, from an energy side of things. What does that look like in a 5-day break to try and turn it around?
Yeah, we've done a few things throughout the week just to try and get some energy in. Like football seasons are long and they can take a lot out of you. So this week really focused on trying to get the energy in. So I think you'll see a really simple focus from the boys tonight for them just to go out there and play and hunt the footy.
We just saw Cameron Nam presented his jumper from Luke Hodge, your first pick in last year's draft, pick 20. What should Hawthorn fans expect from him tonight?
He's a classy player. Like, he's probably not an accumulator of touches, but when he gets it, he's really composed. Beautiful left foot, sort of half forward wing, a bit of that third tall, but yeah, really composed since he walked through the doors and has a lot of AFL traits.
We know you've been missing a few players. I might ask you about a couple of those in a moment, but you do get Marviel Chol back tonight after a hamstring injury from gather round. What's the expectation around him and to try and get your forward line capitalising a bit more on the forward 50 entries?
Yeah, I think for Marbs to pick up where he left off, he was in some really good touch. He adds a different level to our forward line because he is big and can take that contested mark, but he's so good on the ground and puts on elite pressure as well. So I think tonight's a perfect chance for him to show his weapons and his ability at ground level. So I think him complementing the rest of the guys down there, hopefully kick a nice score tonight.
And how close was Jack Gunston to playing tonight in his recovery to return?
Yeah, touch and go again, so I think it'll be that way probably next week as well. We'll give him every chance to get up. He's very important to us, but I think the side we've picked tonight, we've got no doubt they can kick a score.
And Will Day makes his return in Box Hill colours tomorrow. What's he been like around the playing group as he tries to sort of get back to full fitness? And it's a long time to be missing, obviously, and the expectation is obviously high with him.
Yeah, it's funny when we do sort of match simulation on our main training sides. He's on the opposition team, and he almost ruins the drill for us because he's so good around the clearance. He always gets his hands on it. We have to almost pull him up so he can get a bit of confidence and win some clearances. So he's been training the house down. He's got a mountain of work into himself. So expecting him to probably not miss a beat at VFL and go out there and do his thing, and then hopefully, whether it's the week after or the week after that, get him back into the seniors.
Kate Simpson's with you on ABC Sport from the Hawks rooms. 11 straight wins down here in Launceston. The announcement during the week that the 25-year partnership will come to an end. As someone who hasn't been in Hawthorn colours your whole coaching career, what has been one of the main advantages as to why you've made this such a fortress?
Yeah, I'm probably not too sure. I think the familiarity we have with the ground, with the town, we're really comfortable down here. We stay at the same hotel. We've got a really good routine. The boys know what to do during the day and stay focused. Coaches like to get out and go for a run. It was a bit chilly this morning, but it's a beautiful, beautiful little city, and we really enjoy coming down here. And then there's little things to do with the ground, with the wind and stuff that we just know back to front. So we do see it as a fortress. And we've only got, 7 more games down here now, so we'll make the most of them.
Finn McGuinness had the challenge of Cosy Pickett last week. Is there someone in mind for him tonight? Could he be alongside Isaac Rankin at various stages?
I won't give too much away, but the Crows are a quality lineup. There's multiple players that we could have to quell. Rochelle's in really good form. Jordan Dawson's a superstar, and as you touched on, Rankin's spending a bit more time in the midfield and starting to get a lot of the footy. So we're going to have our work cut out for us, but I think our mids are up for the challenge.
And 12 months ago, we had a pretty low-scoring affair. It was 47-44. Obviously, it was dewy. It was cold on that night. Are we expecting something similar tonight? Do you think it might be a bit more scoring?
I think it'll be a bit dewy and a little bit slippery, but there's no wind. I think there'll still be some really sharp ball movement. It's a big ground down here. The ground's in beautiful condition. I expect it to be an exciting game.
And finally, Scott Pendlebury breaks the record for Boomer, 433 games. For someone who retired in 2020, 342 games for you, so about 90-odd more. What sort of sticks in your memory and his legacy in which he leaves the game?
Oh, he's just got quality written all over him. The term Rolls Royce sort of comes to mind. He's just so composed with the footy, never wastes it, and then the durability and the consistency of, and not just at an extremely high level, is it's a credit to him. It obviously puts in a lot of work around his body and his craft. So, I think everyone should sit back and celebrate him this weekend.
Cade, really appreciate your time. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Kate Simpson from inside the Hawks. It's Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn taking on Goanna, the Adelaide Crows tonight. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom to call the action. Andrew Cooling down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio are your experts on ABC Sport. So just repeating some of the team news. For Friday Night Footy, McKelty Lafau and Jasper Alger come in for the Tigers. Gray and Fawcett go out, while Mackay, Gresham, Guelphy and Edwards come in for the Bombers. The crucial 4 points on offer there for someone to try and claim a second win. Caleb Saronga's out for the Fremantle Dockers as they take on the Saints without Nasai Wanganeen-Miller. Jack Higgins is also out and Mason Wood comes in. North Melbourne and the Gold Coast Suns, Riley Hardiman comes in for Tom Blamise, while Long and Closey come in for Weller and Graham. The match I'm keen to get Murph and Lid's thoughts on. Geelong taking on Sydney down the highway. There's no changes for the Cats. Caden Cleary and Tom Hannelly come in for the Swans. Harry Cunningham and Billy Cootie make way. Cats are humming at the moment, a great challenge for the Swans there on top of the ladder. So you spoke about some of the toughest places to come and win a game of footy, Leeds. Geelong is going to be a good challenge to work out if Sydney can do that.
Yeah, I just think they're going along just nicely at the moment, the Cats, and they play a number of home games still to come. They don't lose many down there. The Swans, they're
due for a loss here again.
It's the only reason why I think that, when they play such an exciting brand of footy, the upside for the Swans is they've got Errol Goulden to come back into that mix. But I got asked this morning on the ABC podcast was, who would you take out of Bailey Smith or Isaac Heaney? And I said, I love them both. You're splitting hairs. I use Bailey Smith as my pin-up boy for running and work rate at the moment for my young players. But in terms of damage on the game, aerial ability, kicking goals, Isaac Heaney is one of the absolute best in the game at the moment.
Do you reckon he just doesn't get enough attention because he's up in Sydney?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
I mean, everyone thinks he's a genuine star, but you reckon he's a top 3-4 player in the comp?
Yeah, I think so now.
If he could do it in a September campaign, that would certainly enhance his reputation for the Magpies in their record-breaking game for Scott Pendlebury, Darcy Moore, Pat Lipinski and Darcy Cameron comes in alongside the man himself with Buller, Oscar Steen, Will Parker and Angus Anderson out, while Bo Allen comes in and Jack Hutchinson goes out for the West Coast Eagles. Of course, it's Harley Reid's 50th game as well. And the Saturday night fixture, Todd Marshall, Jacob Weir and Josh Lay come in for Port Adelaide with Joe Lorenz and Vicentini out. Wade Dirksen comes in for the Blues, Taylor Byrne and Flynn Young for Jacob Wiedering, Ollie Hollins and Zach Williams, and just the Sunday squads at this stage. For the two games on Sunday, Jack Butley, Callum Brown, Connor Stone and Ollie Hannaford all in the possibility to come in for the Giants, while for the Brisbane Lions, Gallup, Beckham, Zakaskelski, McLaughlin and Brain for the Brisbane Lions, while Team English has not been named for the Western Bulldogs. Cleary, O'Donnell, Jakes, Croft and Treloar. I think we can take you down for the Welcome to Country ceremony below our broadcast spot.
Ya Palingana. Welcome to the 2026 Sir Doug Nicholls round. Named in honour of a legend, both on and off the field. We gather here tonight where the Laikila and Plimatula rivers meet the Kanamaluka. This area has cultural significance as it was once the homeland of the Penina people. Mina Tanapri Nigipi Nungapi Takara Milaidina Nika. Mina Tanapri Pakana Manamapali. I acknowledge the Penina and the Tasmanian Aboriginal community of today. May we reflect on the Aboriginal pioneers of today's game and honour those who are no longer with us, for they created a pathway for this game adorned with all its Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture to be played here tonight. As the players stand shoulder to shoulder in preparation of their upcoming battle, our cultural practitioners are cleansing the teams with a smoking ceremony, inviting them to compete on the land once walked by the Penina. Kuwana Pulara, Hawthorn Karina. To the players, may you play well and in the spirit of the game.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the game. Graham Gardner conducting the welcome to ceremony as the players gather on the left and the right. The Adelaide players are in a predominantly blue jumper tonight with the yellow numbers on the back. It is defender Wayne Miller's journey that sits at the heart of the Crows' journey this year to celebrate Sir Doug Nicholls round that weaves together family, culture and the path that shaped him into the player in which he is today. While Hawthorn's 2026 Sir Doug Nicholls round is a combination of sort of white, a little bit of orange, a little bit of yellow and a little bit of brown that takes place as well. It is inspired by the story of Carl Amon and is based on the Amon family hometown and the home of the people. Named from the bush to the beach, it captures North Stradbroke Island and the meeting of the land of the sea. So the players going through their final preparations. We're a couple of minutes away from the match getting underway. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, a great chance for someone to try and take a step forward. The Crows, whether they can beat a top 8 side, or the Hawks, whether they can arrest some recent poor form.
Yeah, it is, Lids, and Clinchie. It's going to be an interesting game in terms of seeing which team here is going to take their opportunity. We know both teams at their best are well and truly in the top probably 4 to 6 teams in the competition, but both over probably the start of this year haven't really been at their best and been consistent in that. We know the Hawks in the last 3 or 4 weeks haven't been playing their best football. Adelaide is starting to get going, but they haven't beaten anyone of note. So really important game for both teams to come here. I think the game's certainly going to be really important in the centre square. We know how physical the Crows are. They've got some players who go through there in terms of Rankin and Rochelle who have got tricks. So they need those guys to play a really good game of football tonight if they're going to weigh the Hawthorn midfielders. But for mine, I just think the Hawks play too well down here. It's a fortress, isn't it, Lids? When I think they've won 51. There's 61 games down here, won their last 11. They just understand this ground really well. It's really wide and really conducive for the way in which the Hawthorn football team likes to use the football by hand and foot.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that it's the battle of the midfield tonight. And, both teams, I mean, the addition of Rankin in there makes it a little bit more star-started, but a bit more workmanlike. I think Jordan Dawson, and please don't take any in terms of disrespect towards either side, because they're all stars in their own right, but no real star power in my opinion. I think it's more get to work and how do we get our forwards a real good look. I think the addition of Connor Nash into the side, potentially go to Jordan Dawson and try and nullify his performance tonight. And then, can Rankin light it up like he has done over the last couple of weeks and give us, a 30-touch, couple of goal game? That'll be the difference, because they're defensively, Adelaide they're pretty solid. I reckon they've got some really good posts down there.
Yeah.
And
their team defence is really strong.
It's really strong.
Rose.
Yeah. Whereas I think the Hawks they're missing Barras, as we've spoken about earlier, and he really solidifies that back six. Battle, works pretty hard down there.
Sicily and Weddle.
Sis, but I think they're just missing that key post where, potentially, and who knows what it's like down there at ground level. We haven't been out there to touch the green stuff, but will it be a bit slippery? Will it be a bit dewy? Don't know.
Warm welcome to listeners who have just joined us on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It's Hawthorn taking on Kawana, the Adelaide Crows tonight, to kick off round 11 of the AFL. Matt Clinch and Chris Robon will call the action. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio are your experts. You posed the question, Lid, so let's go downstairs. Andrew Cooley's on the boundary for us tonight. Andrew, what's conditions like?
Good evening. Yeah, pretty strong dew factor. You can really see the moisture on the ground. It's around about 8 degrees at the moment, so pretty cold, but not quite as bad as last year. But it's definitely going to be slippery for the players. It's as stronger dew as I've seen at Utah's probably since that infamous game last year.
So we had 5 goals played, 6 last year. It's a bit higher scoring than that.
More than that,
Who are you
please.
tipping, Murph and Lids?
I've got the Hawks by a kick or 2.
Yeah, and only because of their record, I've got the Hawks as well. The Crows just haven't won me over just yet.
So players heading out in position. Riley Philthorpe is back for the Adelaide Crows. Cal Archie, one of the 4 changes for the Hawks. Chol, Bailey McDonald, Nash. And we also get to see the debut of Cameron Nan. So all in readiness for week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls round. It's Hawthorn in 6th position, taking on the Adelaide Crows in 8th. To get us underway, here's Chris Rowbottom.
The Rucks go at it. McAndrew immediately out of the middle, takes the ball and kicks Adelaide forward. Offhands immediately. Rochelle out to Cal Archie. First kick, first came back. It's a goal to Callum Archie. Perfect start for the Crows and a wonderful start for Archie upon his return. Blistering out of the middle, and the Crows strike first blood. 1 straight 6. Adelaide. Hawthorn yet to score.
It was interesting watching that first set of bounce. I think the whiz, Nick Watson, was in there, started from your traditional 6 o'clock and was on the fly trying to get through, and Ned Reeves
too aggressive.
Just didn't quite get enough on it. But unfortunately, when you go all in on those sort of hits, Murph, and they don't come off, it goes back the other way. They had their chances, though, the Hawks, but geez, it was a great finish from Archie. Good to see him back out there again. So that's the start you kind of want, isn't it?
Especially when it's a bit dewy as we've heard, you can't afford to be on the fly too quick. You've got to keep short steps around that centre square bounce. Otherwise, you're just out of the play if the ball doesn't drop in your area.
Reeves one down the tap. They never saw it again. Back in the middle of the ground. It took 15 seconds. McAndrew out of traffic. It's a hand pass away. Peetling around his body up towards half forward. Thilthorpe makes the contest. Knocks it down to Keys. Bumped off it by Battle. Ball spills out to Cook. Hand pass to Thilthorpe. Away to Keys. Chips it inside 50. It bounces in front of Neil Bullen running back with a flight. It's well gathered by Brodie Ryan of the Hawks. Hand pass away to Jarman Impey. And now to Dylan Moore at right half back. Sends a long ball up the wing. Trying to present was Marbiel Chol, but he's worked out of it. And Jordan Butts takes the mark for the Crows.
Kicks laterally to Rory Laird at true centre half back for the Crows. He'll flare things out towards the broadcast side. It was a kick with some risk attached to it, and the Hawks break it up. Newcombe now receives the handball to Moore. And now it's Carl Amon with that familiar left boot off left half back, just over the head of Jack Ginnivan at left half forward. Crows will mop it up inside defence. Short ball is good. Worrell just spilt the beans, but he was awarded a free kick as Newcombe arrived a little late. Was Alex Neil Bullen on the outlet.
Don't agree with that one.
Gets things moving and finds Peetling just in front of the interchange benches. Back of a wing, broadcast side. So first goal of the evening for the Adelaide Crows within the first 15 seconds. Cal Archie down the line. They go, and Dan Curtin got in front, took the chest mark, but it was touched off the boot. Through hands now go the Crows. Miller spots a target inside 50. Thilthorpe couldn't bring it down. Rochelle lurking, might have got Brodie Ryan high, and he did as he took the footy. Going to be a Hawks free kick in the left back pocket.
Ryan goes short to Jarman Impey, who marks in the left back pocket. Adelaide with the opening goal inside 15 seconds from Cal Archie in his first game back since round 2. Jarman Impey has to send it long in the direction of Mitch Lewis and Reeves. Off hands, it gets to the back where it's gathered away by Isaac Rankin. Turns it, comes inboard to Miller. Can get the hand pass away to Peetling. He slipped over. Now he has a problem. Tackled, holding the ball.
High.
A high whistle in the end from Massimo D'Ambrosio.
Both umpires looked at each other, Clinchy.
They certainly did, and maybe Adelaide a little lucky to get out of that. Across half back to Butts. His kick is a turnover, looking for Curtin, and here goes Weddle. Quick 1-2 with Mitch Lewis. He runs the wing as he takes the bounce, looks up to half forward on that left boot, kicks looking for Marbiel Chol. As you heard, great pass. Not too many players can deliver it like that, running down the wing. And Marbiel Chol lines up 30 metres out directly in front.
Well, that's why running players are so dangerous, because it just puts all the defenders at sea, and it gives all your forwards ahead of the contest with the ball in the hands of that running player, just to be able to come back up at the leg or just lose some sight of the defender. And that's exactly what happened then. Chol just be able just to drift down in front of goal, and Weddle's 1, 2, 3 bounces just opened up the whole ground for him. It was a great kick on his left foot.
Marbiel Chol in his first game since gather round, having overcome a hamstring injury, looking for the Hawks first of the night. He comes in from 30 metres out. This is the part of his game that lets him down. He misses to the right, a minor score. Adelaide 1 straight 6 to Hawthorn 1 behind. We've ticked past 4 minutes in the opening term.
Worrell marked from the kick in, and the Crows move it around the outer side. Off hands though on centre wing as James Sicily spikes it out.
Interesting, Blake Hardwick started forward this week.
Yeah.
Did he go there last week? I didn't see much of that Melbourne Hawthorn game.
I didn't see it either, but he's been one of these players that Sam Mitchell's like to move around over the last 18 months.
Umpire flung it in. There's a free kick out of the ruck contest. It'll go Hawthorn's way. Ned Reeves has it. Just back of a wing, outer side. Holds things up for just a moment, then sends a high ball inside 50 for the Hawks. Chol flew too deep, got hands to it, couldn't reel it in. Miller at the full, spun out of one tackle, was collected in the second. It might have been Hardwick. And the umpire arrives. And Blake Hardwick wins himself. Holding the ball, free kick inside forward 50. He'll kick for goal. 40 metres out, slide angle.
Sorry, Chris. I reckon he was. He's down there to potentially play a role on Worrell. I reckon his intercept ability. I've seen him stand next to him quite a few times, and he's a great competitor, Blake Hardwick, as you can see there with that big tackle on Wayne Miller.
He's a forward growing up too,
yep.
Hardwick, so knows how to kick him.
Trained with the forwards during the week, did Blake Hardwick. Yet to hit the scoreboard this year. Let's fly from just inside 50. It's a beautiful kick of the football. And maybe that's where Blake Hardwick belongs. He puts through Hawthorn's first of the evening. They're 1-1-7, the Hawks. Kawana 1 straight 6. early stages of the first term. Thursday night footy for ABC Sport. Brett Delidio.
No, he was a very great kick. It was a great kick from out there on that right.
Celebrated early, didn't he? Just straight up like Jonathan Brown style.
Clean.
As soon as he made contact with the boot, he knew he put it straight through. But Hawthorn's pressure over the last couple of minutes has been really strong. Just refusing to give Adelaide the outlet. So just trying to get the ball back into a contest. I know it did come from a stoppage, that free kick, and they got the ball forward. But previous few plays, Adelaide is finding it really hard to try and penetrate through, and Hawthorn are causing some errors.
It was a contest of Chol, wasn't it? Just got it to ground.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew went early, crossed the line, gave away the free kick. No.
Oh, it's a raffle.
Okay, have another look at that one in a moment. Berry gets the clearance for Adelaide, having received the free kick. Bouncing ball inside 50. Archie gathers. Sicily gathers him. Tackles him and brings him to the turf. Ball spills clear. Archie gets another go at it. Hand pass out to Rankin. Trying to get a boot onto it was Fogarty. Spills out the way of Josh Battle. High up and under kick to halfback. Miller is underneath it and he juggles the chest mark. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though. Gets the hand pass away to Jordan Dawson, who is a raking kick, but he goes for everything. And it lands about 3 metres short as Josh Battle hugs it to his chest up against the right behind post.
Kicks across goal where James Sicily marks in the left back pocket for the Hawks. He moves things further afield. It was not a great effort to Josh Ward, and getting in front and spiking it over with Sam Berry. So a ball in where the 50-metre line meets the boundary in front of the broadcast position here at York Park. 7 or 8 degrees, as reported by Andrew Cooling pre-game. Brisk outside, but
what's the feels like, Chris?
-2. Relatively still and relatively dry. The main thing, though, here in Launceston this evening, pretty good night for footy, all things considered. From the ball in, go in after it at ground level. It's all wrapped up as Connor Nash emerges with Jordan Dawson all over him. Up it goes again. Reeves gets front spot, just patted it down to Connor Nash. Fast hands out to Cam McKenzie of the Hawks, who sends the home team up beyond the near wing. Contest here, Blake Hardwick and Jordan Bartz. A good one-on-one. Crows win the day. Ball Lace lend a hand, gave it to Bartz, back to Ball Lace. He was wrapped up. Spinning through was Ginnivan. Tried to make something work with the handball. Crowd thought that Blake Hardwick was held. Umpire disagreed. Michael Lanny comes away with the footy, kicks toward the broadcast win. Here's a contest where Fogarty flashes through, gets the footy, hands it off to Curtin. Wobbles one inside forward 50 for the Crows. Archie first to arrive. Just held it inside the boundary line. Handed it off to Rochelle. Swung over the line by Massimo D'Ambrosio. It went over and out and a ball in. Well, we had one a short time ago where the 50 meets the boundary. Adelaide Crows attacking zone.
Just on these conditions too. It's sort of slippery, no wind at all. These are when the best players come out. Their ball handling really stands out.
Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Throw in. McAndrew to the front. Rochelle was on the move. Can't gather it. Clean pick up from Ryan. Missed it. Fogarty's onto it. Hat pass to Rankin outside of the boot. Curls it superbly from the right forward pocket. 25 metres out. And the speed of Adelaide is on display early. The Crows wrestle back the lead by 5 points. They're 2 straight 12 to Hawthorn 1-1-7.
It's just some really good stoppage work, wasn't it? That we saw Rochelle and Rankin both getting on the move and
getting through it.
And going through. But I'll tell you what, I've liked the start of Vic McAndrew in the ruck. He's a player who really struggled at the Swans and comes down to Adelaide. He's their number one man. He's keeping Riley O'Brien out of the side. Just with his sheer size, but ability to get up and over the ruckman. That was just a big thump forward. I thought it was going to sit perfectly for Rochelle, but it bounces back, and then in the end it ends up in the lap of Rankin. That was just money for jam, running inside with a little right foot banana.
Nice little set play with some pretty tricky players there. But you know, your ruckman putting in a good spot for you.
Back in the middle we go. Adelaide with the 5-point advantage. Early stages of the first. Slapped forward by Dylan Moore out of the ruck contest, but only as far as Sam Berry, who makes his way all the way to the back of the square where Wayne Miller awaits. He takes the handball, kicks out wide to Saligo, who was held in the contest by Ryan. They get things moving immediately to the Crows. Rankin now strokes the ball to right half forward. They're moving it quickly as Jordan Dawson marks just inside the boundary line. 60 metres out from goal. He's a long kick. Is Jordan Dawson. Improves the angle. Sends an absolute missile goalward. And Jordan Dawson bangs it through from 60. Another one to the Crows. Back-to-back goals. 3 straight 18 to Hawthorn's 117. 10.5 gone first term. Thursday night footy for ABC Sport. Mark Murphy.
Well, it's the perfect spot for a left footer who's got range in his leg, wasn't it? So just the ability to, now with these rules where you can't move off the mark if you're standing that mark, and just allowed himself to get an extra 10 metres, and it almost looked like he was just going to pop it to the top of the square, because he had a shot from a similar range a little bit earlier, but geez, he made just sweet contact with that, Jordan Dawson, and very still here, but that travelled a long way.
Beautiful kick.
7-3, the inside 50s early. Adelaide have dominated the stoppages as well, winning 4 of the first 6. Free kick going the way of Adelaide, and this time it's against Lloyd Meek. Stepping over that line, and McAndrew will get another clearance here. He hurries onto his right-hand side and drives it high inside 50. Archie was trying to wrestle with Sicily. He gets to the back. Fogarty on the bounce. Hand pass to Berry. To Dawson at the top of the 50. He's kick out in the pocket. Down low Murray. Tackled. Brought down by Battle.
Gone.
Turn to the umpire holding the ball. No intent from Toby Murray to try and knock it out. 200 centimetres over the top of the footy, and umpire said holding the ball.
8-3. Clearances. Adelaide in front of the moment. Doing a lot of damage out of that centre square.
Josh Battle in defence for the Hawks. Goes out to his right, then sends the ball up the outer wing. Kicks toward Lloyd Meek, who got hands to it in the contest. Went to ground. Nick Watson was there, but he was stopped in his tracks by James Peatling. They fight over it, and it's going nowhere. Umpire arrives. He'll ball it up. Centre wing, outer side. Meek contests the ruck over the top of McAndrew. The 2 number 3s give chase. Berry and Newcomb. Berry took the footy and Newcomb took him. Out to Ginnivan it goes. He fed a handball back to Finn McGuinness, who sends a high ball up towards centre wing on the outer side. Off hands, it stays in. No, it doesn't. It's out as Finn McGuinness tracks it, hands it back to the umpire. We'll ball it in on centre wing, outer side here at York Park.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide with the fast start, 3 of the first 4 goals of the match. Thrown back in, McAndrew from front position. Meek reaches over the top, knocks it down, trying to find Ryan, and then Weddle's tackled. Then Keys locks him up, and the umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward for the Adelaide Crows. 3 straight 18, Goanna to Hawthorn 117. From the stoppage, Jordan Dawson runs onto it. Kicks a spiralling ball close to the boundary line in the direction of Cal Archie. Has to spoil in the end. Brought down by Neil Bullen. Hand pass away to Keys. Bumped as he got his kick away. And as a result, it goes out of bounds on the full. Free kick for Hawthorn in the right back pocket. It's the Crows. 3 straight 18 to the Hawks 117.
James Sicily in the right back pocket in the long sleeves this evening. He was training or warming up in the track pants a little earlier. It's James Sicily. Kicks up toward the outer wing, off hands in the contest, and it rolls over for another ball in. Crows have jumped the Hawks here in Launceston. 3 straight 18. They lead Hawthorn 117. Umpire flings it back in over his head. Meek gets front position, just slaps it as far as he can for territory, but Rory Laird was in the way. Fed off a handball to Dawson, who's been prolific early. Then it was Berry, and then Keys back to Berry all along the boundary line. Ginnivan applied a tackle. Ball spilled out to McGuinness, who gave it to a Meek, who was standing still. Then he put it onto the shoelaces of Cam McKenzie. Up to Meek again. Now McGuinness. They're making really, really hard work of this, the Hawks, and eventually the tackle is laid.
They're all flat-footed at the moment,
Jordan Dawson, who pins Finn McGuinness holding the ball. Crows ball.
Crows captain kicked the last goal. He veers out to the left, looks out wide. Keys on the lead. Spoiled away by Carl Lehman. Ginnivan gathers. Hand pass to Lehman. Tries to run the gauntlet against Dawson. Ball spills out. Finn McGuinness can gather. He tries to loop a hand pass over the top to Watson. He gets the hand pass to Ginnivan, who kept running it right half forward. Takes the bounce. Gets to 50. Surveys the options. Decides to go for home. And misses to the right-hand side. The Hawks 1-2-8 to Adelaide. Goanna 3 straight 18. We've ticked past 15 minutes gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Worrell plays in from fullback. Kicks towards a left half back for the Crows. Over the pack it goes. Jordan Dawson's onto it out the back. Here's Ben Keys, who kept on running. Now strokes the ball towards Fogarty at left half forward for the Crows. Takes the mark. It's 55 from goal. He might have a ping at the big sticks too. Kicks to a very dangerous position, but getting back and taking a strong defensive mark was Jarman Impey on the last line. And he'll get a 50-metre penalty for his troubles as well, Jarman. So That's a little gift for the Hawks as he's marched out beyond the defensive 50-metre line, all the way into the middle of the ground. Umpire calls play on, and Jarman Impey keeps on running. All of a sudden, the Hawks are pumping it back inside 50. Can they find a mark? Hardwick's at ground level. There's a free kick here. It's going to go the way of Kuana, the Crows. Josh Worrell was interfered with by Mitch Lewis in the contest, and he has it inside D50 for the Crows.
Adelaide by 10 points. Thursday night footy from Launceston. As the kick out towards half-back. Taylor the target. And spoiled out of play and a boundary throw-in as Massimo D'Ambrosio makes the fist out of play. Back clipped alongside Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport. The Crows kicked the first goal within 15 seconds through Cal Archie. Adelaide answered back, and then the next Hawthorn answered back, and then the next two the way of the Adelaide Crows. Lloyd Meek thumps it inside 50. Marbiel Chol trying to gather it. Breaks out of a tackle. Hand pass to Newcomb. Hand pass away to McKenzie. High up and under kick inside 50. Mitch Lewis wrestles his way to the front. Can't hang on to the mark. Paul Lace gets a hand pass out to Nankervis, and now to Neil Bullen off the outside of the boot. Kicks up towards Fogarty. Slapped away from him. A bouncing ball. Toby Murray hit it with space and pace, but can't gather. Trying to knock it out was Battle for the Hawks into the middle of the ground. Jarman Empey's little toe poke only as far as Neil Bullen for the Crows. Out pass away to Berry. Off a step. It's worked up the ground with a kick that finds McAndrew as Taylor showed good composure.
McAndrew squares the footy, goes inside to Rankin. He goes short again to Berry. He's too far out to score. 2 kicks from home, but he strokes one to right half forward where Fogarty marks on the lead in front of Newcomb. And he points goalward. Says Darcy Fogarty. He's about a metre inside the boundary line, and if he's to elect to kick for goal, he'll do so from about 55 metres out.
It's been a bit cleaner around the contest at the moment. The Crows, just that ability to find another free and then to get an uncontested mark, and that's how they work the ball up here to Fogarty.
6 goals for Darcy Fogarty in 2026. He lets fly. It's a good-looking kick. It's a really good-looking kick. Does it have the journey? Josh Weddle might have just got a fingertip on it right at the death.
Looked it from here, didn't it? Like we're a long way away, and it looked like he had a good jump at it.
Looked like he got it before the line.
Going to go upstairs.
Umpire's called, touch.
Umpire's call is touched as Josh Weddle flew through on the last line. The replay will show that Josh Weddle did indeed touch it over. This will be a minor score. Hawthorn ball from full back. Gee, it wasn't bad attempt though from Darcy Fogarty. They're letting fly from outside 50 at the city end of the ground. So the minor score called. The ball with Carl Amon at full back for the Hawks.
He wants to try right down the ground as he kicks, looking for Josh Battle. He works Thilthorpe underneath it and takes the mark. Hawthorn have it at half back as they stream around the wing. He sends it up towards half forward. It's too wide for Brodie Ryan, and the intercepting mark is taken by Jordan Butts down low. Turns and comes inboard. Rankin has it at left half back. He wants to chip a kick over the top to Neil Bullen. Just takes the mark in front of Newcomb. Adelaide by 11 points. He switches it out to the grandstand side where Taylor's in space. He marks for the Crows and then looks up to half forward. Soligo leads up and marks on his chest. Adelaide transitioning better at the moment. Fogarty on the lead. Can't take the mark. Weddle chopped the arms or just over the shoulder, says the umpire.
Was it there, Murph? Did you see it?
I think it was there.
Fogarty kicks into the pocket. Murray was caught behind. Quick hand pass from me. Got it back from Jarman Impey, and now the clearing kick in the end by Josh Weddle up towards the wing. Marbiel shoulder target. Can't take the mark. Tries to slap it free. But Taylor runs on for the Crows. Hand pass to Rankin. Can feed it back to Nankervis.
Nankervis by hand. Goes to Millerer. Just weaves his way past Chol. Concedes some ground to Butts by hand. Now Taylor provided some run. Received the Butts handball and put the Crows inside 50. Rochelle made good position. Some time, some space. And he took the mark. He'll kick for goal. 35 metres out directly in front.
There'd be a concern for Sam Mitchell at how much they're getting outnumbered at the source.
Composure with hands, isn't it?
They sat off. They're just half a metre off at the moment, the Hawks. They weren't willing to commit to keep pressure on the footy, which just allowed them. And teams are so good now, those handball games, Murph, their ability to get through traffic, then get into use his hands. Zach Taylor, beautiful kick to find Josh Rochelle.
Josh Rochelle from a position on the ground where he shouldn't have too much trouble from. He pops it through. And Josh Rochelle kicks Kuana Crows' 4th goal of the evening. We skip out to 4-1-25, leading Hawthorn 1-2-8. 20 and a half minutes gone in this first term at York Park. It's Thursday night footy for ABC Sport. Brett Delivio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, some real danger signs here for Sam Mitchell and his Hawks. They're just getting beaten around the contest. So 8-4 in clearances, but it's a way in which they're using the ball by hand, just in space, and just be able to overlap and just have composure really with ball in hand. Is just really standing out at the moment, and Hawthorn don't really have a way of trying to counteract that at this point in time. And then when they get the opportunity to use the ball by foot, they're finding uncontested marks, the Crows, and just working the ball forward. So completely outplaying the Hawks at the moment. They need to get to work, the Hawks.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. A 17-point lead Adelaide's way. The last 3 goals of the match. Ned Reeves gets a little toe poke out of the wing. D'Ambrosio runs onto it. Kick is smothered by Millerer. Reeves with a toe poke. Gets it inside 50. Watson hit it with speed. Can't gather. Spills out Hawthorn's way. Chance for McKenzie. A little slow in trying to get rid of it. And in the back pocket, it's picked up by Rory Laird. Kicks Goanna up to right half back where Rankin marks. Hand pass away. Looking to try and drive it from the wingers. Peatling, a turnover. He can't get it to Fogarty. And the intercepting mark is taken by the Hawthorn co-captain, James Sicily.
He retreats to Bodie Ryan. And now he plays on by hand to the speedster in Bailey McDonald, who is just forced to go back to battle now. And now they flare it out wide to Carl Amon, who marks right half back for the Hawks. He's a little indecisive as he looks to go inboard. He goes on the short instead. McDonald kept on running, and he goes short again to Connor McDonald. Just back of a wing, out of sight here, the Hawks playing some possession footy, and here's Cam Nairn for his first touch of the evening. Back to battle now. The Hawks just holding things up. Finn McGuinness makes some space and marks just inside the boundary line. Back of a wing, out of side. Umpire tells him to move it on, so he goes long towards right half forward for the Hawks. Chol got front spot, good hands, and marked. He wheels and goes on the left boot, sees something he likes. Yeah. And it's Hardwick on a searching lead. He marks on his chest.
It's almost like Sam Mitchell's told Hardwick to play the Jack Gunston role here, because
that looked like it, didn't it?
He came out standing next to the goal umpire, Hardwick, so that lead started well and truly as deep as you could possibly go. It was a great mark in the end by Chol, who
it was 1v1, wasn't it?
Yeah, took the ball at its highest point and hit it with pace, but then just turned around and had Hardwick in a lot of space.
Blake Hardwick from about 40 metres out. There's Hawthorn's only goal of the evening so far, and now he has their second. But just as his good mate Jack Gunston does so regularly, Blake Hardwick makes no mistake in front of the big sticks. They needed that one, the Hawks. They got a 2-2-14, trailing the Crows 4-1-25. 4 minutes remaining in this first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Matty Nix wouldn't be happy with that, I don't think, because it was slow play, wasn't it? They really built the ball up, Hawthorn, and Adelaide were in a good position. They forced him to go that really long kick from Finn McGuinness. It was just a great set of hands from Marvior Chol. He presented well and was able to hold on it, but then it was 2 or 3 steps off the mark and bang, that 50 was open.
So much space, wasn't there?
Yeah, and like you said, Blake Hardwick just read that so quickly, and he was out of the blocks and ready to go.
Hadn't kicked a goal before tonight this season. He now has 2 and is playing the Jack Gunston role tonight for Sam Mitchell, and seems to be working well. Hawthorn break a run of 3 consecutive goals for the Crows. It's back to 11 points. Back in the middle of the ground. Adelaide get a quick clearance. Rochelle goes up. Can't take the mark from the clearing kick from Thilthorpe. Spills out the way of Ward. It gets a hand pass away to Sicily. Back inside the defensive 50. And they work it all the way back to Ryan, who was almost a little too slow from the hand pass from Cam Nairn. The kick is a turnover, and Jordan Dawson marks, and he is within range, directly in front, just outside 50.
Yeah, he's certainly within range. Jordan Dawson saw this earlier this quarter. Didn't mind the addition of Riley Thilthorpe in the middle there, playing ruck rover, and gets the clearance out. So not so many blokes rolling around at 200 centimetres playing ruck rover.
Matthew Nix said he'll see that role from Riley Thilthorpe, but when he's just coming back from injury, a back injury, a little surprised to see him in the centre square. The Adelaide Crows captain has it. He veers out to the left, has one already. It's good off the boot. It's right to the goal line. It's knocked back by Josh Battle. It stays alive and in the end goes out of play. Despite the desperate effort from Toby Murray. A throw in the right forward pocket. Goanna Adelaide 4-1-25 to Hawthorn 2-2-14.
Got to do something about Jordan Dawson at the moment. Already had the 9 disposals. Kicked the 1 goal, but had 3 shots.
Colton Nash, he's gone nowhere near him. He's gone more to Rankin. Oh, now he's next to him.
Finn McGuinness in the team tonight for Hawthorn. Looked like an obvious job for him. There was some holding going on there. Rochelle will be pinged for the infringement against Bodie Ryan, who was held in the ruck contest. So Bodie Ryan has the footy for the Hawks, deep in defence. He hands it off to a running Jarman Impey, who clears defensive 50 towards the broadcast wing. Offhand, Ginnivan attacked it hard. He was met really solidly by Rory Laird, who takes him to ground in a strong tackle. And we'll have a ball up just back of a wing. Broadcast side for the Hawks. Up it goes. Reeves reached over the top. Taylor went down low. He was claimed, and a ball up as Josh Ward emerges. Up it goes once again. Reeves to the front. Won the tap. Here is Ward. Just slapped it on the boot. Got it forward. Chol front spot again. Takes the mark. Just in front of a wing for the Hawks. Assesses his options up forward. Gets onto his left and then pumps a deep ball inside 50 for the Hawks. There's some holding going on. More off the hands. Roved it well. Gave it to Connor McDonald. Just eventually had some space that he didn't think he had. Maybe he had too much time in the end because his shot on goal spews off the side of the boot and cannons into the right-hand behind post.
He's timing his leaps well at the moment, Marbior Chol, isn't he? Just come back into the side and looking really good.
15-9, the inside 50s Goanna's way from the shot throw in the forward 50 for the Hawks. Newcomb, Lewis trying to get a toe poke to it, can't do so. Clearing kick from Dan Curvis. Here's Bailey McDonald. He's quick hand pass for Hawthorn and McGuinness in the right forward pocket over the head of Newcomb. A chance still for Carl Lamont. Hand pass away to Battle. Drives it inside 50. Ginnivan went up. Can't take the mark. Adelaide defenders knock it away, and Jordan Dawson just kicks the space on the broadcast wing. Foot races on. Weddle should get there first. He runs away from Saligo. Cuts back inboard. Showing good composure. Chips it all the way back to Bodie Ryan, who marks on the wing.
So a minute and a half remaining in this first term. Hawthorn go to left half forward. Chol the target. Off hands. Taylor went after it. Ended up with Saligo. Handball missed. Keys. Coming through was Nash. Bobbled up into his hands. Eventually brought it under his control. Had Nairn on the outside. Touch kick on the left boot was okay to Mitch Lewis, but he spilt the mark. Ball ace took him over the boundary line. Spilled out to Laird. His clearing kick is good. Saligo. Now the Crows are on the bounce. They move it up the broadcast side. Archie awaits. Takes the mark. Has a bounce. Kicks inside 50. Rochelle floats in front of Battle. Takes the mark. And Kawana will have a kick on goal. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle.
Well, they would have called it cheating back in the day, Lids. There's two Adelaide players just ahead of the contest here. So it was almost 4v2 after that error from the Hawks. So the Hawks all got handball happy and just had too many numbers, if that's such a thing. But
they went wide. They had to go inside, didn't they? They did. Dylan Moore cutting back on the inside.
They probably all just tracked the ball rather than look around and see they had two men scooting out the front door for the Crows.
One on the night already for Josh Rochelle. Restore the 17-point advantage. He sets sail and he misses to the left-hand side. So a let-off for the Hawks, a minor score only.
A 12-point lead, Goanna's way as we're nudging towards quarter time here in Launceston. Carl Lamont brings Hawthorn back into play. Kicks long looking for Reeves. Contests in the air. It spalls down at ground level. Getting down low was Nan trying to knock it out for Hawthorn. Now Jack Ginnivan goes over the top. Rankin's in there. He can't wrestle it clear. And the umpire will eventually come in and separate them. Right as the siren sounds for quarter time. A hot start for Goanna, the Adelaide Crows. They lead 4-2-26 to Hawthorn 2-2-14. The margin the way of the Crows by 12 points. They kicked a goal inside the first 15 seconds through Cal Archie, and they didn't look back from that point onwards. Individual goals to Archie, Rochelle, Dawson and Rankin for the Adelaide Crows, while for the Hawks their two goals have come through Blake Hardwick. A 12-point lead the way of the Crows. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
This is going to be quite a ride.
Every dream restoration starts with something worth holding on to.
We were in love. We figured we'd work it out.
Restoration Australia.
This is magnificent.
Back May 21 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round with ABC Sport.
Rucks go at it. McAndrew immediately out of the middle, takes the ball and kicks Adelaide forward. Offhands immediately. Rochelle out to Cal-Archie. First kick, first came back. It's a goal to Callum-Archie. Perfect start for the Crows and a wonderful start for Archie upon his return. Blistering out of the middle. Blake Hardwick wins himself. Holding the ball, free kick inside forward 50. He'll kick for goal. Let's fly from just inside 50. It's a beautiful kick of the football. Maybe that's where Blake Hardwick belongs. He puts through Hawthorn's first of the evening.
Throw in, McAndrew to the front. Rochelle was on the move. Can't gather it. Clean pick up from Ryan. Missed it. Fogarty's onto it. Hand pass to Rankin outside of the boot. Curls it superbly. From the right forward pocket, 25 metres out. And the speed of Adelaide is on display early.
60 metres out from goal. A long kick is Jordan Dawson. Improves the angle. Sends an absolute missile goalward. And Jordan Dawson bangs it through from 60.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Quarter time at York Park in Launceston as the Crows lead by 12 points. Go on up 4-2-26 to Hawthorn 2-2-14. Backclincher Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling is down on the boundary. Thoughts about number one draft picks. Brett Delidio alongside Mark Murphy.
Yeah, they're a bit off in the Hawks, weren't they? Lids, they just look like just a half metre off here or there, but that's all you need against a good side in Adelaide who playing some pretty good football tonight, that they're just working the ball quite easily around the congestion and just finding a free, and then what they're doing really well is being able to then release it and get an uncontested mark and just maintain the football, something that Hawthorn are battling to try and do. I like the way in which Adelaide have had that team defence going, but then Marby Orchol on a couple of occasions has taken some big grabs and just sort of eased the pressure a bit for the Hawks, so they've got out of trouble while bailing out to their key target ahead. But the Crows are certainly doing enough damage at the moment and causing the Hawks a number of issues. And you look at some of the key stats around the contest, and Adelaide Hawthorn started to work their way back into it around the contest. It was probably 8-3 at one stage in clearances, but 10-7 and ended up at quarter time in Adelaide's favour, at 16-9 inside 50. So if Hawthorn get back into this game, they need to really try and limit the amount of inside 50s that Adelaide are getting, and it sort of mainly came from the centre square bounce, didn't it?
It did. It's funny, I made mention of McAndrew, and he's been going. Hit out to 13-2 to Ned Reeves and Lloyd Meek, so not as well as I thought he actually was.
He was grabbing the ball.
He got some clearances himself, right? Yeah. And then he got a number of clearances as a result of that stupid rule where if they don't compete and someone just steps over the line, we've got to clean that up somehow, Murph. I'm not sure how we do it, but I think what we want is to be competing in the air. But if someone decides not to go, you can't stop yourself mid-air.
If you decide not to jump, it just eliminates what that rule should be.
Yes.
So we don't want ruckman pump faking.
Exactly.
I mean, that just takes the spirit out of the game, doesn't it?
Yeah. But you're right. I feel like the Hawks, they were just off a little bit. And, there's a passage of play out there on the far wing over near the construction site where they were all just standing still. And I think you might have called it, Chris, where it was just a handball to Meek, who was flat-footed, and then it went to McGuinness, who was flat-footed, and then in a wave, almost the Crows come through and they just kept the ball going their way, which then, another inside 50, which they had 16 of, I think, that quarter. They've done well to limit them to only, 4 goals too, and be able to get a couple back themselves, the Hawks. But yeah, I think the Crows look sharp in that quarter, led by their skipper, Jordan Dawson. He started really well already, probably 3 shots on goal. He's knocked one through, but they've started really well. I think some attention needs to go that way.
It does, and I think probably the one downfall for the Adelaide Crows, but they're having lots of long shots. So they had the 16 inside 50s, and Dawson was... he was probably responsible for 2 of those ones that went in that were sort of rushed, or they were knocked and didn't actually make the distance. And I think it was Fogarty had another one here as a long shot that got touched. So they're almost there, but they're probably having too many shots from that 40 to 60 range where you need to try and get another one, another inside 50 in terms of a lead to a mark.
Adelaide haven't been known to being a good first quarter side. They've only won 3 first quarters so far this season. The Hawks with 5, so they'd be happy with the fact they were able to start on a really promising note. The role of Blake Hardwick as the pseudo Jack Gunston tonight, playing out of the goal square. I guess from Sam Mitchell's point of view is if you can't recreate those personnel, maybe you can recreate the roles. And How do you see Blake Hardwick playing that role? 2 goals in that first quarter.
Yeah, great start. The best thing about him, like Jack Gunston, is a dead eye. You know, knocked one through from out there on the boundary and the right hand to the leg to the boundary, and then just a beautiful kick. But understands that he grew up playing it, so it's not foreign to him. But
what it is it's a difficult matchup, because if you put a tall on him, he's probably too sharp for them. So you need to have a smaller back go to him, and the smaller backs aren't used to playing full back, genuine full back. So it's a good move from Sam Mitchell to try and just change things up.
Adelaide by 12 points as we're ready to get the second quarter underway. Marbio Chol's going to start in the ruck, and Lloyd Meek inside the forward 50. Ward, McKenzie and Newcomb in there for the Hawks. Berry, Rankin and Jordan Dawson as the second quarter is underway. McAndrew wins down the tap. There's nowhere to go as Rankin and Dawson lay the tackle on Jai Newcomb. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Marbio Chol races over, wins the tap. Wayne Miller came charging in, sends a spiralling ball inside 50. Phil Thought with his back to the ball, gathers, battle, tackles him. His hand passes a turnover. Sicily takes it for the Hawks, kicks the half back, but Cook rises. Takes the mark over Massimo D'Ambrosio. Brayden Cook inside 50, looking for Saligo. Jarman Impey knocks it down to the front, and then Weddle's just shoved over the boundary line by Darcy Fogarty, throwing in the right forward pocket for the Hawthorn side, for the Adelaide Crows.
So ball in, 30 metres around from the right-hand behind post. Adelaide attacking zone. Meek reaches in over the back. Newcomb scrambles a kick beyond defensive 50 for the Hawks. Watson was there lurking, didn't quite reel it in. Through hands go the Crows. It's Neil Bullen now. Ball lace around the corner. Sends it inside 50. Well positioned was Impey. Spilt the chest mark though. He allowed Saligo in. He was swung in the tackle. Hawks will come up with it. A cheat death. McDonald. Now Massimo D'Ambrosio. Left foot ball beyond defensive 50. It's out on the full. Crows will retain possession. About 75 metres out from goal.
Nothing easy at the moment for the Hawks. Just got to give credit to Adelaide's ability to put pressure on and force a dumping kick.
Been a terrific pressure team across the last month or so, have the Crows, and brought the heat so far tonight. In it comes. Still thought flew a little early, off hands and over. Deep in Adelaide's attacking zone. We'll have a ball in 5 metres around from the right hand behind post. Adelaide in attack.
Crowd of around 8,500 for a Thursday night with the ground still in construction mode. McAndrew tries to get it down to the back. Keys is on the move. Hand pass to Rankin. A Berry almost run down. Just got a hand pass away at the last moment. Ball spills out. Curtin lays the tackle. Adelaide desperate. Saligo can't get it. Berry does to McAndrew around his body. Vacant goal square, and he bounces it through for Adelaide's 5th goal of the match. 5-2-32. To the Hawks, 2-2-14. It just took 2.5 minutes in this second quarter as the Crows once more stretch it clear. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
They've certainly set up pretty defensively, haven't they, Murph? Their inability to exit for the Hawks, it just keeps them under pressure. I'm not sure what Finn McGuinness was doing there. It's like he pump faked.
He almost thought that the contact was going to come earlier, and he put his hands up with the ball to try and avoid the tackle. But
then brought him back down, and then went again, and then did get tackled, and the ball dribbled off his hand. So it's always a good sight and a good sign for a side when you got your ruckman staying involved in and around the contest and being able to put a score on the board.
I think sometimes too you make mistakes. You think that referred pressure, isn't it? Because the Adelaide's heat's been so strong to start this second term.
18-point margin now, the way of the Crows back in the middle. It was deft ruck work by McAndrew on that occasion. It slipped through the fingertips of Rankin, then Chol had a go. He couldn't gather possession of the footy. Ginnivan came through. He also couldn't win a clean possession. It ended up with Dawson. He got a handball out to the outside where Sam Berry awaited, gathered the loose footy. Fired a forward handball now to Rankin at left half forward. Poked a little pass back to Dawson, who is absolutely everywhere. Ball on a string, knocked out of his grasp. Mark wasn't paid. Still at ground level. Rankin swooped through, ran towards the boundary. Inside out ball, no good. Impey slides in and takes the defensive mark for the Hawks.
It's been good, Impey. Reading the play really well, giving him some good bounce off half back.
18-point lead, Goanna's way. Veers out to the left, kicks up towards the wing. Butts brings it down at ground level. Berry goes to work, laying the tackle. Stuck underneath that is McKenzie. He slowly gets to his feet and gives the ball back to the umpire. Goanna 5-2-32 to the Hawks 2-2-14. Little towboat clears the congestion, but only as far as Wayne Miller drives Adelaide inside 50 once more. Sicily spores it down, and Jarman Impey runs onto it. Hand pass over the head of the intended target, McKenzie. Got a hand pass back from Ward. Tackled and dispossessed, umpire says. It was a lingering tackle, and the free kick will go the way of McKenzie in the middle of York Park. He steps off his line and plays on. Laird doesn't run at him initially, now looks to the outer side, the construction side, where Marbiel Chol slipped over. Ball Lace makes the spoil. Carl Lamon runs onto it and kicks up towards Hardwick. He marks on his chest. He's at left half forward in front of Worrell. Hardwick doesn't really have a tall target deep. So he's got Lloyd Meek. He's about 35, 40 metres out from goal, but instead will come centrally, and Carl Lamon takes the mark for Hawthorn.
2 kicks from goal is Carl Lamon. He just looks to set things up, put it to the top of the goal square. Mitch Lewis flew from 2 deep, couldn't take the mark. Michael Lanning now butts back to Dawson, took on the Chol tackle, put his teammate into a whole lot of danger. Hardwick took down Michael Lanning. It spills out. Here's Watson, and maybe that's the little bit of magic the Hawks need. Nick Watson gets his first of the evening. And Hawthorn strike back. They cut the margin down to 12. 5-2-32 the Crows. 3-2-20 go the Hawks. 5.5 gone. Second term Thursday night footy at York Park for ABC Sport. Brett Delidio.
Well, I was wondering where Lloyd Meek was standing. I was like, mate, you're in the turnover zone.
Yeah.
But what I can see he's trying to do, he's trying to draw McAndrew out of that deep contest so that Mitch Lewis is more your marking target, with Marby or Chol stuck more outside the 50 there. He's reluctant probably to bomb it on Mitch Lewis's head. He's not really your jumper and big pack marker. I can understand that. They've got a contest though, which is great. And Nick Watson just doing as he absolutely does best. Little pickpocket, got away from Malira.
That's what they needed, wasn't it? Not just the goal, but the spark from Nick Watson.
Yep, got to get him involved.
Get some energy going, get him involved in the game, and so try and spark something here for the Hawks because they've been a bit flat-footed.
Sam Mitchell going absolutely nuts on the phone. Back in the middle of the ground, Meek one down the tap, but it's taken by McAndrew. He gets the clearance inside 50. Sicily slipped over. Chance for Fogarty. Tries to fend off the tackle of Sicily. Has to get a half pass away to Neil Bullen. To Cook just inside 50. Cuts on his right. You hear the Bronx cheers. He misses everything out of bounds on the full. Joanna Adelaide leading by 12 points. 7 minutes gone. Second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Free kick to the Hawks. Josh Weddle has the footy. Deep in defence. Braden Cook out of bounds on the full, runs off his line, gains about 15 metres, then pumps the footy beyond defensive 50 to a pack. Meek was the target, brought it down. Ginnivan at ground level was clean, got it out to D'Ambrosio, but his little kick inboard was only as far as Dawson. Released Laird, retreats back to Butts, who marks the back right-hand point of the square for the Crows, and just decides to hold things up. Butts sends a long and high ball back to where it came, to the outer wing, and it's easy pickings here for Nam, who floats across for the Hawks and takes an easy mark. He picks a short ball off inside. Connor McDonald floats in front of Jordan Dawson, takes the mark. Just in front of centre wing, out of side is Connor McDonald as he takes a breather. Eventually gets onto his right and sends the Hawks inside 50. Shallow entry, Chol at the front, but it was Meek with the strong mitts.
With that,
he was too deep. He ripped it out of the pack, did Lloyd Meek. He'll go back and have a set shot for goal, 45-degree angle from about 50 metres out.
So that suggests to me, Lids, I dare say he should be going for his grabs if he's taking marks like that. But
that was vice-like.
Yeah, Marbiel Chol was the only one that was going to be any chance of disturbing that one. It was a great grab by the ruck.
He's already had one kicked against him. He's got to get one back.
So a chance for back-to-back majors here for the Hawks. For the first time this evening, Lloyd Meek's on the runway, makes his approach, sets sail from right on 50. Good-looking ball. That might have cleared the line. The umpire doesn't even need to think about it. He signals a goal, and Lloyd Meek sends a long bomb home. So the smalls and the talls get involved for the Hawks, and they cut the margin back to a goal. 5-2-32 the Crows, 4-2-26 Hawthorn. Early stages of the second term. Thursday night footy in Launceston for ABC Sport. Mark Murphy.
Well, it just shows you the importance of just getting that little spark of goal from Nick Watson 2 goals ago. That they looked like they were a bit sluggish, and Adelaide Crow were playing all over them, but they get 2 in a row. They're only a kick down now, aren't they? And for all the dominance that the Adelaide Crows have had, especially around the middle of the ground. It's only a kick in it.
That was the pure get the momentum up and kick through it. He certainly kicked through it.
And I'm with you, Lids. He looks like a player who's been challenged by his coach. Marbiel Chol out of the ruck. Got it down to McKenzie inside 50. Meek presents once more. He and Mitch Lewis bring it down to the front. Umpire waves play on. Adelaide trying to knock it out through Miller. He's on all fours. Ginnivan over the side. It's Nankervis who knocks it out. Little topo by Keys into the middle of the ground. Rochelle stripped of it in the tackle. Spills out the way of Bailey McDonald. Half pass to Marbiel Chol. He loses it. It's desperate now. Greasy conditions. Rochelle gets a half pass out to Rankin from half-back. Taken by Taylor. Kicks up to Neil Bullen. It bounces off his chest. The Adelaide half-forward gathers. Half-pass to Keys. Links up with Taylor. He runs to left half-forward. Blazers inside 50. Dawson can't take the mark. Kalarchi's the crummer. He's tackled and brought down. Umpire waves play on. And Zach Taylor's taken over the boundary line by Finn McInnes.
It was smart by Taylor in the end. He knew that the tackle was going to happen. So rather than turn in and get caught holding the ball, turn outside and get carried over the boundary line and get a stoppage.
Hawks' pressure's just ramped up a little bit in the last couple of minutes or so off the ruck contest. Neil Bullen first to arrive, taken down in the tackle by McKenzie. So another ball up between wing and half forward for the Crows. Making McAndrew fight after it once again. Peatling's there as his Ward spills out. He fed the handball off to Nash, slapped it on the boot, gained some territory. Mitch Lewis a little way up the ground, dropped the chest mark, regathered, was immediately taken to the ground in a big Wayne Miller tackle. Have another ball up just forward of centre wing, broadcast side. Crows by a goal. Nash, he was well held as he was taking possession of the footy with the 1 min. Kuda fed his life. Sam Berry, the perpetrator. Connor Nash, the free kick. Weddle provides some run from behind. Receives the handball. Sends Hawthorn inside 50 again. Now it's Ned Reeves who got hands to it. McInnes at the fall. Took it on the bounce. Taken over the line. He kept it in momentarily, but eventually it beats all comers. And Curvis sees it out. We'll have a ball in. 25 metres around from the right-hand behind post. Hawthorn attacking 50.
Inside 50's 8-4 Adelaide's way in this second quarter. It's a 6-point lead the way of the Crows. Hawks inside their attacking 50. McAndrew over the back. Miller can't break clear as Ginnivan locks him up. And a ball up 25 metres out from the Hawks' goal. And the city end here at York Park. Reeves tries to palm it down, more on the move. He's tackled by Max Michaelani. Spills out the way of Nankervis. Hand pass to Butts under pressure. Wants the boundary line. He gets it out in front of Jordan Dawson. And throwing in the right forward pocket for the Hawks.
Pressing here, the Hawks. Deep in attack. Chance to draw things level if they can scrounge a goal out of this contest. McAndrew got to the front. Oh, real decisive tap. Now Dylan Moore lays a strong tackle on Michaelani. Umpire's going to arrive to the scene and say, "I'll have it, please." Locked inside the forward 50 for the Hawks. Just enjoying a little patch here. Knocked towards the boundary lines. And Berry chases it out there. It's assisted over by Kenny McKenzie.
This is what you love if you're a Hawthorn midfielder or a small forward, where you get stoppage after stoppage inside your forward 50, try and get some deals, get some wraps going.
Tell you what, you love it if you're a back too. You get a bit of a breather while your forwards and mids get to work.
Held in over the boundary line off the ruck contest. Moore scrambling after it. Berry has the footy for the Crows. Got it out to Miller, who just slapped it beyond defensive 50. Race on now as the players scramble over it. Nobody able to win a clean possession. There was a call for maybe out on the full.
Definitely.
Or
off the back of his
boot, potentially. Umpires confer.
Off the back heel.
He was right there. How does he not see that?
Finn McInnes is setting up for the Hawthorn free kick. And Keys is looking a little sheepish.
Trying to work out whether to lasso it or call it out of bounds in the full.
So it'll be a Hawthorn ball in front of our broadcast position. Just in front of centre wing from the boundary. McInnes sends Hawthorn inside 50. Lewis again to the front. He might have been nudged underneath the footy. The umpires saw it. It's a Hawthorn free kick. And here is the chance to draw things level. Mitch Lewis, kick from 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Sorry, mate. Things are just starting to go Hawthorn's way, aren't they? They've got those couple of goals in a row, but then that forward pressure there for 3 or 4 minutes in a row. Now this, just a long bomb entry, but they got a bit grabby there, the Crows, or it was a push from Miller, wasn't it?
It was the attack of the contest from Lewis which drew the free kick.
A kick from just inside 50. On a slightly greater than 45-degree angle, Mitch Lewis. He loved it as soon as it left his boot. And Mitch Lewis' career year continues. A big goal for the Hawks as the home side draws level in Launceston. 5-2, 32 apiece at York Park. 14.5 gone. Second term Thursday night footy for ABC Sport.
Well, certainly walking a little bit taller at the moment. The Hawks, they just couldn't get anywhere near in the first 3 or 4 minutes, and the Crows just peppered, but Adelaide couldn't really make them pay. But the Hawks here have just really responded in a really important way. Their pressure's gone through the roof. They're starting to win the contested ball and starting to win the ball in the air as well. So really enjoyed that aggressive approach from Mitch Lewis there. He really stormed out and attacked the contest really well, and that just drew the free kick from Millera.
And that's goal 150 for Mitch Lewis in his 89th game. He's had a couple of tough years with injury. It draws the Hawks level. They've kicked the last 3 goals of the match. Back in the middle of the ground, Philthorpe does the ruck work and the roving. Tackled by Newcomb and brought down. Ball spills out the way of Connor Nash. Squeeze the kick towards Connor McDonald. He can't get it out of the congestion. Philthorpe and Reeves wrestle for it. Reeves squeezes the kick through the middle of the ground. It's gathered by Worrell, gets the hand pass away to Laird and back to Ball Lace. The Crows with the hand pass game to Peatling and now to Berry. Looks up towards half forward. Dawson trying to work battle underneath. It's kept alive by Keys. Kicks into the pocket. Weddle in front of Archie. Gathers for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Mackenzie. Gets it away to Jarman Impey. Around his body, nothing but Crows players there. And Worrell protects Berry, who takes the mark for Adelaide.
Comes inboard to Ball Lace, who marks almost right on the bullseye of York Park. Forward handball now to Michael Annie. Forced onto his right. It's an awkward-looking ball inside 50. Off hands. Weddle attacked it as it hit the deck. He's wrapped up by Archie, and they'll lock it in here, the Crows. So ball up. Inside attacking 50 for Kawana. Out of the stoppage was Cam Mackenzie. Onto the boot. Tumbled one outside defensive 50. Getting in front was Nan. Couldn't complete the mark. Moore at the fall. Eventually runs it over the boundary line. So they gain some territory, the Hawks. Another stoppage to come. Ball in at right half forward for the Crows. Hawks have worked their way back into it. They were down by 18 points and kicked the last 3 to draw back level. Out of the stoppage. Moore again. Just shinned it forward. Berry arrives. Tackled over the line by Mackenzie. The pressure is certainly lifted from a Hawthorn perspective. We'll have another ball in still at right half forward for Adelaide.
The voice of Chris Rowbottom alongside Matt Clinch. Andrew Cooling down the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 5-2, 32 apiece. As Reeves wins down the tap, but it's sharked away by Peatling. His kick doesn't go 15 as Connor McDonald gathers and Laird gathers him. A ball up in the middle of the ground. Hawthorn with the last 3 goals of the match. Guana kicked the first this second quarter. Philthorpe tries to slap it clear but can't gain it. Nash tackle brought down. Keys is desperate. He hacks the ball inside 50. Pack forms. Weddle spalls it down. Dawson front and centre. Kicks towards a vacant goal square. Racing back Fogarty. Finn McGeezus gets back to help, and in the end the two collide. And it goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Guana.
It was a bit stiff there. Fogarty just needed a little bounce just to sit up for him, but obviously the oval ball shape just rolled away, unfortunately for him.
Deep in attack still for the Crows. Held in over the umpire's head. Reeves front spot. Is there a free kick here? There is. It'll go the way of Kawana Adelaide. So Toby Murray, the free kick out of the ruck contest.
Yeah, it was just Rochelle on the move. Just caused, I'm not sure who the Hawthorn defender is down there, who it was, but just caused a bit of a grab of the jumper. And when you want your forwards on the move and you get blocked from that run, just to highlight to the umpires that something's going on.
So you're right, Rochelle with the footy. And 35 metres out on a slight angle. He's lining up to kick around the corner. It was Bodie Ryan who might have been the perpetrator on this occasion. Josh Rochelle, around the corner he goes. He doesn't get the sweetest of connections, it has to be said, and he misses a goal that he really should have kicked from there. It's Josh Rochelle, a minor score only, but enough to take the lead back for the Crows. 5-3-33 to Hawthorn's 5-2-32.
He's been a bit off tonight, Rochelle. Just had a few opportunities, second grabbed a couple and just hasn't quite hit the ball as well as what he usually does.
Battle with the kick in, Judy's long to the eastern side wing where Mitch Lewis takes the mark. He wants to move it because they've got players streaming up the wing. Blake Hardwick leads up, takes the mark. Hand pass boundary side. D'Ambrosio looks inside 50. Watson's on his own and he juggles the mark. Half a moment he thought it was going past him as he flexed his body backwards and was able to take the mark in front of Wayne Millerer.
Well, what that shows is how important a big contested mark is on the wing from your big key forward. Mitch Lewis, he's played inspired 5 or 6 minutes, hasn't he? Coming really at the footy. His ability to mark that, but then that laser to Blake Hardwick. The runners just sweeping off the side of that. Massimo D'Ambrosio. Nick Watson, he just put the hammer down and got inside forward 50. No catching him.
Just the 2 disposals so far for Nick Watson. Has a goal, looking for his second. He leans back. It's across the face of goal. Adelaide rise to try and rush it through it. In the end, Worrell's in 2 minds. It bounces almost off him and over the goal line. Players so mindful of not being pinged for a deliberate rush behind, but scores a level at 33 apiece.
They certainly get nervous, don't they, the defenders in the last 5 or so metres towards the goal line. They don't know whether to grab it or not.
Worrell kicks into Laird, who takes 5 metres and kicks to the broadcast wing. Sicily got in front, couldn't complete the mark, but offhands Impey was roving, slammed it inside 50 for the Hawks. It tumbles out and over the line for another ball in. 25 metres around from the right-hand behind post. Hawthorn attacking zone, back to all square. 5-3, 33 apiece. 8 minutes remaining in this second term. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on a Thursday night. Free kick out of the right contest, and this will go the way of Nick Watson for some holding on off the ball. So a mirror image almost of what was happening down the other end a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Nick Watson just smart, really. He just started boundary side and went to rush the contest and then put the brakes on to pivot and go back the other way, and that just forced the grab of the jumper. So tell you what, if you're a small forward, get on the move quick around stoppages and you'll draw free kicks. 1
goal for the evening. Sprady's last shot across the face. This is from a tightish angle. Distance no worry, but this time he hangs it out to the left, and another minor score for the Hawks. Nick Watson with the behind, but they take the lead. 5-4-34 Hawthorn, leading Adelaide 5-3-33.
4th lead change in the match. Miller quickly brings Adelaide back into play. Finds Saligo at half-back. Kicks up towards Rochelle. Protected the ball well against Bodie Ryan. And he takes the mark centre wing on the eastern side. Then kicks it into Ryan. It ricochets back to him. Spins out of traffic. Hand pass to Laird, who might resort back with a kick for Worrell. But Watson gets a touch onto it. Worrell cleans it up. Hand pass to Laird. Still wants to come into the corridor. Miller can mark at the back edge of the centre square. Looks through the middle of Launceston, where he has a player all on his own in Peatling. He takes the mark. Now he goes short for Nilpool and missed him with a kick. Turns it over. A chance for D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to Bailey McDonald. Away to Kinnaman. Here go the Hawks through the middle of the ground. Kicks looking for Watson. Back with a flight. Can't take the mark against Nankervis. Tough one for Butts, trying to knock it clear. Hardwick gathers. Hand pass to Connor Nash from 50. Bounces towards goal, and it's offline to the left. Some desperate defending in the end from Josh Worrell getting back. The Superman dive, but it was offline. And enough to give the Hawks a 1-point lead. Take that 2.
It's getting to work. Nick Watson buzzing around everywhere. He's had 2 shots that he's unfortunately missed in this second term. He's kicked 1, but
great opportunities, isn't he?
Just forcing pressure and forcing turnovers.
Worrell goes long and direct out of full back. We're in the middle of York Park as Meek has a long way down to bend, and he eventually gets hold of the footy, but Keys brought him to ground, and we'll have a ball up just in front of the centre circle. Hawthorn attacking side. Just over 6 minutes remaining in this second term. Hawthorn by 2. Off the ruck tap. Connor Nash swings onto his right boot. High ball inside 50 for the Hawks. 1-on-1 ball. Ace Chol goes over the bat. Wizards lurking. Knocked over though. Desperate defending once again.
Deliberate.
By Worrell, and it is deliberate. So outside the zone, Nick Watson, well, he wanted to play on and kick the easiest of goals, but he's going to be brought back to his line and put on a tight angle.
Yeah. You got to go from where it went through, I think.
It shouldn't be any trouble, though. As he has another go, and he wants to get this job done, does Nick Watson, but he's going to be brought back once again by the umpire, who says, no, just wait. Just let me set things up as they need to be. Watson is about 3 metres around from the left-hand behind post. Ball in hand. He's going to dart off his line, hook it around his body. As soon as he gets the all clear, he does that and makes no mistake. So Nick Watson boots through his second. And Hawthorn enjoying a purple patch here in Launceston. 6-5-41 go the Hawks. They lead Adelaide Kawana 5-3, 33, half and a half remaining. Second term, Thursday night footy for ABC Sport. The Wizards getting busy. Brett Delidio.
Yeah, he's making them nervous, isn't he? He's just creating opportunities, Murph. His ability just to get a hand in, out there, and it forced them into a faster play. They weren't settled, the Crows, but then the ball comes in over his head. He still gets another hand in, make sure the ball's on the ground. They get another shot on goal. And there, Warrell, you could just see he was nervous going back towards goal. Yeah, because Nick Watson, when he's on your hammer, geez, there wasn't much in that.
I'm not sure what else. Oh, it's right on the line.
No, because you're past that line, yeah. You've got to be inside that 9-metre goal line from the top of the goal square.
He's kicked multiple goals in 9 of his last 11 games. Nick Watson, and all of a sudden 4 goals on the bounce. Back in the middle. Little topo from Jordan Dawson, only as far as Marbiel Chol. Hand pass a little loose as Bailey McDonald gathers. Hand pass to Weddle. He kicks a barrel out towards the grandstand side. A bouncing ball for Nan. He's worked off it in the end. He and Saligo tangle. In fact, it's Finn McGuinness in there who's trying to work up against the boundary line. And Alex Neilborn in the end sees it out of play.
What was Weddle doing there?
Not sure.
I think he felt the pressure as well. Kick and drop punt, mate. Need to kick the torpies from centre half back.
Hawthorn 6-5-41. Goanna, Adelaide 5-3-33. The Hawks have 4 goals to 1 so far and through this second quarter. Nick Watson has put through 2 of them. Chol in front, wins down the tap against McAndrew. Spills back to Carl Lamont. He kicks up towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Paul Ace. Hasn't dealt with it. Meat gathers for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Ward. Hand pass to McKenzie. He looks up inside 50. Watson's running back again. Now Curvis. And coming the other direction was Butts. Watson throws his head back. No whistle. Umpire's going to stop play here, I think, just to make sure. It's going to be a pull up, but that is so courageous from Nick Watson.
He's so
throwing
tough.
his head back.
Yeah, that's just great courage from Nick Watson.
Watson put his head in the hole. Umpire called a stop to the play, balled it up, little kick out of the congestion, only as far as Josh Ward, who marks 55 metres out from goal. Know if he's got the leg here, Josh Ward. He's certainly scanning for options inside 50. He has a little lead on and he's going to honour it. Wasn't required 15 to Cam McKenzie. Ward got it back. Little grubby ball inside to Connor McDonald. Ripped off it. Now it's slews outside of defensive 50 at ground level. Archie coming through was Thilthorpe. Ended up with Impey. Slapped it inside 50 for the Hawks, but standing strong was the Crows skipper in Jordan Dawson. Took the defensive mark, played on, got onto his left boot, kicked up the line towards Thilthorpe, juggled the mark in front of Impey. Right in front of the broadcast position, went to cut inside, then went to the other side of Sicily, brushed him off, gained 10 metres and then thumped it inside 50 for the Crows. 2 Hawks fly, they get in each other's way, but Bailey McDonald's able to mop it up at the back, shares it with Nan. Handball now to Amon. He's got room to move as he just took one bounce too many, was eventually run down by Rankin.
How quick was that?
Terrific chase, streaming outside of defensive 50. Rankin wins a holding the ball free kick, and the Crows have it 70 from goal.
He looks into the pocket. Archie's on the move. He can't take the mark. Rochelle hard against the boundary line, and it goes out of play for a throw-in. Andrew Cooling on the boundary. We've seen the greasy conditions that players, they think they have a minute, and all of a sudden they're not guaranteed the ball's going to bounce back to them.
Yeah, it's incredibly slippery down here at the moment. It's even worse than it was pre-game. You can see the moisture. It's really tough for the players just to get their footing.
Thanks, Andrew. That's the challenge with the night games here at your park. Meek got it down to Dawson with a player hanging off him. He fires towards goal and just squeezes it through for a minor score. So Hawthorn all of a sudden have booted the last 4 goals of the match. They lead by 7 points. Goanna Adelaide 1-2 in this second quarter.
Battle with the kicking duties. And Sicily on short, but initially delayed the kick before opting to go in that direction. He marks in front of Thilthorpe in the right back pocket. Sicily in the longie this evening. Kicks over to Bailey McDonald. First game of the season for him. And he pokes it forward to Finn McGuinness. He's earned himself a place in this team over the past month or so. Right half back the Hawks. He's going to dump it up the line, Finn McGuinness, and go for the tall timber. Chol was just worked underneath it. Offhand, Saligo took it, but he was immediately ripped down by a pair of Hawks, Connor McDonald and Marbiel Chol. We'll have a ball up right on centre wing, broadcast side. Just under 3 minutes remaining in this first half. Up it goes. Meek to the front, tapped it into the direction of John Newcombe, who was just hassled out of it. Keys, his kick was smothered over the boundary line right in front of the interchange benches.
What's Newcombe's numbers there, Murph? Have you got them?
Overall, 3 touches.
Yeah.
Very quiet. Lloyd Meek slaps it forward. Here's Watson on the move, trying to gather. He does eventually pick it up. Tries to break the tackle of Max Michelani. Chips up to Dylan Moore, who reels in the mark. He's 70 out from home at the city end of York Park. Hang on. Players come inside the protected area.
Is that Michelani?
A 50-metre penalty, yeah. Max Michelani.
I just don't see how that's a... So he's probably 9 metres away, wasn't he? Do you reckon, Lids?
Yeah, he's not affecting the play.
He's not affecting anything there. And that's just overdone, I think, from my end, from the umpire. That's pure umpire incorrect call.
Watto's been summoned to the bench for a HIA assessment, you'd think.
All of a sudden, Dylan Moore with a chance to try and extend Hawthorn's lead, and from 25 metres out, he pokes it through, courtesy of a 50-metre penalty. The Hawks out by 13 points, 7-5-47 to Goanna Adelaide 5-4-34. Half an hour gone in the second quarter. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, Nick Watson has gone down into the rooms to get that HIA. He initially tried to carry on. He kind of got a hit to the head and then hit his head on the ground. He waved away the trainer a couple of times when the trainer ran out there, but it seems they've called him out now. And after that last disposal on the wing, he's come off and gone straight down into the rooms.
Well, let's hope for all our sakes he's all right. But yeah, John Newcombe, it's a strange one, isn't he? He's in the centre bounce at the moment, the Hawthorn skipper. Only had the 3 disposals and unfortunately going at 0%.
The Hawks have the lead. That's the most important thing for John Newcombe's side. Via the Dylan Moore goal, back in the middle we go. They scramble in after it at ground level. No clear winner of the tap. They still go in after it. Little kick off the ground by Peatling. Impey's there. He can't gather it under his control. Fogarty got a half a kick out. It was swept upon by Josh Ward, who shared it with Weddle, and now D'Ambrosio on the outside for the Hawks. Strokes the ball up the wing. Off hands. Ginnivan gives chase. Loose ball at left half forward. Scrubby little ball in the Hardwick direction. He shinned it into the path of Meek. Gave it back to Hardwick for goal number 3. A goal-saving mark on the line. Getting back with Saligo. That would have been something from Blake Hardwick and the Hawks.
Adelaide just trying to get through to half-time at the moment. 5-1 the way of the Hawks in this second quarter. Miller remarks in the back pocket. He'll switch it across the defensive goal line, and Josh Worrell looks out to the construction side where he has a player leading up. It's Curtin. He juggles the mark. Takes it against Massimo D'Ambrosio. Hawthorn by 13 points. Curtin sends it long up the wing in the direction of Jordan Dawson. Choll's in front. Got it down to the front. Weddle tries to break the tackle. Rochelle lays that. It did come out to Choll in the end. And then McAndrew laid the tackle and Choll just drops it. That's holding the ball. Adelaide will take it through Jordan Dawson on the wing.
Jordan Dawson comes across the ground. Miller takes the mark. Middle of York Park. Feigns onto his left, then gets onto his right. Kicks towards right half forward to a contest. Impey flew in front. It was off hands. Ended up with McGuinness, who scrubbed the ball as far as Nan, whose kick was broken up. Cook now led. Back to Nankervis for the Crows. Strokes one to half forward. It's a good kick to Saligo, who marks on his chest. 65 from goal. Gets things moving immediately. Big fly from Fogarty, I think it was. Couldn't take the mark. There was something happening off the ball. It was a free kick. It'll go the way of Newcombe. Yeah. Deep in defence for the Hawks.
Ben Keys just coming in a little bit too hot, trying to keep the pressure on Newcombe.
Yeah, really tried to insert himself there, Ben Keys, but
he's got to have the footy first.
Didn't have the footy.
Just his third disposal of the half. John Newcombe up towards half, up towards the wing where Dylan Moore flies in front, can't take the mark. Now Curvis tries to knock it out, sock it off the ground by Saligo. Where Shelley's tackled by 3 Hawks. And that's been the tone for the second quarter. As Adelaide Goanna led by 12 points at quarter time. It's the Hawks with 5-1 in the second quarter to lead by 13 at the main break. Hawthorn 7-5-47 to Goanna 5-4-34. For the Hawks, 2 goals to Blake Hardwick, 2 goals to Nick Watson. Both for Watson came in that second quarter. Individuals to Lewis, Moore and Meek. While for Goanna, all individual goal kickers are Chi, Rochelle, Dawson, Rankin and McAndrew. Hawthorn leading by 13 points at half-time. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, your experts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Murphy, was a great start from, both sides really, but I thought Adelaide jumped out of the blocks in that second quarter and they largely controlled the time in front half, but then all of a sudden, through probably the efforts of Nick Watson, he ignited the Hawthorn side. Just got a hand in here or there. They got one goal and then another goal to Nick Watson. He really set him alight, essentially. Their ability to start to win that ball back and give their forwards a real chance. Mitch Lewis hit up at the footy really strongly. Blake Hardwick's looked dangerous and lively up in that front half.
Well, they were just more dangerous than the Hawks. So you look at the inside 50s in that second term, and Adelaide lead that 15-14 in that second quarter. They had so many opportunities to start that second term and just couldn't capitalise, couldn't make the most of their momentum. And the Hawks down the other end just got one probably lucky early one by, I think it was a Nick Watson, just front and centre goal. It was just something out of nothing really. Yep. And that sort of sparked them into gave them a bit of energy, didn't it? And then they started to control the football in the forward half of their ground. And Adelaide, they just couldn't penetrate like they were in that first term, the start of that second term. And you've got to give the Hawks credit that their pressure really picked up. They started to play with some real energy and enthusiasm and start to have the game on their terms. So I think Sam Mitchell would be really happy by the way in which they responded after probably no doubt a few sprays during that late quarter time and during that second term where he looked like he was going to blow the joint up, didn't he, by some of the vision that we were seeing on the big screens down here. So I thought the response from Lloyd Meek, I think you made mention of it.
I think you called it. I think he was the player who was blocking up the space.
Yeah,
and maybe the message came out to him, you've been absolutely belted by McAndrew in the first quarter.
Yeah. And he had
compete, and he did a little bit more.
Well, not a little bit. He took one big grab and then went back and kicked it from 50, but then had a real impact at ground level too and started to really throw his weight around and just broke open a few packs. So there's no doubt that Sam Mitchell wasn't too happy with a few of the players and some of their physical probably attempts in that early stage of the game, but they certainly responded and then they made the most of their momentum when they had it in front of goal.
If I'd have told you that Jordan Dawson and Isaac Rankin were the two leading possession winners on the ground, you'd think that Adelaide are in front or or thereabouts. I mean, the game's not by any stretch over, but I've loved the evenness of the Hawks right across the board. Their skipper, or one of their skippers, who hasn't hardly touched it.
Yeah. He's had 5 in the end.
5 in the end in 2 1/2, which is, that's a really low output for John Newcomb. It only sets lofty standards. Let's not mix that up too much. But Josh Ward's been really good. I've liked Impey off half back. I feel like he's intercepted, but then he's looked to get the game going as well. He takes the game on. He really goes at the game. Tim McGuinness has had some important touches too. I mean, he's not going to be laser by foot, but he's given support back in the defensive end, and then he's
created that number a bit, hasn't he?
He just creates that number
as an outlet, and then had a great smother down here. Just his physical presence. That's what he's probably in the side for, isn't he? He's not in there to be the real skillful ball user. He's there to probably accumulate and just to play a role in terms of holding the outside balance game, which the Hawks really value as a wingman.
But where they're usually strong, the Hawks, and they've so much upside for them, is Connor McDonald 4, Dylan Moore 5. Nick Watson only the 6 touches. Massimo D'Ambrosio 6 touches. Ginnivan 6 touches. Those guys are usually up around the 20s to 25s.
Yep.
So if they can start to get that and generate that, they'll go a long way. But I think it speaks more so to the defensive structure of Adelaide and how tightly they're not allowing those guys to get up and get involved and slingshot back towards goal.
At one stage, Hawthorn's pressure rating in that second quarter was 209. They laid 42 tackles in a half, which I think for that second quarter, they lay at 31 to 22.
Yeah.
So it's a complete shift in attitude,
that's
isn't
Sam Mitchell barking a few orders, isn't it?
Yeah.
The HIA for Nick Watson, how did you see it, given there was a couple of collisions there, one with the ground and one with his opponent?
Oh, mate, he's so brave, that kid. He did not even think about what was coming the other way. He just saw a footy and fully extended back, jumped backwards, and then the oncoming traffic has collected him. But then as that's hit him as well, he's bounced off the deck with his head hitting the deck as well. So he did wave the dock off, which is, I hope
that be allowed.
I hope it's a good sign. But he has gone off to be assessed as well.
It's hard when you're in the moment. If he's waved him off, maybe he feels fine. But having a look at that vision, they certainly did the right thing by pulling him off the ground and having a look at him and going through the necessary protocols.
So it'll definitely be one for Andrew Coolin to keep an eye on when the Hawks make their way out as to whether Nick Watson is there. But 2 goals in that second quarter. He is the live wire.
And he could have had a couple more too.
Yeah, 4 shots, and pressured the Adelaide defenders really well and just forced them into some errors, which then opened up the game for the Hawks. But yeah, they just made the most of their opportunities. Then the Hawks in that second term, so 14 inside 50s and had the 5 goals 3. So and they held the ball inside that forward 50 for probably 5 or 6 stoppages in a row on a couple of occasions. So they're doing some really good work. 31 tackles in that second term. They certainly got themselves back in the game by purely work rate and pressure.
I haven't seen the Adelaide Crows forward line. You mentioned at one stage, Riley Thilthorpe went into the centre square for the Crows, got a couple of clearances, but hasn't been cited as much. 6 disposals for him. Darcy Fogarty has had the 8 disposals and had a good presence across half forward, but hasn't really been able to hit the scoreboard, just the one behind next to his name.
They're not really operating too well, the Adelaide Crows, in terms of making the most of their opportunities. So, 31 inside 50s and only scored the 5 goals 4. So that would tell you they haven't been that great in terms of getting the ball inside 50 to marks and a lead. Sort of made mention at quarter time. They had a lot of their shots from 50 or out, didn't they? So.
And that speaks to the defensive structure, but the pressure also of Hawthorn. They force you into those longer shots and wide shots. It makes it harder, but I think ultimately they'll be disappointed and need to go to work a little bit on terms of how they're entering their forward 50, particularly as it gets even more dewy over the course of this game.
Jordan Dawson, leading possession getter on the ground with 19 disposals. He's had 3 clearances, 4 inside 50s and a goal, but his kicking efficiency is at 31%. So he's struggled a bit with the greasy conditions, perhaps trying to do too much at stages.
Well, we sung his praises, didn't we, with that long goal that he knocked through, but he's had a couple of other shots that have either fallen short or just missed.
It's a hard one, that one, isn't it, too? Because if you've got the leg, you sort of welcome him to have the shot, and he's shown that he can do it. But at the same time, too, he's had 2 drop short. So that's as a coaching staff, when you see players having shots and then it drops short and they just get rushed through, or a team works the ball out, it's sort of a missed opportunity, isn't it, for trying to put the ball probably a little bit further out. Give your other forwards a chance of taking the mark or winning the ball at ground level or kicking a goal.
Well, it is a contested game, though, or quite congested. It seems the pressure was high, so you can understand. And also, on the back of that as well, Hawthorn set up the ground really, really well. So that's probably why we're seeing more ineffective kicking than we have normally for Jordan Dawson.
Game of footy to half-time. Adelaide did all the runnings in the first quarter. Kawana leading by 12 points. Hawthorn finished with the last 5 goals of the half to lead by 13 at the main break. 7-5-47 to the Crows, 5-4-34. We'll pause for the moment and bring in the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. There are hopes a new federal government package aiming to combat Australia's diphtheria outbreak can alleviate pressure on the health sector. $7.2 million has been put aside to fund vaccines, a surge workforce and Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation support. 230 cases of diphtheria have been reported nationwide so far this year, with around 60% of cases in the Northern Territory. CEO of the Aboriginal Medical Services Alliance in the NT, Donna Archie, is optimistic the package will help ease medical practitioner workloads.
Many are continuing to deliver primary health care while also trying to manage vaccinations and doing outreach and dealing with the outbreak response. So this much needed additional support is going to go a long way.
Deportation proceedings are expected to begin in Israel for 430 international activists detained after Israeli forces intercepted their Gaza aid flotilla in international waters. 11 Australians are among the group. The BBC's Yolanda Nell reports.
Their plan was to breach Israel's naval blockade of Gaza, highlight the really grim humanitarian circumstances for people who were living in the Palestinian territory and deliver some aid. They were intercepted in international waters. Israel's insisted its blockade was lawful to stop weapons reaching Hamas. It's saying it did not violate international law with the way that its naval forces detained this group over the course of a couple of days. But there have already been complaints about the treatment of the activists.
Israel's national security minister has been condemned by Australian diplomats after he was filmed taunting the detained activists. An almost year-long probe into Queensland's child safety system has wrapped up, with its final report to be delivered tomorrow. Eden Gillespie has the story.
The Commission of Inquiry into what's been described as the state's broken child protection framework was announced last May. It received more than 1,000 public submissions. In one of those, an NDIS worker alleged she saw a baby with bruises over her legs after witnessing a worker hit the child. She claimed her complaints to a manager fell on deaf ears. Commissioner Paul Anastasiou says he hopes the inquiry will lead to less talk and more action. The report will be handed down tomorrow, with the state government to decide when to release it.
A man has told the WA Supreme Court he caused no injuries to a man he's accused of murdering. David Webber reports.
James Terence Hunt is accused of murdering Raymond Smith in his Greenbushes home in 2023 during a home invasion. The 68-year-old's body was found on the outskirts of Greenbushes. Kevin Potter has said he saw Mr Hunt stomp on Mr Smith in the bathroom, but Mr Hunt has told the court it was Mr Potter who went to the bathroom with Mr Smith. Under questioning from his own lawyer, the 33-year-old denied that he pulled Mr Smith by the hair, that he stomped on him, or that he caused any injury to him. Mr Hunt had told the court he said there shouldn't be any violence during the burglary. The trial continues.
Under fire, Queensland Government Minister Tim Mander has stood aside from Cabinet over a possible breach of electoral laws. Nadal Mustafa reports.
Queensland's election watchdog has been investigating allegations the Sports and Olympics Minister falsified his voter enrolment details by registering at a staffer's rental home where he didn't live. It's now referred the matter to federal police. In a statement late this afternoon, Mr Mander said he'd followed the right processes and had made all the appropriate declarations and disclosures. But he says he doesn't want the controversy to be a distraction to the government, and has informed Premier David Crisafulli he's standing aside while the matter is being sorted. Andrew Powell will take over his duties for now.
2 Australian men have been sentenced to 7 months in jail by an Indonesian court after flying into Indonesia's South Papua province on an alleged black flight with its transponder switched off. Zulfikar Al-Jabouri and Duong Tan Lee were arrested by Indonesian officials when a plane they were on arrived in Merauke in November last year. Australian Federal Police alleged they were fugitives facing serious criminal offences and boarded a plane in far north Queensland that had its transponder turned off, with the transponder later reactivated over international waters. It's expected the pair will be extradited to Australia after finishing their Indonesian sentences in coming months. ABC News.
Guy Montgomery is back with a new assistant.
Sam Campbell. I'll take the job. What is the job?
The new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
Ball spills out. Curtin lays the tackle. Adelaide desperate. Saligo can't get it. Berry does to McAndrew around his body. Vacant goal square, and he bounces it through for Adelaide's 5th goal of the match.
Back to Dawson, took on the Chull tackle, put his teammate into a whole lot of danger. Hardwick took down Michael Lanning. It spills out. Here's Watson. And maybe that's the little bit of magic the Hawks need. Nick Watson gets his first of the evening. Sends the Hawks inside 50. Shallow entry. Chol at the front, but it was Meek with the strong mitts. He was too deep. He ripped it out of the pack, did Lloyd Meek. He'll go back and have a set shot for goal. 45-degree angle from about 50 metres out. First time this evening, Lloyd Meek's on the runway, makes his approach, sets sail from right on 50. Good-looking ball. That might have cleared the line. The umpire doesn't even need to think about it. He signals a goal, and Lloyd Meek sends a long bomb home. Inside 50 for the Hawks. One-on-one ball. Asen Chol goes over the back. Wizards lurking. Knocked over though. Desperate defending once again.
Deliberate.
By Worrell, and it is deliberate. So outside the zone. Nick Watson. Well, he wanted to play on and kick the easiest of goals, but he's going to be brought back to his line and put on a tight angle. Yeah. He's going to dart off his line, hook it around his body as soon as he gets the all clear. He does that and makes no mistake. So Nick Watson boots through his second, and Hawthorn enjoying a purple patch.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Half-time at York Park in Launceston. It's the Hawks who lead by 13 points over Goanna. 7-5-47 to the Crows, 5-4-34. Great to have your company on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Chris Rowbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling down on the boundary. Our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, have made the trip to the Apple Isle, and they are loving the conditions here with the window wide open and the cool breeze coming in.
That's balmy, isn't it?
Just the odd comment about could have done with another jumper or maybe another layer, but apart from that, we are thoroughly enjoying the contest. The Crows by 12 points at quarter time. It's the Hawks by 13, having booted the last 5 goals of the match. Nick Watson and Blake Hardwick both had 2 goals, while it is all individual goal kickers for the Crows with their 5. We touched on Nick Watson, who came off for a HIA assessment, so keep an eye on the Hawks as they make their way back out. He is at the very back of the group as they run out onto York Park. The other part we heard just in the highlights there, Lids, was the deliberate rush behind for Josh Worrell, and the decision was made.
Well, he's outside the square, so right decision.
In greasy conditions, though, you can see the players are just panicking a little about how far out they can knock it through.
I'd be sweating too with Nick Watson fair up my clacker chasing me towards the goal.
It's a hard one, isn't it? I mean, as a defender, do you try and grab the ball, or do you wait for him to try and get a ball and tackle?
You've got to get carried forward. I think knocking it, you have to try and grab it.
I mean, it's a hard one because if that's a ball that's being kicked in and you're in that space, you can spoil it over.
Yes,
it's because the ground ball being bounced up. You're going to compete for it. You can't spoil it over.
Yep.
So it's a fine line, isn't it?
Paid the price. I don't. It's the letter of the law. That's exactly what it's there for. It's adjudicated properly. I haven't got a problem with it.
Leading the way, Jordan Dawson with 19 disposals for the Crows. Wayne Miller and Isaac Rankin both have 15. Sam Berry with 14. Leading possession getter for the Hawks is Josh Ward with 12. 11 for Jarman Impey and for Finn McGuinness. You heard the reference to John Newcomb, who's had just the 5 disposals to half-time. Very quiet by his standards. He is, of course, the co-captain alongside James Sicily. Tonight in the NRL, round 12, as we count down to State of Origin. Of course, you'll hear it all on ABC Listen. It's the Dolphins leading the Raiders at half-time. It's 22 points to 16. Now, of course, if you want to keep across all the latest footy talking points and issues, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy are on the ABC Sport AFL Daily Podcast. Lids will be there for you tomorrow morning, talking through everything Scott Pendlebury.
A lot, yeah. I mean, we just touched on it a little bit.
Just a little.
How
long did you dedicate to the Pendlebury chat?
I don't know. I can't remember. Too much, probably. he's been polished enough.
It's been covered in depth. From the signature boots, which have the artwork of his 2 kids,
to
the
nice touch.
Bottle of wine, which has 433 on it, the commemorative coin, the jumper, the gold number 10.
T-shirts, watches, you name it.
Watches.
Yeah. He's doing all right out of it, which is good. Well done, Pendles. I'd do the same.
Surpasses Brent Harvey as the players head out in position. Sam Mitchell.
I wonder what Boomer got for his. Clinching him up to wind him up, I reckon.
I think he's sick of talking about it as much as anyone. He'll finally have that record broken after the best part of 4 weeks. It's been a big build-up for little Boomer. Sam Mitchell was going nuts in the second quarter on the phone. It'll be interesting to see how Matthew Nix tries to motivate his charges. Last week they kicked 10 goals to none in the second quarter against North Melbourne. They trailed by 13 points heading into the third.
He said, I can lip read there, someone wasn't listening, which is not...
I reckon it was Lloyd Meek.
You reckon?
I think Lloyd Meek was the player who wasn't listening.
Yeah, you could be right. He did wind them up, though, and he got them going in that second quarter, 31 tackles. Look for John Newcomb to really try and insert himself on this.
You can't just cuddle them all the time, can you, Liz? You've got to give us a few sprays.
Just a little bit of stick every now and again.
I reckon Lloyd Meek's been on the end of a few Sam Mitchell tirades so far this season. He's a few indiscretions, and Sam Mitchell has let him know on more than one occasion. Ned Reeves starting in the middle for the second half.
And Nick Watson is there at centre half forward alongside Wayne Miller, so clearly past that HIA.
So just about all set to go. Second half here in Launceston. Hawthorn with the 13-point advantage. It was Reeves who won it out. Off the line was Cook off the wing. Bobbles around. Dawson couldn't get a handle. Guinea at ground level. Now it's Rory Laird just poking it forward. Amon got in the way. It spilled to Malera. Now it's Neil Bullen, and he has Sam Berry on the outside. Gathers the footy, goes inside forward 50 for the Crows. 1-on-1 Sicily and Archie. Sicily won it down. Weddle. Now it's McKenzie who gets onto his left boot, kicks beyond defensive 50, but Ball Ace takes the intercepting mark, and Crows will have another go. Inside 50 they go. Top of the square goes Ball Ace. Out on the lead was Fogarty. Got good separation, but just didn't complete the mark at the end. Now it's at ground level. Nash emerges with it. Berry tackles him. We'll have a ball up 30 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
Yeah, not going to get a better look than that. Darcy Fogarty just didn't complete the assignment, did he?
Just a soft hand centred in the greasy conditions with the dew having set in. Chance for McKenzie to try and clear. Dribbles a kick towards half-back. Jarman Impey gets a topo. Max Michelani gathers to Taylor. Heard the voice of Rankin. Hand pass to him in the left pocket. Gives it away to Jordan Dawson. Screws it back to the teeth of goal. Archie lost Weddle and then dropped the mark. He's tackled. Was he in possession by Carl Amon? It spills out. Hawthorn soccer it clear. Miller runs onto it. His kick goes straight up in the air. Thilthorpe back with a flight. Sicily the other way. It's tough conditions and an offhands goes through for a minor score.
Geez, they're trying their best not to kick one.
Or mark one.
Wow, Archie just did everything other than take it all the way down. It was just an easy grab. It's obviously very slippery out there, but just a few very uncharacteristic mistakes.
Must be extremely greasy, Fogarty. And that kick isn't 15 from Connor Nash to the chest of Josh Weddle. He's immediately claimed by Sam Berry as they bring it in from full-back the Hawks.
You go to wet weather footy here, Murph, at all, do you reckon?
Oh, you can't. I think sometimes under pressure you've just got to get yardage, but I think overall you've got to back yourself in to take the ball cleanly.
Ball up at right half forward for the Crows. Rankin slid in after it. Hawks emerged with it. Here's Newcombe. Just delayed the handball, then had it smothered. Eventually got it to McKenzie, who had Curtin on his hammock. Got it up to Nash. Swung in the tackle by Berry. Curtin got the footy. Put it out in front of Rankin. Couldn't bring it under his spell. Battle. He can't gain control of the footy either. Eventually just throws a toe at it. Kicks it beyond defensive 50. Laird through hands now the Crows. Miller thought about a shot on goal. Handballed it to Neil Bullen. Took it on the bounce. Fired on goal. Getting back Weddle, and again he plays goalkeeper. Knocks it over for a minor score. He did everything right there, the Crows, on that occasion, except convert.
It's hard watching if you're a Crows fan or listening at the moment. Jarman Impey brings them back into play to Battle. Sends the Hawks up towards the wing. Presenting Mitch Lewis. Can't take the mark. Ball Lace got it down to Cook, who has an arm pinned by Nan. Umpire says no prior opportunity. And a ball up on the outer side, the construction side here at York Park. It's an 11-point lead the Hawks way. 7-5-47 to Guana 5-6-36 from the stoppage. John Newcombe squeezed the kick up towards half forward. Holding. Watson was held. A free kick will go against Max Michelani. Nick Watson has it at the edge of the centre square. Hawthorn heading to the Invermay end as he kicks up towards Hardwick, trying to give Worrell a bit of a shove. Curtin's on the last line, a little too casual. Worrell has to rush it through. And a little reluctant, as you can imagine, as he fumbles the ball over the goal line for a minor score. 12-point lead Hawthorn's way. 4 minutes gone. Third quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Worrell top of the square, kicking duties. Onto his left and goes toward the outer side of the ground. Dawson's there, front spot, knocked away from him. Watson at the full, gathered it cleanly. He was tackled and tackled well. Handballed back inside the field of play. Toe poked forward inside 50. Worrell, who'll share it here with Michelani, gets it back. They go across goal here, the Crows. Laird has to be careful. There was some movement off the ball. Miller takes the mark, still inside defensive 50, the Crows. Michelani kept on running, strokes the ball up toward the near wing where McAndrew marks on his chest, gives it off to Sam Berry, shrugs off a tackler, gains some ground, goes inside 50 for the Crows, over the back of a pack it goes. Impey will get there first, has to be clean. Taylor brought him down, contested ball just inside the boundary. Archie lays a tackle and we'll have a ball up right on the boundary line, about 40 metres around from the right hand behind post. Adelaide attacking 50.
Thrown up, McAndrew tries to slap it down, but it's Connor Nash who gathers, hemmed in against the boundary. High ball up towards Mitch Lewis. Miller got a shove for legally. And he wins the free kick for the Crows at right half forward.
Can't do that, Dylan.
Possession number 20 coming up for Wayne Miller alongside Jordan Dawson. Norris Worrell pleading for it in the middle of the ground, and now eventually he has to kick it to him. He veers out to the left. Drives Adelaide inside 50. Thilthorpe on the lead. It won't get to him. And Camnan on to Boo. Fills the hole nicely and takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks.
Some nice things this evening, Cam Nan. Flares it out to Newcombe. He was quiet from a disposal point of view in the first half, but he has it here at right half back for the Hawks, hemmed in on the boundary line. He doesn't have many options, so he just dumps it down the line on the outer wing. Mitch Lewis was the target. Sam Berry's been prominent as well. He gathers the footy, but he's taken over the line. We'll have a ball in centre wing outer side, right in front of the construction zone here at York Park.
Just running into the same issues. The Crows have had the 8 inside 50 so far and only scored 2 behinds.
McAndrew got front spot on Reeves in the ruck contest. It spills out towards the boundary. Laird's taken over by Dylan Moore. We'll do it all again. A ball in.
Just can't seem to find that next kick in there, can they? They've had one.
They've had two
opportunities.
Spilled the beans.
But they still are just bombing and hoping that last inside 50 was just a hit and hope.
So trying to play Calamachi as their deepest forward to take Weddle out and Thilthorpe and Fogarty further up the ground. From the stoppage, no chance to break clear as Nan lays the tackle on Berry. Certainly Sam Berry and Jai Newcombe kind of night to night tackle and will and try and break them at best you can. Roy Laird tries to get a clearing kick. Might be a free kick for a hold here. And it's going the way of Hawthorn. And Jai Newcombe will try and take the advantage. He tried to skip in front of the mark of Jordan Dawson. Can't do that. Hawthorn by 12 points. So has to go back behind his mark on the eastern side here at York Park where the construction is. Crowd will be, close to 30,000, Chris, when it's done?
More like 18 or 19.
Not quite that
when it's
many.
done. Not quite 30.
Here's Weddle trying to dance his way around Archie. Hand pass to a stationary Kinnavan. Tackled by Max Michaelani. Hand pass forward to McKenzie. Cuts on his right. 50 out, long to the goal square. Hardwick trying to use his body. He can't do so. Butts and Worrell both see it out of play for a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for the Hawks. It's Hawthorn leading by 12 points.
Look at Dylan Moore here. Nick Watson just getting on the move, running some raps, getting some deals going, trying to cause a bit of havoc.
10 metres around from the left-hand behind post. Hawthorn attacking 50. Slung in by the umpire. Reeves front spot. Roved his own work. Got it onto the left boot. Ned Reeves, high ball towards the goal square. Hardwick didn't complete the mark, but he pokes it through on the goal line. Blake Hardwick kicks his third of the evening, and he's playing the Jack Gunston role to perfection. Hawthorn 8-6-54. Lead Adelaide 5-6-36. 7.5 gone. Third term, Thursday night footy for ABC Sport.
Well, good work there from big Ned Reeves, wasn't it, in the ruck?
Don't get the small blokes when he can do that.
Nah, that's right. The crowd here behind it, I thought it too. I thought it might have been going through with the big left slipper going through it. Blake Hardwick's put a little masterstroke up there in the forward 50 for the Hawks. Really given him a target. He's let out a couple of times. I mean, really strong there. But that time it was just a contest, wasn't it? Shifted.
Just crafty.
Yeah, crafty. Didn't complete the mark.
Just how to work his body into
He's a competitor, isn't he? And that's what I think. That's what the boys love about him as a teammate, but also Sam Mitchell as a player that he coaches.
8 disposals and 3 goals now for Blake Hardwick. Hawthorn out to an 18-point lead. Back in the middle of the ground. They all overran the footy, so it's a chance to try and sock it off the ground from Lloyd Mead. Gets it to half forward. McKenzie tries to knock it on in the path of Connor McDonald. Sliding in, Bodie Ryan missed it for Hawthorn. Neil Bullen can't pick up the greasy footy. Well, he does now, and Ryan lays the tackle. Hand pass out to Saligo. Fends off the D'Ambrosio tackle. Back to Nankervis. Sidesteps the tackling attempt. D'Ambrosio kicks up to Jordan Dawson, who marks on the wing. Adelaide need to get some sort of bang for their buck. He veers out to the left. Tries to pull his kick into the pocket. It's over the head of Peatling. It didn't fly. Gathered by Zach Taylor. Hand pass inboard to Peatling. To Archie. Little fumble against the boundary line. Battle tries to lay the tackle. It comes out to Ward. He kicks a high ball around his body. Miller tries to protect the space in front. Ricochets out towards Connor McDonald. Hand pass to Saligo. Miller inside 50. Long towards the teeth of goal. Weddle with a fist. Sees it out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for Adelaide.
Just made a few errors, Calamachi, in this third term. Dropped mark earlier and then just a handball received. And he'd already spent it really before he got the ball. He was thinking about what he was going to do with it and how he was going to have a shot before he actually got the ball.
In it comes, still inside. Lane's attacking 50. Reeves to the front. Won it down. Impey wrenched off the footy. Going in is Cam McKenzie. Couldn't win a clean disposal. Archie slid in after it. Tackled immediately by Weddle. We'll have a ball up. 25 metres out from Adelaide's goal.
Rankin hobbling away here in front of us.
McAndrew won it down on this occasion. Ward came flashing through, lost his footing. McKenzie applies a tackle. It's pinballing around at ground level. Now Bailey McDonald just disguises a handball over the line, concedes a minor score. Hawthorn will have possession. 8-6-54. They lead Adelaide 5-7-37.
And Andrew Coolin to keep an eye on Isaac Rankin. That's concerned with that right knee. 17-point lead. Hawthorn's way. Battle long out of defence. Ball lace races over the top of Mitch Lewis. Knocked it down. Ward gets a hand pass away. D'Ambrosio into the middle of the ground for Nam. Hand pass to McKenzie. Bumped as he got his kick away to a vacant half-forward line. Sliding in front. Jordan Butts takes the mark against Hardwick. He did very well, given Hardwick was trying to get it out the back. Butts looks out to the eastern side where Worrell runs into space. He takes the mark. Wants to get the hand pass away, but Berry now eventually runs past him on the mark. Cuts on his left, kicks up towards a one-on-one. Dawson in front. He takes the mark. At left half forward, in front of Bodie Ryan. The Adelaide Crows captain just waits his kick, looking for Fogarty. It's 3-on-1. Weddle rises up, punches it out of play, and a throw-in the left forward pocket. And Adelaide are getting some territory, 11-4 inside 50s, but have just the 3 behinds to 1-goal to show for it.
Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, appears to be an ankle injury for Isaac Rankin. He really was ailing as he got off the ground. He was really struggling to get there. All the doctors are working on him right now, but it wasn't looking good for him.
It's an emerging story. Be back in touch shortly as the Hawks work it around the outer side boundary. Good flyer from behind from Jordan Butts, who takes another good defensive mark and immediately gets things moving with the short ball to Laird. They can move it through the middle of the ground now, the Crows. Here's Neil Bullen, just behind the centre circle, goes to left half forward. Wasn't a good kick. Sat it up for Weddle, who picks it off. This is where he lives, streaming down the near wing. Just popped it out in front of Ginnivan. Needs a kind bounce. Cleverly tapped it back inside the field of play. But it was only Rory Laird there for the Crows, who saves the day for Kawana. His kick no good. Knocked away. Free kick given away here by Saligo and D'Ambrosio. Hawks have it at left half forward. Pokes one inboard to Josh Ward. He'll go further afield, and he has Blake Hardwick all on his own on the lead. On a tight-ish angle. 50 metres out from goal.
Just hanging in at the moment, aren't they? Yeah. The Crows, they're making some pretty poor mistakes and just giving Hawthorn another opportunity. Just constantly just turning the ball over from just silly decisions or just simple skill errors.
Jack Gunston currently sitting on the sidelines, wondering if he still has a place in this forward line.
I think they'll find room.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But Blake Hardwick
doing well, isn't he?
He'd enjoy this if he could put through goal number 4. From right on 50, sends it on its way. Not a bad-looking kick, just drifting across the face. Knocked it way and through for a minor score. Hawthorn got 8-7-55, leading Adelaide 5-7-37, 10.5 remaining third term.
Working on Isaac Rankin's calf.
Oh, Worrell's kick into Laird. He's turned it over. Nam thought he was taken high. Umpire waves play on. Worrell trying to clean it up. Hand pass to ball lace. They're desperately defending. Worrell dragged off it. Ward gathers. He's harmed in against the boundary line, tries to open up the angle, kicks across the face, and it bounces awkwardly away from Blake Hardwick, and a boundary throw in. So Andrew Cooling on the boundary. What can you see from your spot of Isaac Rankin?
Yeah, it does appear to be the calf slightly higher up than the ankle I was initially looking at, but he's currently getting it massaged by the trainer. He looks in all sorts of trouble. It'd be a little bit of a surprising get back out there, but we know he'll try. But really big concerns for the Crows on their bench at the moment.
Serious concerns for the Crows, not just for tonight. Heatling tries to get a hand pass out to Berry in the back pocket for the Crows. High kick up towards Murray. Rochelle in from the side, can't take the mark. Fogarty's clean hands to Murray. Hand pass to turnover. Newcomb takes it back. He's had 6 disposals in the third quarter after 5 to half time. Sicily tries to kick into the middle of the ground. Nam down low, gathers. The debutant gives it to D'Ambrosio to a stationary Connor Nash. Loses the footy. Adelaide take it back. Nankervis to Neil Bullen. Kicks up to Rochelle at half forward.
Big chance here for the Crows. Rochelle marks. He's got a man streaming inside 50. Can he poke it in over the top? It was a big defensive effort from Bailey McDonald, and then he won the ball back. It was a big one-on-one against Keys. Shared it with Newcomb. Streamed out of defence. Set the ball towards the outer side. Meek was the target in a one-on-one with Philthorpe. Philthorpe won it, but it's knocked over the line for a ball in. Centre wing outer side. What an effort from Bailey McDonald deep in defensive 50.
Yeah, it was incredible, wasn't it? It looked like Ben Keys just had all the grass to run into, and all that Adelaide needed to do was pop it over the top, and he just refused to give up on the chase. And
Kick just needed a little bit more on it, Murph, didn't it?
Yeah, just sort of sat on top of his head, really, so gave him an opportunity to get the spoil and did a great job.
Ball in, Meek just thumps it away back towards the boundary, and over it goes. Umpire will have it once more. 8-7-55 the Hawks lead Adelaide 5-7-37, just under 10 minutes remaining in this third term on a brisk Launceston night.
Chris Rowbottom and Matt Clinch calling the action. Andrew Cooley on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, our number one picks on a Thursday night on ABC Sport. Phil Thorpe in the ruck against Meek, wins down the tap. Berry can't gather. Meek has a second go at it. Can't clear the congestion. Ward tries to get a hand pass out. Meek's now over the top of it. Sliding in, it's locked in under Peatling, and the umpire will ball it up. Phil Thorpe and Meek engage once more. Meek wins down the tap. Newcomb trying to break through. He's tackled by Berry and Jordan Dawson, and there's nowhere to go.
Zach Rankin's not filling me with a heap of confidence down there.
Off the ruck tap, Finn McGuinness bobbled around in his hands, ended up with Curtin. His handball was broken up, and then it got to the outside where Dawson got boot to ball while being tackled, but Ginnivan gets in front of his opponent, takes the mark and wins it back for the Hawks. Between right half back and centre wing on the outer side. Dylan Moore worked for the short ball, but he gets down low and takes the mark. In front of the construction zone here at York Park. Runs back inside, then sends Hawthorn towards half forward. Big fly from the back. Mitch Lewis, off-hands ball lace. Shared it with Phil Thorpe, who just slapped it on the boot, but it's all Hawks across the middle of the ground. Bodie Ryan marks on his chest. Goes laterally to Weddle. He'll come toward the near side to Sicily. Kick had to be precise, and was. He marked over the top of Archie. Now he'll get things moving by hand to the left boot of Amon. Inside 50 he goes. Mitch Lewis had a good piece of it, couldn't complete it. Peatling went low. He was taken high by Mitch Lewis. Crows win it back via a free kick for a high tackle.
Wasn't all that impressed with the high contact as he gets the hand pass away to Rory Laird. Sends it close to the boundary line. It's over, out on the full. Trying to find Toby Murray leading up the wing. Adelaide's pressure and their ability to deal with it at the moment. A real issue for Matthew Nix. Battle takes the free kick. Goes back to Sicily. The Hawthorn co-captain has it at left half back. Hawthorn by 18 points. 8-7-55. Kawana 5-7-37 the Crows. Josh Weddle takes the mark from Sicily. Jai Newcomb up to 7 disposals in this third quarter, having had 5 at half-time. The kick towards half-forward. Mitch Lewis brings it down with Meek's support. Dawson gathers, kicks around his body. A lunging effort from D'Ambrosio, can't take the mark. Carl Amon's hand pass to Connor McDonald inside 50. Butts works Marbiel Chol underneath. And leaning back takes the mark for the Crows.
Had a good quarter, Butts.
Releases Miller around the back, who kicks beyond defensive 50 to left half back. Nice contested mark taken by Curtin over McGuinness. They work it up the outer side. Rochelle on a long lead, marks in front of Ryan. So between wing and half forward now the Crows. They conjure something and cut this margin. Get the game back on their terms. Rochelle deep inside 50. Over the fist of Weddle. Just scun his knuckles as it goes over the back and over for a ball in. Left forward pocket for Kawana. Adelaide Crows. 6.5 minutes remaining third term. Launceston footy. Thursday night for ABC Sport. And it comes again. Phil Thorpe to the front on Meek. Keys tried to rip it out of the contest. Couldn't do so. Ended up with Ward. Now Nash on the outside. Gets onto his right boot. Straddles the boundary. Kicks it inboard and up the line. Lewis was the target off his hands. Sliding through was Dylan Moore. Got boot to ball and gained some valuable territory for the Hawks. They go in after it. Maybe high on against Blake Hardwick on Worrell here. It will be, much to his chagrin. It'll be a Josh Worrell free kick just back of a wing outer side for the Crows.
Hawthorn 1 goal 2 to Adelaide's 3 behinds in this third quarter. Worrell's kick up towards half forward. Tough one for Bailey McDonald. He has locked his to his chest as Ben Keys lays the tackle. Now umpire will ball it up a half forward. 8-7-55 the Hawks. Kawana 5-7-33. Finn McGuinness clearing kick into the middle of the ground, and Mitch Lewis juggles the mark. He has Hardwick one-on-one inside 50, sends it in that direction, engages with Worrell, and Hardwick takes the mark. Got the stock standard lead up on that occasion. He just used his pure strength to push away Josh Worrell and protect the space superbly.
Yeah, you're right. He just got separation, didn't he? And sort of Worrell was just trying to look for him and try and get some sort of body contact, and Hardwick was the first to initiate that and just got some great separation, and just the Hawks are just looking pretty well oiled at the moment, whereas Adelaide just can't really find a way inside 50 that looks dangerous whatsoever.
Before tonight, hadn't kicked a goal since round 12, 2025. For his fourth in the right forward pocket, Blake Hardwick misses to the right-hand side. Isaac Rankin on the interchange bench with a calf concern. Get Andrew to keep an eye on Kalachi, who's come there as well. Hawthorn by 19 points.
Look back at the vision of Rankin doing it. So pulled up, just running. So do you pop a calf like that, do you? Yeah. Okay.
Just pushing off.
Wayne Miller streams out of defence, kicks up the line where Fogarty takes a good mark. Laterally now to Peatling. They work it towards the boundary on the broadcast side. Saligo now takes the mark. And D'Ambrosio, he straddles the boundary, kicks inside 50, but intercepting was Impey, flying in from the side, couldn't take the mark, but he knocked it over the boundary.
There to save the day again, isn't he? Yeah. Jarman Impey just so good at just reading the play and coming off and supporting his teammates.
Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the specific issue is with Calamachi, but he's gone down into the rooms with the trainer, so from bad to worse for the Crows. Rankin has tried to prove his fitness, but seems to have given up and has taken his spot on the bench.
Calamachi back from that high-grade hamstring, of course, so we hope that things are okay in that department. This is out of bounds on the full, off the boot of Saligo, so this will be a Hawthorn free kick. Defence. Jarman Impey, who's been a rock. Inside defence for the Hawks this evening. Has ball in hand. Umpire says get on with it. Takes 5 metres inside the boundary, then sends a high ball toward the near wing. Meek was the target over his head. Peatling goes in after it. Can't win the footy. Goes to ground. Now Chol comes in over the top. Nan's there as well. Ball up right in front of the interchange benches.
So Rankin and Archie both off. Philthorpe and Murray, the two deep forwards for Adelaide. Very little towboat from the congestion. High contact going the way of the Hawks. That's against Jake Saligo, and Connor McDonald takes it. Now pass away to Wayman. Kicks up towards half forward, and Wild rises up and takes the mark. They've been under siege, the Adelaide defenders. It's been 14-9, the inside 50s. The clearances have been 13-2 the way of the Hawks, so they're completely flipped what was a domination for Adelaide in the first quarter. Carl Lamon runs onto it on the wing. Hand pass away to Battle. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Works a hand pass over the top of Peatling to Dylan Moore. Now to the runner, Connor McDonald. Kicks inside 50. Down low. Unable to take the mark. Cook. It spills to Marviel Chol. Kicks around his body. It curls. It bounces towards goal. Back to the frustration of Josh Royal racing back. And Marviel Chol is able to put through his first goal of the night. And the Hawks are out by 25 points. As wide as it's been so far tonight. 9-8-62 to Goanna 5-7-37. Hawthorn's second goal of the third quarter.
Yeah, but they're just running all over them at the moment, the Hawks.
That was their high half forwards then, Murph, wasn't it?
Just getting really high up the ground and then working back in numbers and just using the ball with one another. And it was an iffy kick going inside 50. Tried to hit up Hardwick on the lead, dropped a little bit short. Marviel Chol, I thought he gave a little bit too much goal away with the slippery conditions, because usually the ball doesn't like to really turn too much when it is a bit dewy, but he just obviously hit that quite well and got it to turn on right angles, and good little finish from the key forward.
Hawks out by 25 here in Launceston now. Out of the middle come the Crows via the boot of Curtin. Inside 50 they go. Gee, that was a good tip to the mark from Zach Taylor, and eventually it was paid. He had
tackled mid-air.
A very large piece of it. Mark free kick, whatever you want to call it. Zach Taylor will have the footy.
I like the injection of Curtin into the midfield there, just to give him a look at something different. Yeah. Big body, 196, 97 centimetre. Didn't look all that natural on the opposite peg for the big fella, but
it's like Matty Nix enjoys getting some big bodies in that centre square bounce. You've seen Philthorpe do that a couple of times tonight.
Zach Taylor looks like he fancies his chances here from just outside 50. No real angle to speak of. 4 goals, 4 for the season. He'll kick from just beyond the paint. He makes pretty good contact. Pretty good contact indeed. It sails over the pack that had formed on the line, and the umpire signals a goal. A much-needed one for the Crows. And Zach Taylor, he delivers. 9-8-62 the Hawks. The Crows got a 6-7-43. They cut the margin back to 19 points. 2.5 minutes remaining. Third term here in Launceston. Thursday night footy for ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's good hit. But what was really important, and Lids talked about it then, was the clearance, and something that the Hawthorn Footy Club in this third term just been all over the Crows. So 13 clearances to 3 to Adelaide in this third term. So certainly got to work around the contest and then being able to spread from there. So that's where the Crows need to get some ascendancy and get some hard ball inside and give their forwards an opportunity 6v6.
Adelaide's first goal since the 2nd minute mark of the second quarter. So back to a 19-point margin. So we're seeing shots on the big screen of Cal Archie, who's come back from the rooms, but he has it's a hold-up here.
He's got a jacket on as well.
Jacket on, so it looks like his night is done alongside Isaac Rankin.
Is this being checked by the ARC? Is that what we're waiting for here? Or?
You can only assume so.
They will be.
You'd see Zach Taylor kick 3 goals on a Thursday night against the Cats, so he has been a goal scorer, but maybe they're trying to work out whether this was touched on the way through.
Shouldn't take that long, should it?
No. I thought so, Murph. It's just a green or a red button, I would have thought. Back in the middle, Thilthorpe wins down the tap and tries to follow up. He's tackled and has an arm pin by Reeves. Play on the call. Berry gets a hand pass out to Max Michaelani. Links up with Laird. High kick up to the wing. Not a great kick. Cook came in from the side. Lucky not to give away the free kick against Finn McGuinness, but it will be a lasso free kick regardless. And Hawthorn take it back. Centre wing in front of the construction site. The Hawks by 19 points. McGuinness drives a kick up towards Reeves at half forward. He got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Thilthorpe's hand pass straight to Connor McDonald. Kicks around his body inside 50. Foot races on. Nankervis gets there first. Hand pass to Butt sliding in. Tackled by Kinnaman. Gets it out. Max Michaelani. Hand pass to Miller. Desperate defending. Back to Saligo on the behind line. He has to just kick in hope. Up towards a one-on-one and half back. A bouncing ball in front of Taylor and Jarman Impey. Impey slipped over. Tackled high, says the umpire. And Zach Taylor can't believe it. Free kick going Hawthorn's way at left half forward.
He looked like he applied the tackle legally. Umpire said it slipped high. Impey runs in a semicircle, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Lewis flew, couldn't take the mark, regathered. His kick was smothered. Man went in after it, taken to ground by Nankervis. We'll have a ball up inside Hawthorn's attacking 50. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Just an update on Cal Archie. He came back from the rooms, put a jacket on, then took the jacket off, did some handball drills, but has now resumed his place on the bench. And the jacket is back on, but it appeared to have some strapping around the wrist, so perhaps a wrist injury is what's troubling him.
Amidst all of that, we've got a free kick out of the stoppage. It'll go Hawthorn's way. Cam McKenzie looks like he's going back to take a set shot on goal. Sam Berry, the perpetrator, for some holding on.
Yeah, I didn't see that one at the stoppage. Went for a bit of a replay here. Was busy watching something else and listening to what was going on with Cal Archie.
He hasn't had too much luck, hasn't he?
Nah, terrible. Terrible.
The hamstring in the State of Origin game and then pinged it again. Cam McKenzie on the run rate here for the Hawks. Ambles on in from about 35 metres out. Led back on the kick and he misses to the right-hand side. So a minor score only. They had one to the tally. 9-9-63 go Hawthorn. 6-7-43 the Crows. Just under a minute left in this third term.
20-point margin Hawthorn's way. As Wayne Miller looks ready to bring Adelaide back into play. Dance out to the right. Kicks as long as he can. Curtains the target. In from the side. Jarman Impey. What a mark.
It's been super.
Curtin punches his arm in frustration as Jarman Impey veers right. Kicks long inside 50. Miller nudged underneath it. Mitch Lewis spores it down to the front. Taylor over around the footy. Nunn dumped in a tackle. Spills out to Saligo. Hand pass misses the target. Bumped off it was Thilthorpe. Still a chance for Hawthorn. Berry breaks one tackle. Gets the hand pass away to Michaelani and now to Neil Bourne, who's dragged down by Carl Lamont. Play on's the call. Spills out in the middle of the ground. McKenzie stripped of it. Berry trying to knock it on. It's socket off the ground in the end by Saligo. Gains 10 metres. Keys can't pick it up. Bailey McDonald can, and the siren sounds for three-quarter time. It's a 20-point lead. Hawthorn's way. Here at York Park in Launceston, they have won their last 11 matches here, and they're looking to make that 12. 9-9-63 to Goanna Adelaide 6-7-43. In that quarter, both sides had opportunities. Hawthorn booted 2-4 to Adelaide's 1-3. For the Hawks, 3 goals to Blake Hardwick in his first goal in an AFL game since round 12 2025, having started full forward in the absence of Jack Gunston tonight. 2 goals to Nick Watson, individuals to Lewis, Moore, Meek and Chol. While for the Adelaide Crows, 6 individual goal kickers: Archie, Rochelle, Dawson, Taylor, Rankin and McAndrew. Injuries for Goanna with Cal Archie done for the night. We think it's a wrist injury for him, and Isaac Rankin, the fears are a calf injury in that third quarter. It's the Hawks who lead by 20 points at three-quarter time. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. This is Sir Doug Nichols Round with ABC Sport.
He's slung in by the umpire. Reeves front spot, roped his own work, got it onto the left boot. Ned Reeves, high ball towards the goal square. Hardwick didn't complete the mark, but he pokes it through on the goal line. Blake Hardwick kicks his third of the evening, and he's playing the Jack Gunston role to perfection.
Yeah, appears to be an ankle injury for Isaac Rankin. He really was ailing as he got off the ground. He was really struggling to get there. All the doctors are working on him right now, but it wasn't looking good for him.
Just hanging in at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Crows, they're making some pretty poor mistakes and just giving Hawthorn another opportunity. Just constantly just turning the ball over from just silly decisions or just simple skill errors.
Now to the runner, Connor McDonald kicks inside 50, down low, unable to take the mark. Cook, it spills to Marviel Chol, kicks around his body, it goes, it bounces towards goal. Back to the frustration of Josh Royal racing back, and Marviel Chol is able to put through his first goal of the night.
This is Sir Doug Nichols Round on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen.
Three-quarter time here at York Park in Launceston, the second of 2 weeks of Sir Doug Nichols Round, the celebration of our First Nation players and their contribution to the game. It's Hawthorn 9-9-63 to Koana Adelaide 6-7-43. Matt Clinch and Cliff Throwbottom calling the action. Andrew Cooling on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
It's going to be tough for the Crows from here. It's not only just the deficit of 20 points. They really don't look like it, do they, when they're going forward of the contest? And it was almost a quarter and a half in between goals for the Crows when they kicked that last one. So they're going to have to kick 4 or 5 here if they're a chance of winning this game of football. But then they've also got the two big outs in Callum Archie and Isaac Rankin. Isaac Rankin isn't officially done for the night, but the look of what occurred probably then in the last 15 minutes, he tried a couple of occasions to get up and go.
Expert. I know how hard that would be because you're so worried about when you do push off that it's going to fully rip. It's more about pain management. If he's willing to push through the pain, he could run. There's no worries about that. But you're going to be limited, and you could potentially be doing more damage, which then prolongs your return.
It must be a significant one too if he's actually pinged it, because usually calves, because usually calves they almost get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, whereas that one looked like it just went bang on him a little bit.
Which is what usually for me when that happened, it was just soleus, which is just below like your gastroc, the big meaty part of your calf, and then I'm giving you a real rundown here because don't worry,
he's the best man for it here, Clinchy. He's the best man here for it, but
it does feel like someone's just stabbed you in the back of the leg essentially, and you can get through it with sharp little pain like jabs the whole time you're running, but then you're worried that you're just extending the bleed and making it worse.
So what levers could they go to here, the Crows, to try and just change something up? Rochelle's been a little bit disappointing.
Get him inside
tonight. He's almost going to go in there as a full-time mid and try and change up the game a little bit for them, because they've had real no spark through there for quarter time.
They're not catching it in the front half. They put two to bed on the deck just there, didn't they? In that
maybe put Dawson forward maybe and try and clear them out a little bit.
He's doing their best around the ball, unfortunately. They need a couple of him.
Yeah, they need a couple of him, but he's the one who takes good grabs, doesn't he? He is really good in the air, so whether or not they try and isolate him forward and have a different option, but they just haven't probably moved the ball quick enough to try and give themselves separation up there as well.
I think it plays to how strong Hawthorn are defensively, and they've upped the ante since quarter time. Their ability to tackle and pressure has gone to another level, and that's what has forced them to feel that pressure. Fogarty comes out, I know it's slippery and the ball's a little bit dewy, but then even Archie again with another one where he just puts it to grass. But those things, that's what gives you confidence as a side to say, right, maybe we're going okay here, boys, it's all right. See them both go down, then Hawthorn go to the other end, and Blake Hardwick just knocks one through off the deck. Marvy or Chol snaps one, and the ball actually grips on the grass when it doesn't usually. That's when you start to think, this is just not our night.
Adelaide have had 29 more disposals, but from that point onwards, it's all Hawthorn. Switch, as you said, leads from quarter time. Hawthorn with the clearances, 33 to 24. The inside 50s have been 46. The way of Adelaide, 46 to 36. That's the one stat that Adelaide have been able to get the ball inside 50, but not with really any certainty. Hawthorn 9-9-63 to Kawana. Adelaide 6-7-43. Wayne Miller with 25 disposals, Jordan Dawson with 24, Sam Barry with 21, and Josh Roll with 19. Off the Hawks, Josh Ward with 21, Josh Battle with 17, and 17 to Jarman Empey and to Carl Lamont with 16. I mentioned the game of Jai Newcombe. He had 5 disposals to half-time. He's up to 13. So he lifted a fair bit in that third quarter.
Yeah, as I thought he would.
Hawthorn by 20 points as we get the final term underway. It's McAndrew and Meek's able to get it down, and Connor Nash gets the first clearance. Kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Michael Annie brings it down for Adelaide. Crumbs it down to Millerer. Quick 1-2 with Worrell. Off a step, he tries to trace out a kick towards Berry. Can't take it cleanly. It ricochets off D'Ambrosio. Out to Alex Neil-Bullen. At right half back, he kicks the Crows up the wing. And Cal Archie leads out, and this time takes the mark.
Archie back out on the ground. Good to see. They work it up the outer side. Here's Rochelle, who just spilt the beans on a very, very easy uncontested mark. It breaks up the entire passage of play. It rolls out of bounds, and the Hawks get a little gimme with the ball in at right half back.
It's been a tale of their second half, hasn't it? Just not quite finishing their work.
One of the construction zone. Every single seat ripped out of that part of the ground in preparation for the redevelopment. Here at York Park, there's a free kick out of the ruck contest. This is going to go the way of the Hawks. John Newcombe held off the ball. He immediately plays on by hand to D'Ambrosio. Gets onto that left boot. Kicks towards left half forward for the Hawks. Off hands. It hits the deck. Moore applies the tackle. It flings out to Neil Bullen. Shares it with Worrell. Back to Neil Bullen. Over the top of Ball Ace's head. Nicolani had to attack and charge the footy. He did. He was taken by Watson. They work it through hands now, the Crows. They're mucking around with it a little bit. It was Laird, then Worrell again. He just dumped the kick towards the outer wing. Berry took the footy, rode some contact, and now he hits Rochelle on the chest, who makes no mistake on the marking attempt this time. So right half forward they go. Archie presents, takes the mark. Out in front of Haley McDonald, gets onto his right, kicks inside 50, but he's well off target. Out of bounds on the full it goes.
Well, that's a kick they've had issues with all night, isn't it? That last one going inside 50. That one just a complete spray, but just finding it so difficult to link up and find that mark inside 50 of the Crows.
Jarman Empey sends it along up the wing for Hawthorn. No mark taken. Meek brings it down. Rochelle runs onto it. Hand pass a little loose. Dylan Moore tight against the boundary line, trying to keep it in momentarily. He's now doing his best to try and not intentionally knock it out, as Rochelle wanted a free kick for last touch, and they're trying to convince the umpire that they'll get it. I'll send this one upstairs. So Cal Archie's had 3 marks for the game. He's taken 2 in the last quarter since coming on, and we thought he might have been done at three-quarter time with a wrist injury.
Back from the dead.
Once that jacket goes on, it's usually curtains, but not in Cal Archie's case.
And they have won the battle here, Adelaide. They are going to get a last touch free kick here. So Lasso going the way of Neil Bullen. From centre wing up towards half forward. Thilthorpe presents. He had 2 bites at it. Can't hang on. He does rover though. Stripped in the tackle by Newcombe. And the umpire, once he gestures, I think is going to be holding the ball. And Thilthorpe's not happy with the contact from Newcombe. So the players are coming. I think this is an Adelaide free kick, but the umpire hasn't gestured at any stage. There it is. Riley Thilthorpe's free kick.
A little high from John Newcombe. He went on with it a little bit. Thilthorpe with the free kick. Hankinson, Adelaide inside 50. Fogarty too deep. Best placed in the pack. Read it best. Takes the mark.
There we go. That's what he should have done in the start of the third quarter. It really was a nondescript kick, wasn't it? Just sort of put it to a advantage side almost, but good to see Fogarty presenting up and be able to hang on to one after grassing one early in the third. They need this to make a game of it, I reckon, the Crows. It has to go through.
Big moment here for Darcy Fogarty and the Crows, who leans back on the kick. He pops it through and cuts the margin back to 14. Crows get the first goal of the final term, and it is a crucial one. 9-9-63. The Hawks, 7-7-49. Kawana, Adelaide. 4.5 gone in this fourth and final term. Thursday night footy from York Park in Launceston. ABC Sport. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Confirmation of what we suspected with Isaac Rankin's night done. He's sitting at the back of the bench with the blanket on, so he'll play no further part with the calf injury.
Yeah, well, that's a shame, isn't it, for Adelaide, not only tonight but in the weeks to come. So hopefully it's not too bad for Isaac Rankin and the Crows, but important start by the Crows. Really sorely needed that to just give themselves a sniff and give them a bit of hope here in this final term.
So back in the middle, McAndrew wins down the tap. Can one become two? Berry tries to race after it. Newcomb in tow. Tackle late on D'Ambrosio. As Berry goes to work and the umpire will ball it up. So Adelaide with 21 disposals to 5 through the opening 5 minutes. And a goal next to their name as they try and mount a challenge. Meek wins down the tap. Berry was held. When not in possession, he'll get a free kick here. So can Adelaide try and move it quickly? Berry looks at the options. Thilthorpe goes deep. Fogarty's into the pocket. He sends it in that direction. Fogarty tries to present. Weddle makes the spoil. Thilthorpe look away. Hand pass. Soligo fires on goal. 2 quick ones for the Crows. And all of a sudden this game comes to life once more. Back to an 8-point lead. Hawthorn's way. 9-9-63 to Kawana the Crows. 8-7-55. The last 3 times these two sides have met, it's been 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. And we're heading towards another classic.
You think you might get a nice close one, Clinchy. It's looking that way, isn't it? What it does say is get that ball out of your centre bounce and win it and go forward and get it to a dangerous spot. It gives you your forwards and your wingers. Soligo, he's such a hard worker. He just continues to run up and down. That was a great little finish there off the pack.
Well, what it has looked like in the last couple of setups was that Adelaide are looking to get their smaller players a bit deeper and having Thilthorpe and their other key targets when they're playing a bit higher up the ground. So
great hands from Thilthorpe.
Maybe trying to get a bit of a different look ahead of the contest.
Over to you, Hawthorn. Back in the middle we go. Crows with the first 2 of the final term, and here's Dawson with the Superman cape on. Streams out of the middle. Kicks with his left boot to left half forward. Rochelle impacted in the contest. Toby Murray at ground level. Flings a handball over his head. Rochelle runs onto it. Tackled well by McKenzie. They fire it inboard. Archie back from the dead. Not quite. Curls it into the post. A minor score.
Where has this Adelaide been? Kicked 2 goals in 2 quarters. Now all of a sudden they've kicked 2 in 6 minutes. As the Hawks try and move it from half-back. Hardwick up on the wing. Tackle dispossessed by Worrell. D'Ambrosio sockets it off the ground. Ball they should get there first in front of Mitch Lewis. Didn't knock it out of play. Now Lewis is tackled by Max Michaelani and taken over the boundary line.
Well, they've got to work Adelaide around the contest. So 5 clearances to 1 to start this final term. But obviously they need a score to win the game. So they're throwing a bit of caution to the wind and just getting the ball in there quicker.
McAndrew up against Lloyd Meek. The 2 tangle. McAndrew works his way to the front, knocks it down. Meek gathers the footy. Hand pass away to D'Ambrosio. Sends Hawthorn inside 50. Worrell puts down Hardwick. Ball bounces in front. Joel tries to race after it. Worrell gets it back to Butts. Loose hand pass. Nankervis has to spin out of traffic. Hand pass back to Michaelani. Joel tries to knock it on. It goes out of play. And a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Hawks. Hawthorn 9-9-63. Kawana Adelaide 8-8-56. Adelaide with the last 2 goals of the match.
Seeking a steadier here, the Hawks. Deep in attack. Ball in. 25 metres around from the right-hand behind post. Flung in. McAndrew at the front. Roved his own work. Dragged off it by Reeves. Cries of ball from the Hawthorn faithful. Cook gathered the loose footy outside of the right boot, kicks up the broadcast wing. Murray knocked it down into the path of Ward of the Hawks. It tumbles in front of him. Curtin comes in over the top, lays the tackle. They fight in after it. Battle's in there. He's taken the ground by Fogarty. And we'll have a ball up right in front of our broadcast position, just in front of a wing, and right half forward for the Hawks. They tossle in after it. Meek sends a handball inboard, only as far as the goal kicker Soligo. A little tumble punt, only as far as Sicily, who chops it off in front of Archie. Back of a wing, broadcast side. Kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Shallow entry. Miller floats across. Did he take Ginnivan high? It certainly looked like it. And Ginnivan is first to the footy. Miller wrapped the arm around his shoulder. And Jack Ginnivan earns himself a very familiar free kick.
Yeah, well, not so much sometimes for Ginnivan, because they sort of don't like to give him those ones, do they, where you lead in to the tackler. He's dropped the knee there, so he's sort of in a way a little bit lucky there getting that free kick. Miller went pretty low, but...
Would you have paid it, Murph?
No.
I think it was him.
So take his best. From just beyond 50. He crosses the paint, sends it on its way. It's going to fade away to the right. Never really looked like it off the boot from Jack Ginnivan. A minor score only. 9-10-64 go the Hawks. 8-8-56. Kawana, the Adelaide Crows. A tight one unfolding here in Launceston.
Wayne Miller would have taken a deep breath after dropping that uncontested mark. So Miller are happy to play loose across half back. The Hawks have also tried to use Sicily in that role. The kick out towards Sicily. Can't take the mark. D'Ambrosio gathers. Hand pass to Hardwick. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Streaming inside 50. D'Ambrosio goes for glory and misses everything. Just scraped it in the end for a behind to the right-hand side. It's a 9-point lead Hawthorn's way. 10 minutes gone, final term.
Miller with ball in hand. Comes out of fullback and a little indecisive. Decisive just going straight up the pipe. Big men fly. Meek over the back. Couldn't win it cleanly. Here's Nash. It flings out of his possession. Knocked forward by Dawson. Sicily now in a 2-on-1. Crows have the numbers. Thilthorpe flicked it up to Fogarty. Open goal square. Set sail from 60. And once again, Josh Weddle for the third time this evening gets back and lays a goal-saving touch. Knocks it over for a minor score.
He's half-back, isn't he?
Weddle has the paint from the goal square all down the front of his jumper and shorts. He kicks up towards Sicily at half-back on the wing. Can't take the mark. Berry's tackled by McGuinness. The two tangle and neither want to take a backward step.
He may as well have kicked three himself, Weddle, tonight. He's been that good in terms of just understanding the situation and being able to get a fist in or a hand in to get the ball across the line.
I mean, he looks more comfortable at half-back, in my opinion.
Hawthorn by 8 points. Meek wins down the tap. Shoved by Peakling. No free kick. Meek gets a hand pass away to McKenzie around his body. That kick is chopped off and Josh Worrell takes the mark for the Crows. Left half back. Hawthorn by 8 points. Adelaide with the first 2 goals of the final term. Worrell kicks as long and high as it can. Fogarty's going to have to fly against 2. In the end, he spoils Sicily. And it goes out of play for a throw-in.
Yeah, Weddle's is one of those players, I think, that just needs to see the game in front of him to be able to then just to...
He gets lost when he plays on the wing, and even when he's up forward, it's not easy, but he just looks comfortable at half-back. He can dash and really provide something.
All in between wing and half forward. Broadcast side for the Crows. Reeves down in front. Newcomb lost his balance, but got a handball away. McKenzie attempted to defend. Got the handball off to Nash. Kick around the corner. McDonald bounced off his chest. Fling it up through hands here, the Crows. On the end of it, he's led. He's going to be worked over the boundary line by Jack Ginnivan in front of the interchange benches. Ginnivan makes his way through the gates. Moore makes his way on for the Hawks. Another ball in. Hawks gain some territory during that last passage. Flung in over the umpire's head. Taken completely out of the contest was Reeves on this occasion. McAndrew gets himself up off the deck. Reeves will win himself a free kick. So Hawks in possession. Centre wing, broadcast side. Just agriculturally thumps it inside 50. Lewis, front spot, couldn't take the mark. Off hands. Tackle applied by Dylan Moore. Brought to ground. It's Michael Annie. Ball up inside forward 50 for the Hawks. 45 metres out from their goal.
Trying to take it out of the right, McAndrew. It's a hand pass away to Cook. A chance to clear up towards half-back. Fogarty down low. Can't mark. Charging in. Peatling could have been taken high. No whistle. And Sicily lays the tackle. Hang on. Late whistle. Will be an Adelaide free kick at half-back. There's a few players who are starting to get frustrated. James Sicily's involved. Dawson's involved. Adelaide want to move it. Hand pass to Nankervis. Looks up. Cook streaming boundary side. He marks it left half forward. He has Rochelle. He's got Murray deep inside the 50. He tries to set it more centrally than that. Rochelle is the target. He can't hang on to the mark. Spills out the way of Neil Bullen. His kick screws off the outside of the boot and bounces through for a minor score. It's a 7-point lead Hawthorn's way. 13 minutes now, 14 minutes gone in the final term.
It's been an almost night for Rochelle. Just second grabs and just almost a night of just kicking a few goals, but just not quite there, unfortunately.
Impey brings it in from fullback. Curtin almost brought down an impressive mark, then laid a very strong tackle on John Newcomb. It spilled out, incorrect disposal. It'll be an Adelaide free kick.
Bit of heat in the game, isn't there? A few scuffles, big tackles.
Out getting involved too. Onto his left boot, Curtin drives it inside 50 for the Crows. Off fists, it flies Goldwood. McGuinness first there for the Hawks, but Cook's right on his hammer. Takes him over the line, applies the tackle. Ball in now. Left forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows.
I think what it says is the importance of this game for both sides to really set up their season.
7 points the margin. Last 3 times these teams have met at this venue. Margin has been 3 points. Off the ruck contest, it makes its way towards the boundary line. It's over and out. Another ball in.
Both sides have taken 6 marks inside 50, and yet it doesn't feel like that's the way the game's going to be decided. Hawthorn holding on to a 7-point lead. Adelaide with the last 2 goals of the match. Thrown back in. McAndrew up against Reeves. Spills down the way of Jordan Dawson. The Crows captain on the left. Kicks across the face of goal. Juggling effort not taken by Murray. Spills out. Sicily, Fogarty, both over around the footy. Murray has another go at it. Can't pick it up. And Fogarty has 2 to try and bring him down. It's become a game of inches as to who can take the ball when they get their moment to throw up in the right forward pocket for Adelaide.
Tense here in Launceston. Out of the congestion, it's just toe poked forward by McKenzie. All got low, won the footy, immediately tackled, ball to ground, and the ball up, still inside, attacking 50 for the Crows. 1:11.65 Hawthorn, 8:10.58. Kawana Adelaide, a one-on-one battle. It was Peatling and Connor McDonald. Hawks win the day. Handball flung out the side to Cam McKenzie. McDonald goes in again, chased down, tackle applied by Neil Bullen. This will be another ball in. Just in front of a wing, outer side. It's a big night for both of these clubs, hoping to make their move. Reeves got to the front, ended up with Newcomb. There's some holding going on, and Reeves wins another free kick in the ruck contest against McAndrew. It'll be a Hawthorn ball, back of the wing, outer side.
I'm getting tired, big McAndrew, I think. Starting to get a bit grabby and hold, not allowing Ned Reeves first access.
Almost 17 minutes gone in the final term. Reeves as long as he can. Mitch Lewis got rid of his opponent. Can't take the mark. Spills out. Man, trying to get a little toe poke to it. Running against the boundary line. D'Ambrosio puts it out on the full. He's laying claim he was over the boundary line before he got ball to it, and the umpires are converging.
That's the advantage of having 2 big rucks, isn't it, that Hawthorn do have in Reeves and Meek, that they tend to just work you over. So by the end of the game, the opposition rucks, pretty spent. We've got two big men to counteract all night.
He was over the boundary line, D'Ambrosio, so he's had 7 disposals in this final term. Next Hawthorn player with 3, 7 for Worrell as well. Thrown back in. McAndrew tries to get it down to Neil Bullen. Tackle dispossessed. Connor Nash and D'Ambrosio trying to wrestle in for the Hawks, and the umpire will ball it up. It's 55 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the city end.
Up it goes. Reeves and McAndrew. Reeves just loses McAndrew on this occasion. Rushing in hard was Newcomb, attempting to win it out, but not going very far. We're still at left half forward, 55 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. 1.5 remaining in this game. Tense finish coming up. Neil Bullen out of the congestion, just throws it on his boot. It bounces in front of Nankervis, who gathers cleanly, then puts it out in front of Peatling by hand. He arches the back, and he get away from Moore. It was a great lunging attempt. He stripped him of the footy. Hawks come up with it. D'Ambrosio on the outside. Moore sprung to his feet, kept on running, received the handball, gets onto his right boot, kicks inside 50, saw a one-on-one. Lewis, now Laird arrives, takes the footy off the contest. Lewis wraps him up, brings him to ground. Ball up 40 metres out.
Now, Peatling, he said was dragged down. He hasn't moved all that much, so the trainer is out. Now stopping play to work out if he's going to leave the field after that chase from Dylan Moore.
Yeah, it's like he face planted the ground then and that sort of tried to flick the ball over his head, and he's got a bit of a broken nose to mine.
So the trainers have said he has to come from the field, and we are having a stop in play. Isaac Rankin done for the match with a hamstring injury in the a calf injury in the third quarter. We thought Cal Archie was done as well with a wrist injury, but he returned to start the final term. And Peatling, with the blood streaming from the nose, is making his way towards Andrew Cooling. It's a 7-point lead the way of the Hawks. They have it inside their forward 50 as it's thrown up. Reeves and McAndrew. McAndrew wins the tackle. Good bouncing ball from Michael Annie. Players slide on top. McAndrew's one. He might have an issue. He's penalised here holding the ball. You have to be so careful as a big man that if you dive on top, it's then up to you to try and knock it out. And the Hawthorn players knew that, and Ned Reeves knew that. And now he gets the shot on goal out to the left, 45 metres out.
He hasn't had a great 4 or 5 minutes, Murph, has he?
He looks spent, doesn't he? He looks like he's just absolutely knackered.
Look at the big fella coming off the ground.
Petrol light as well, and truly on. He's coming to the bench.
He doesn't even want to make the last 30 metres towards the boundary line. He's gassed.
Connor Nash has also come from the field. There's plenty going on. And Ned Reeves now has footy in hand. Having seen off his opponent through exhaustion, can he knock one through here to give the Hawks some breathing space? Out to the left, the ruckman comes in, and he misses left-hand side. So Hawthorn with 3 behinds in the final term, 2-3 the way. Adelaide with 3 behinds in the final term, 2-3 to Hawthorn. The margin is 8 points. Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
So Peatling just getting the blood cleared up on his nose, but Connor Nash has walked straight into the Hawks rooms, and just as he's going down the tunnel, I saw him clutching at his hamstrings. So concern there for the Hawks.
That's it, big concern for the Hawks, one of their big prime movers in the middle. We're at centre wing on the broadcast side. Thought it was a mark. Paid to Fogarty. He was dragged down. Umpire said play on. Cook emerged with the footy. Archie's got out the back, and he's going to take a mark 20 metres out from goal directly in front. And Archie, a big moment coming up here to cut the margin to just 2 points.
Yes, huge moment here, but I'm not sure what James Sicily was doing. He almost thought that Archie was going to come back up at the contest and try to read the lead, but in doing that, just went the exact opposite way, leaving Archie out the back.
Kicked the first goal of the game, Cal Archie. We thought he was out of the game, injured. He leans back on the kick, puts it through. He's a Launceston Lazarus. And the Crows draw within 2 points. 9-12-66 the Hawks. 9-10-64 go the Crows. 2-point ball game. 7.5 remaining. 4th and final term. Thursday night footy at York Park in Launceston. For ABC Sport, Brett Deledio.
Well, we shouldn't have come here expecting any sort of different result than 3 points. Should we, Clinchy? Let's be honest, it's 2 at the moment, but I want to give a bit of credit there to Darcy Fogarty. His ability to get his hands free, but not just submit to the tackle. He got that little boot on the ball, which then went forward and enter Braden Cook again. We saw his exploits a couple of weeks ago and been able to knock that ball through. Not sure what James Sicily was doing, as you made mention, Murph. Just caught in between, trying to come up the pressure, or do I go back and put pressure on Narchi?
It's a battle of attrition here in Launceston. Adelaide, the last 3 goals of the match. Dawson in the middle of the ground, tries to break away. Meat lays the tackle. Kick chopped off by McKenzie. Takes it back for the Hawks. High up and under kick onto the wing. Neil Bullen and D'Ambrosio scraggling. It doesn't get to them. Miller are taken high. He'll get the free kick against Dylan Moore. Miller at half-back, gets the hand pass away to Dawson. The Crows captain takes a bounce, draws Lewis. Hand pass loose for Worrell, opens the door for the Wizard. Watson onto it, draws an opponent. Hand pass to Hardwick. He looks at the goals, kicks towards Chol. It's offline and through for a minor score. I don't think he saw Chol until very late. Had the shot, missed to the left. It's a 3-point ball game.
Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic of Jordan Dawson there. He took a bounce, and when you take a bounce early, you lose eyes on what's around you, and that's where Mabior Chol sort of struck. So just forced the error there, just with an uncharacteristic bounce and mistake from Jordan Dawson.
Miller from full-back goes right up the middle, but he's turned it over. Hawks ball, Ginnivan onto his left boot, high ball towards the paint of 50 for the Hawks. Bouncing ball, nobody able to win it cleanly. Butts gets the footy, puts his head down and takes the tackle. That magic number of 3 points. 67 plays 64. He contests the ruck, straight down to Newcomb, immediately taken by Berry. Umpire crosses his arms and says, I'll have it, thank you. Just over 6 minutes remaining here. It's Meek, just thumps it forward, inside 50 for the Hawks. Miller first to arrive. He's been exceptional this evening. Scans up the field, sees something he likes. Rochelli's on a long lead, got out in front, bounced off his chest, was able to recover. Shot off a handball to Berry. Now they're out. Laird at right half back. Kicks toward the outer wing. Archie. Sicily got in the way. Knocked it out of his path. 2 keys taken over the line by Ginnivan. The ball in between wing and half forward. Outer side for the Crows.
The last 3 times these two sides have met here at York Park, it's been 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. Hawthorn have won 2 of those 3 occasions. A 3-point lead Hawthorn's way. Meek got rid of Thilthorpe, taps it down to Newcomb, dribbles a kick up towards Mackenzie, gets a hand pass away to Ward and now to D'Ambrosio. Around his body, kicks up to Mitch Lewis. 2-on-2. Ball Lace made the spoil, he was being held. Says the umpire, he'll take the free kick at right half back. James Paul-Ace pushes back behind his mark. Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
Connor Nash has returned for the rooms. He's just spent the last few minutes getting his right quad worked on by the physio. He's in conversation with the doctor at the moment.
Paul-Ace to Thilthorpe. Clean pick up. Handbuster Rochelli. Fires on goal. It's offline to the left and it might go out of play, which is a good result for Adelaide as Josh Weddle was racing back and couldn't keep it in play. A throw in the left forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows.
He missed that by a long way, didn't he, Rochelli? Expect him to knock those through.
Yeah, he's just been a bit off tonight. But what about the pick-up from Thilthorpe and the give?
Oh. Deep in attack for the Crows. Umpire flings it in. At the fore was Taylor. Sicily applies a tackle on Archie. Rolls him toward the boundary. All wrapped up. It'll be a ball up. Still deep in attack for the Crows. We trail by 3 points. Up it goes. Thilthorpe contests the ruck. Dawson was there. Couldn't get a handle. Berry flying shot on goal. This is to the left. A minus score. So they creep ever so close. 2 points now the margin. 9-13-67 Hawthorn. Adelaide 9-11-65. Inside 5 minutes remaining here in Launceston.
3 goals for Adelaide Kawara in the final term. The Hawks haven't kicked a goal, 4 behinds. As it's taken by Josh Battle, kicks up towards half-back, off hands, Laird's hand pass chipped off, taken by D'Ambrosio, kicks up the wing. Worrell had to try and deal with it. Hardwick tried to spoil from behind. Worrell gathers, hand pass to Neil Bullen, up towards half-forward, no one there for the Crows, and the mark is taken by Bodie Ryan across half-back.
So Ryan gets aim on the short, laterally, towards the outer side boundary. He's at left half back. Amon gets onto his left. Sends a ball up the line. Thilthorpe front position, uncontested in the end. Juggled it down and took the mark. So the chance now for the Crows. At right half back, Thilthorpe. Sees something he likes, and it was something very attractive indeed. Neil Bullen in space. Takes the mark. Gets onto his right boot. Puts the Crows inside 50. Rochelli well positioned. Got hands to it. It's over and off hands.
Oh.
This is going to be an Adelaide free kick. Darcy Fogarty has been handed the ball tight on the boundary. Well within striking distance. And these to hand the Crows the lead. He'll come in from the boundary, kick around the corner. Huge kick in the context. It was always narrow. A minor score only. 1 point ball game. So that free kick was for deliberate out of bounds. Insufficient intent for the hand of Carl Amon.
Tried to flick it over his head. Hard to argue.
Yeah.
Given the ones we've seen paid tonight. Sicily kicks as long as he can up towards the wing. Mitch Lewis, big mark. Takes it at left half back with Hawthorn clinging onto a 1 point lead. They have not kicked a goal since the 23-minute mark of the third quarter. Lewis around the back, gives it to Jarman Impey. Sends it up towards Marbiel. Joel presents, spoils it down. Ward gets the hand pass away. D'Ambrosio's been huge in the final quarter. Hardwick takes the mark. Slides in front of Josh Worrell. And the man who's kicked 3 goals tonight is the full forward in the shoes of Jack Gunston. Has a chance to try and make it count for Hawthorn.
It was just smart, wasn't it? He got his defender high up the ground and then just doubled back, and it's just smart football in the end. And Adelaide all just got caught ball watching around the drop of the ball ahead of the contest and just had numbers on the outside, the Hawks.
Had not kicked a goal this season before tonight. Now he's looking for his fourth. Out to the left. 40 metres out. Blake Hardwick, arms in the air. It's sweet off the boot. He is a natural forward. And all of Blake Hardwick's teammates come to him as they celebrate inside the forward 50. Adelaide Kawara have had all the attacking in the final term, and Hawthorn's first goal of the final term comes at the 29-minute mark, and it's a 7-point lead the Hawks' way. 4 goals to Blake Hardwick. 10-13-73. Kawana Adelaide 9-12-66. The Hawks by 7 points.
We've said it a couple of times how important a big mark from a centre half forward is. Get to Mitch Lewis. That was a huge clunk coming out of defence just then. I didn't think the Massimo D'Ambrosio kick had enough on it, but Blake Hardwick was just quick enough to read it, wasn't he? He just slipped Worrell, got in front, and you know how good he is one-on-one. Good set of hands, great finish.
Back in the middle, biggest centre bounce of the game coming up. Meek won it down. Here's Newcombe flashing through. Won the footy. Got onto his right boot. Kick towards right half forward. Here's the Wizard. Can he put the icing on the cake? It drifts goalward. Getting back and taking the mark was Connor McDonald. Streaming back towards goal. He's on the tight angle, but he's about 10 metres out. So Connor McDonald to all but seal it for the Hawks at the death. Yet to hit the scoreboard this evening. So Connor McDonald fluffs his lines from close range. A minor score only.
You just need to worry about kicking the goal rather than taking time off the clock, didn't he? Agreed.
Time is now against the Crows, so Miller brings them in, sends it straight down the middle, the set piece. Philthorpe with a huge fly, can't take the mark. Berry in front, gets it down to Laird. Hand pass to a backpedaling Philthorpe, gets it away to Laird, changed his mind at the last moment. Now gets the hand pass away, out towards Paul Lacey's tackled by Joel. Kick out towards a 2-on-1. Archie will get a free kick for a hold. He has it centre wing on the eastern side. Into the middle of the ground. Asks a lot of Miller. Watson slides in. It ricochets off him. Watson gathers. Takes a bounce at half back. Not much upfield. Dribbles it along the ground. It was clever. Out towards Connor McDonald. He's got Dylan Moore over the top. He loops the kick looking for him. Bounces in front of Butt and Moore. Butts can't gather. Hand pass away from Nash. Gets it away to Dylan Moore. A centering ball to the goal square. It clears. Paul Layson trickles out from Marbiel Chol. And through for a minor score to the left-hand side. It's a 9-point lead, Hawthorn's way. 32 minutes gone, final term.
Crows will need 2 goals from here inside a minute. Straight up the pipe they go. Impey from the back takes a wonderful defensive mark from 2 deep. He come way off his line at half back to take potentially the game-saving mark at half forward. Concedes some ground. Back to Amon. 30 seconds remaining. Hawks by 9. Has it in front of the interchange benches. Does Carl Amon. Thought about retreating further, but sends a high ball inside 50. They fly from 2 deep. Ends up in the arms of Nick Watson. He's wrapped up by Sam Berry. And have a ball up right on 50. Ruffs go at it. Meek. Now Watson. Cook spins in, then out. Kick affected. Newcombe drives one towards goal. Paul Ace takes the mark. Scholl attempts the smother. They win it inside the back half to the Crows. Laird takes a bounce. It's all in vain. Hawthorn win. An escape job at York Park. 10-15-75 the Hawks. They defeat Kawana Adelaide 9-12-66. They got out of jail in Launceston.
Hawthorn back on the winners list for the first time since Anzac Day after 2 losses and a draw. 10-15-75 to Goanna Adelaide 9-12-66 in front of 8,312 fans. The Crows led by 12 points at quarter time. Hawthorn by 13 at half time after 5 goals to 1 in the second quarter. And by 20 points the Hawks' way at three-quarter time. Adelaide finished with 3 goals, 5 in the final term to Hawthorn's 1-6. The Hawks' 7th win of the season. They say there's no place like home, and the Hawks have made this a second home, a 12th consecutive victory here in Launceston. Another thriller between Hawthorn and Adelaide, this time not the 3 points, but a 9-point win the Hawks' way. 10-15-75 to Adelaide 9-12-66. For the Hawks, Blake Hardwick booted 4. First time he kicked a goal since round 12, 2025. Sam Mitchell asked him to play at full forward tonight. He finished with 4 goals too, including what was the final goal of the match. 2 goals to Nick Watson. He had an HIA assessment in the second quarter, was clear to come back after half-time. Individuals to Lewis, Moore, Meek and Chol. While for the Adelaide Crows, it was all individual goal kickers in the end. Archie, Rochelle, Dawson, Taylor, Rankin, Miller and McAndrew. Hawthorn winners by 9 points, an important win in the context of the season. 2 sides who hope to be fighting for top 10, top 4 potentially. And Hawthorn get the bragging rights once more here in Launceston. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, really important win by the Hawks. They was probably slow starters. The Crows had the first quarter dominance really around the clearances and just the way in which we made mention of it a few times. It's just they seem to be sort of a half a metre off the Hawks and just not quite there.
Early.
The pressure wasn't quite there, but that second quarter was a real turnaround. Probably after the first 5 or 6 minutes in that second term, the Hawks' pressure game got them back in the game. They had the 31 tackles in that second term.
Yes, huge.
And really controlled the game from that period on. The Crows, though, they found a way in that last term. They had lots of entries, had the game in their forward half of the ground a lot. They got within 3 points, peppered a couple of times, and then it was really the Hawks who we saw on numerous occasions tonight, some of their key forwards taking big grabs, and it was Mitch Lewis's big grab on that far side of the ground, which then opened up the game for the Hawks, and they were able to get one out the back by Blake Hardwick, who was terrific tonight. So in the end, it was a very even performance really from the Hawks. Had lots of contributors without anyone really being a real standout. Blake Hardwick, probably their best. Jam Impey, I thought was fantastic. Yeah. Who was probably 21, if not the best player on the ground. It'll be interesting to see what your votes are tonight, Liz.
There you go.
That's the first handball he's given in 20 years.
But I think they got their moments right in that last 5 minutes when the game requires clean football. They had more contributors and more guys who were cleaner with ball in hand, and the Crows were sort of just left wanting a little bit.
Well, they fired some shots early in that last quarter, the Crows. They just weren't able to go on with it, and that's probably a mark of a good side in Hawthorn, that they're able to rally and then come back and fire their own back the other way. They didn't start great, the Hawks, and we saw vision of Sammy Mitchell barking a few orders down the line, but it's sometimes it does take a side a little bit just to get going, and Adelaide certainly come out firing. They were ready for the fight and trying to take a scalp here, but you got to give credit to the Hawks and their ability to defend. They wound up the pressure in that second quarter, 31 tackles in that second quarter. Their ability then to put the heat on the Crows and not allow them to get their game style up and going. Is it a different story if you have Isaac Rankin out there after they start to get a bit of a roll on? Do they not drop those couple of easy marks in the... I say easy. It's very easy from the commentary box to say it's an easy mark.
Yeah, they're difficult conditions tonight.
They were.
It's probably hard to tell from up here, but that's where you need your best players, and your best players like an Isaac Rankin, they're usually clean, aren't they? They don't make mistakes. So,
but I mean, you'd expect Fogarty to take that one as he's leading out. That's one of the best looks he had all night. Archie drops it at the top of the goal square. Is it a different tale if they start the second half like that? But unfortunately, like, it became a real arm wrestle for large periods in that second half. A lot of between the arc play where no one was really able to capitalise and break the game open. But to the Hawks' credit, they held them off, and a couple of big marks. That big mark of Mitch Lewis late, and then obviously Blake Hardwick knocking through that last goal.
I think the dominance too of the rucks, two Hawthorn rucks, was significant when you look at some of the numbers and you look around the clearances, and Adelaide are really strong in that area of the game. 47 for Hawthorn, 33 to Adelaide. So that ascendancy around the middle of the ground, and just purely out of the dominance from the rucks. But the rucks by the end of the game was just...
McAndrew was cooked, wasn't he?
He couldn't move.
He was giving away free kicks. And
that's where the five on the bench, if you've got two big rucks the way in which Hawthorn have got, you can really use that to your advantage, can't you? And give your midfielders first use and have some real dominance around that contest.
So they miss a trick there, maybe, not playing Riley O'Brien potentially against Meek. And
I think the thing with Riley O'Brien, though, is probably just the pure ruck, isn't he? So he probably doesn't offer a lot in terms of going ahead and playing as a forward, whereas the Hawthorn boys, Lloyd Meek, I thought, was terrific when he went forward in that second quarter and really showed some aggression, took a big grab and went and kicked a good goal, but has a bit of a presence down there. So
I don't think Ned Reeves offers too much as a forward threat, though, does he?
Not so much, but he's pretty tall, so he can bring the ball to ground for some of those nifty small forwards that the Hawks have got. So
I know that, but you could have potentially had Riley O'Brien just go up against Meek, and then you have McAndrew just go purely against Ned Reeves. I don't know. I think it would have evened out the hit-out battle, and then therefore maybe the clearances as well. But
McAndrew, he's only young in his game too, isn't he? Yeah. So you're coming up against two rucks who are seasoned campaigners and been around for a long period of time. So I think purely just out of that physical dominance, this sort of just worn him down by the end of the game, didn't it?
Smashed him.
Toby Murray had just the two disposals, so I think the question will be about the forward/second ruck as to probably can't continue with that, but how they try and get a better support other than having maybe Riley Thilthorpe in the ruck if Tex Walker does return. Hawthorn winner by 9 points. Cam Nam was ready to leave the Hawks off the ground, and his teammates stitched him up as Josh Wetter was still being interviewed by TV. You touched on his game, Lids, and his ability to save goals at the last line. There was Darcy Fogarty who had that shot from the deliberate out of bounds from Carl Amon as he flicked it over his head. Fogarty couldn't curl it through, and that's as close as Adelaide got. They were within a point at that stage, and then Blake Hardwick hit the breathing space they needed at the half-an-hour mark. They eventually win by 9 points. 10-15, 75 the Hawks to Kawana, the Adelaide Crows, 9-12-66. The Crows are up to third on the ladder now with that half-a-game draw from Collingwood, so they're just behind Sydney and Fremantle at the top of the ladder. Andrew Cooling's in the Hawthorn rooms as they make their way down to you, Andrew.
Yeah, they're just preparing to do the song down here. It's a pretty happy change rooms, as you can imagine. The fans down here are all celebrating with them. They're about to launch into the song now.
The Hawks get it done in Tassie once more. Their 12th consecutive victory here. 9-point winners over Kawana, the Adelaide Crows. 10-15-75 to the Crows. 9-12-66 in front of 8,312 here at York Park, which is under construction. Cam Nance in the middle of the song, got the sports drink and plenty of high fives. And for Hawthorn, as we said, it was an important win. They'd played some tough opponents, but the draw against Collingwood, they were snapped back to reality with a tough loss against Melbourne last week. Sam Mitchell put it on his players, and as you touched on, Lids, probably at quarter time he was wondering how effective that had been, but despite his frustration on the phone in the second quarter, he got the response he was looking for, and Hawthorn hold on to win by 9 points. They scored just the one goal in that final quarter. It came through Blake Hardwick at the half-an-hour mark, and Adelaide booted 3 goals, 5 in the final term. So does it change your thought process as to where you think Hawthorn are this season? They finished 8th last year. They desperately want to be a top 4 side.
No, I think they're in that top 5. When they get Barras back, Gunston back, Will Day hopefully into that mix as well. I think they're genuine.
They're pretty three-handy big ins, aren't
they? They are, but the way they defend together when they've got Barras in there, and I think Weddle, I think he needs to be just put him at half-back. I think that's where he plays his best footy. On the wing, I watched him a couple of times live, and I just feel like he gets a bit lost. Like runs up and down, but doesn't actually give you that real bounce and energy that I think you can give it half-back. They're a top 5 side, in my opinion. I think they're going to be there challenging their forward line, with a little whiz down there. And Hardwick's the one now.
What's their best forward line look like?
Well, that's right. I think it's Chol and Lewis, and then Gunston as that third tall.
Yep.
And then I think you just rotate between Moore, McDonald, Wiz, Ginnivan,
Hardwick.
And now Hardwick's put his head up. And I think he'll be
He can't look
horses for courses.
Yeah, it's hard to look past it as someone who comes out tonight and kicks 4, but also has an impact, scoring involvement-wise. So it's a hard one to go, hang on, we'll throw this bloke back.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the beauty of what I think Sam Mitchell tries to do, is trying to have versatile players that can go from back line to forward or go to a wing. So the more players you can throw around, if things aren't going your way, you can adjust and change it up and get a different look.
That's the 4th game so far this season. Goanna, the Adelaide Crows, have lost by under 10 points. So lost by 6 points to the Western Bulldogs, by 8 points to Geelong, lost by 2 points to the Fremantle Dockers. Got the right side of it in the showdown against Port Adelaide, but you compare that with last season. They won so many of those close finishes last season, so it can be a bit of luck sometimes in your ability to execute, but also so much your personnel. Isaac Rankin, a calf injury, unfortunately out of the match in that third quarter, and Cal Archie was able to return, finished with 2 goals for the Adelaide Crows.
They've been a bit clunky, haven't they? They're not firing on all cylinders yet, where everyone's playing together in unison. I feel like someone will play well one week and then they're down a little bit, and they've had some hiccups with either injury and what happened with Jordan Dawson and his family. It's been a bit all over the place.
Yeah, they've had a few circumstances which is sort of outside their control, which has led to almost a bit of a roller coaster so far this season, hasn't it? So, and we saw a lot of that tonight, where it was like they looked $1 million and then they looked pretty average, and you take out Isaac Rankin out of that game, and he was playing some pretty handy footy, wasn't he? So you lose him. Rochelle had a night off. He just missed a few opportunities, and then you go back to that last quarter. He's running inside 50. You normally just put that one down, don't you? And he kicks that out of bounds. So he won't have too many games like that. He's been fantastic this year, Rochelle. So they're almost missing another bursting mid, I think, to really add to their mix.
Yeah.
The Crows. And,
you know of any?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not sure that they're an attractive side to go to if you're a midfielder.
I think they're in the market, put it that way. I reckon they're trying their hand for a couple.
Lockie Neal?
Is he a bursting mid? I wouldn't have thought at 31 or 32.
He's still pretty handy at this point in time, in the way in which he's playing this year. He's sort of almost gone.
I won't argue.
A bit underrated his season so far. I reckon that'd be silly not to have a look for him, but
let's hold fire. We can come back to that. The Hawks win us by 9 points. Let's join them. Andrew Cooling's down in their rooms.
Yeah, I've got Jai Newcomb with me. Jai, a pretty tough battle, went down to the wire there. What did you make of your team's performance?
Yes, we've had two close ones down here now against the Crows, and it's a beautiful night down here, but slippery conditions, so it makes it tough in the one-on-one contested side. So we knew coming in that it was going to be pretty heated. A bit of extra motivation for them with us ending their season last year as well. So there's going to be a lot to play for, and it took a 4-quarter performance from us. Didn't quite start the way we would have liked. We were able to work our way into the game and get it on our terms, which was nice.
You mentioned the conditions. It seemed really slippery out there, a lot of dew. How much did that impact things out there and how you had to approach the match?
Yeah, conditions like that, you don't really want to go backwards too often, and forward momentum is a good thing. So, tried to take it forward when we could. Found ourselves getting in trouble, especially in the first quarter when we would, handball backwards and lose metres. So, everything going forward in conditions like that is a good thing.
We saw some vision of your coach on the big screen at times, looking quite animated. How was he at half-time, and what was the message?
No, he was good at half-time. We'd sort of rallied and got ourselves back in front. So in terms of, I mean, how the scoreboard looked and how the game was progressing, we were, starting to get on top and it was looking all right. So, just nailing down on things that make us look good when we want to play well and, keep enforcing what we believe in and what we need.
All right, I'll throw upstairs, boys. Ask questions for Jai.
Jai, Mark Murphy here. Probably the question is how was Sam Mitchell at quarter time? Because he looked pretty dirty in the box at a few occasions. I think you may mention that about probably reverting back a little bit in these conditions. Was the message about getting yardage and probably being a bit more physical, because in that second term you went to work on the Crows and had 31 tackles.
Yeah, definitely. He wasn't really that animated with us, to be honest. We were 2 goals down and the ball had lived in sort of their front half due to us, going backwards and losing a bit of territory. So just being predictable and trying to go forward, turn them around as best we could, and then making sure that we were showing up to support one another at the next contest. And, the messages are generally relatively simple when the conditions are a bit slippy like they were tonight.
And the last few weeks, you obviously as a team haven't been playing your best sort of football. After a shorter break between games, how much work do you do on the review and spending time on what to learn from the lessons from the previous week and then ahead to looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, I think a short turnaround is a great thing in footy, especially when you come off sort of a bit of an ugly loss in a game that you're not proud of. So real emphasis on us and getting back to our best type of footy and what that looks like. And we hadn't won a game for a month coming into tonight, so the pressure was on for us to perform, and a lot of it just came down to obviously the standards that we hold, but then celebrating efforts and actions that we love. So then there's constant energy going around the field and allows us to play with that freedom and that uplifting spirit.
Nuke, it's Lids here, mate. Well done on the win. Talk to us about the inspired choice of Blake Hardwick up front, mate. Where does he fit going forward when Jack Gunston comes back into that side? Does he stay forward? Does he come back into the back line? Where does he fit?
Yeah, I don't know. I know who would win in a fight for the goal square out of the two of them. But I know who would probably win the lip service battle in trying to outsmart one another for who's going to take it. But Tim is a great one-on-one contest player, so when you can detach him and have him one out of the goal square, it's pretty nice. We're very lucky that he's able to do that role for us. Did it really well tonight, and then when the game's on the line, we can swing him and plays as a seventh. So no doubt Gunners will be, if he's not in Blake's, he'll be in the coach's ear early in the week telling him that he needs to go back into defence.
That's fair, mate. Another guy who's in a rich vein of form, in my opinion, is Jarman Impey, mate. A number of times he comes off his man, he intercepts, but then he tries to really run forward and give you some bounce out of half back.
Yeah, he's a massive energy provider for us. He's one of our more outgoing guys in the locker room. Loves getting the most out of other people and always got a smile on his face. And I really feel like we've seen the best of him this year, to be honest. Like he's been able to take the game on and had a real influence in every game that we've played. And we're a much better side when he's up and firing.
And you've got one of your fellow midfielders nearly back, mate. Yeah, how excited are you to see Will Date back and pulling on the jumper for you in the midfield?
Yeah, I'm probably more excited for him, to be honest, just to be back out there. And a few of us will go watch him tomorrow night, and it'll just be nice to see him out there playing in a game again and get some confidence in himself. And he's going to be a massive part of this side whenever he joins us. So I'm really excited to have him back.
Do you have any idea as to how long you think he'll need to get himself right to come back into the senior team?
No, I'm not really sure. I assume it'll just depend on how he gets through the game and how he feels. It'll be, I think we play again next Thursday, so it's a 6-day turnaround for him to get up. But he's put in a massive sort of last 6 weeks of training. He's been able to be involved in all the contact stuff and put a solid body of work in. So I have no doubt that he'll be getting through and ready to go and putting his hand up next week.
If you had to pick between one or two, because these guys have been debating all night whether he'd play two in the VFL, what would you say?
I reckon just be safe. I reckon John say 3.
Murph said a month. He wants to say the season of a month.
No, it'll be inside a month. Yes. I can assure you that.
Jai Newcomb's with us in the Hawthorn rooms. Talk us through your night, Jai, because you had a monster third quarter, 8 disposals. I think you had 5 clearances in that third quarter. Tough, greasy conditions. What was the key to you sort of maximising in the second half?
Yeah, it was I mean, tough, and probably didn't adjust that well myself in the first half, and got a little bit of a roll after half time to just go and sit with Dawson and try and nullify and pretty much just go toe to toe in that battle. So the role for me seemed to work, locked me in mentally, and was able to go from there.
And in terms of Launceston, that's 12 consecutive wins here. So we heard the partnership coming to an end after 25 years. It's been such a happy hunting ground for you guys. I'm sure you're sad to leave.
Yeah, I am pretty sad to leave, to be honest. I absolutely love coming down here, and for one, it's a great surface. Two, we and selfishly myself seem to play all right down here more often than not. So it's sad to see. We'll be seeing that come to an end, but got to make the most of it now for the next sort of 18 months.
And as we try and work out where you sit, sort of Sam Mitchell was talking during the week about trying to get that effort, that work rate, that response, which you've been challenging. 7 wins, 3 losses and a draw. Where do you kind of see your team at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not flying. We're not playing at our best, that's for sure. But we've set ourselves up early in the year to be in a strong position, and we're pushing for that top end of the ladder. There's no reason why we shouldn't be there. So that's what we're chasing.
As always, we appreciate your time. Congrats on the win. Thanks so much.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Jai Newcomb, the Hawthorn co-captain, joining us after their 9-point victory, 10-15-75. It's the Crows 9-12-66.
Chalk that one up to a victory to Lids, I would have thought.
Time will tell. Lids on Will Dave. Hopefully, no, to say hopefully.
I think he scoffed at the month suggestion, Lids, so I think the chances of him...
Yeah, I probably went a bit hard with it.
A bit conservative. He's a valuable commodity, though, for Hawthorn, so I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but games played in the VFL versus games played in the AFL, I think you'd rather err on the side of AFL, which is where Nuke's head's at as well, I'd imagine.
When's the bye? Couldn't they get him through?
Well, that's a good question.
They've got St Kilda, Western Bulldogs, and then the bye. 2 and then the bye.
So I reckon my month's looking pretty good for then.
Yeah,
maybe. If you're having a look.
If you're going to include the bye.
Well, that's a month away, isn't it? Yeah. So, taking all things into consideration, Clinchy, it's probably not a bad shout.
Yep, they got the Saints on a Thursday night. They got the Bulldogs, then the bye, and then the Gold Coast Suns. So yeah, it's a question of whether you'd want to play him and then give him the bye a week off, or potentially hold your powder until the Gold Coast Suns. We touched on Adelaide. Their fans would be frustrated every time. It sort of feels like they're starting to build throughout the season. They take a step back. So 6 wins and 5 losses. They sort of sit mid-table at the moment. And you look at some of the close losses in which they've touched on and the reasons in which you've outlined in terms of the personnel. But it was the final quarter where they just couldn't get the go-ahead goals. So 3 goals, 5 in that final term to Hawthorn's 1 goal, 6. Darcy Fogarty had that shot from the right forward pocket, couldn't finish. Is there anything structurally you're seeing, or is it just that continuity in terms of having the same group available week in, week out?
Oh, I think it's largely that, and a big part of it's probably just confidence. The start of that third quarter, and I've spoken about it ad nauseum really, in terms of you take those marks, you kick those goals, the side's like, right, we're on here, we're ready to start this second half. Drop them, and then the opposition goes down the other end and scores. It deflates. It goes right across the whole group. Here's another grind. We're going to have to work really hard for this. And then they did it in the start of the last, didn't they? They had all the momentum, everything's going, but then they just couldn't quite finish. We spoke about Rochelle, running into that open goal, and Fogarty. When they're up and about, he snaps that through on his left because he's a beautiful left foot kick. But it just wasn't their night, unfortunately. But it's been that like that for most of their season.
Yeah, they get a chance now. They've got the bye next week, so reset, freshen up, and then they've got the Cats over there at Adelaide Oval. So there's an opportunity for them on a Thursday night to really announce and get a scalp that the Cats are always that scalp that teams always love to get, and I think they sorely need a confidence boost by getting a win against a really good team, and again just coming up short again tonight.
Haven't beaten the top 8 side so far this season, the Adelaide Crows. So Geelong off the back of the bye, then they've got the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne. So a couple of interesting games there. They've just got to try and find a way to get in front of the ledger.
Well, they would have looked at Melbourne at the start of the year and been like, probably put that one in the bank. Not anymore.
Most teams have probably done that.
Yeah, I think most teams have. Mate, they've come out and they're playing an exciting brand, aren't they? But you wouldn't want to be trying to rewrite or recorrect your season and be coming up against Melbourne.
No, that's
thinking
right.
You've got an easy game coming up. They're going really well. That's what that anomaly of that gather round loss to Essendon just sits outside the box, doesn't it? It's incredible.
Certainly does. Isaac Rankin, I mean, a calf injury to him, unfortunately, as he touched on, Lids, you know this feeling all too well, but for him and how important he is for Adelaide, just to give him that circuit breaker as a full-time midfielder so far this season, it puts a lot more pressure back on Jordan Dawson and their ability to where they can maximise his position on the ground.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm not a medico by any stretch, but I've had a number of calf injuries. I wonder whether they just parked him tonight, knowing that they're going into the bye, to give him that full time to make sure that he doesn't, if he goes out there and continues to push on it, does that then worsen the bleed, worsen the time that he's got to have off, or does it, now we strap it up, let's make sure we ice it, look after it, and then we've got the bye. Can we get him back in 2 weeks? I don't know.
They weren't too rigorous in trying to put him through a big test, were they? So I think they did a bit of massage. He went for a small little jog down here, came back, got another massage, and then that was it.
I guarantee you, if that's a prelim or a granny, and you're trying to win, he's back out there on that field.
Yeah.
What did you make of the selection of Riley Thilthorpe and Toby Murray? Only had the 2 touches. Tex Walker's playing SANFL this week. It was slippery and sloppy out there, and Thilthorpe didn't hit the scoreboard. What did you make of the Crows at the selection table during the week?
Well, it's obviously a mistake. I mean, Murray just didn't really get anywhere near it tonight, did he? So, yeah, it's not sure the 3-pronged attack of Tools works for.
Well, you can't have 2 touches and only 2 hit-outs as well if you're going to play as that second ruck. Yeah, it just didn't work, essentially. So you'd rather have...
McAndrew by the end could barely run. Yeah. He was physically exhausted.
And that's why you need that experience and the craft of Tex Walker up in the front end, I think. But, I mean, Thilthorpe didn't kick a goal, but he did set up a couple of that's Ligo goals as a result of his clean hands. Some of his pickups and his touch around the ground was pretty impressive, but ultimately you want him to be your front half big monster, don't you, who's just going to clunk him and kick you 3 or 4 a week.
Yeah, there wasn't many winners ahead of the contest for Adelaide really tonight, so Rochelle didn't really offer too much in terms of his touches weren't what they usually are for what he offers. Obviously Murray we've discussed. Keys didn't really have much of an influence either, did he? So it just sort of left too few in the end, and they weren't able to kick a big enough score that were going to trouble Hawthorn, but they had plenty of opportunities, the ball going in there a lot. They just couldn't quite link up in that last sort of kick inside 50 and then sort of butchered a couple of just easy marks where they should have just grabbed them. So, yeah, they're just a little bit off. They're not quite where they were this time last year, are they? But, they need a rest and reset, and they get an opportunity against the Cats to really get their season going.
Have you been surprised that Rochelle hasn't sort of been used more as a midfielder? I had in my notes that game against Geelong back in round 3, had 31 disposals, 7 clearances, and was best on ground in that game. They did lose by 8 points, and maybe tonight wasn't the night for it. And they do use Isaac Rankin through there as that X-factor sort of type player, but after a display like that, best on ground, and then he hasn't really been seen through there on extended minutes since then. It's been a little confusing for mine.
Yeah, well, we're not privy to behind the goals footage a hell of a lot, so maybe there's more to it. It's a bit like the larger Sardis conversation, larger Sardis at Essendon. We see the numbers at the end, but we don't see. I'm not watching him solely to see what he does defensively, what their expectations are. Maybe it might be that, if you have him as well as Rankin and Dawson. Well, Dawson was tackling and applying a heap of pressure tonight. I shouldn't bring him into the conversation, but I don't think you can play 2 of them in your 3, if that makes sense.
And I think Matty Nix is big on that too. I remember when he
and that's why Peatling is in there, obviously.
Yeah, I think when he first got to the Adelaide Crows, the decision to not play the Crouch boys at various times because of the ability not to run hard back defensively is something that he obviously values. And I'm not saying Rochelle's in that boat, but it just seems that that's probably the one thing that would allude to the fact that the reason why he's not in there all the time.
Only afford to have one sort of luxury midfielder. He seems like a bit of a luxury midfielder.
Yeah.
The Rochelle's and Rankins.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the frustrating part too. You see how good the good can be, and then on nights like tonight where you need him really to step up, he has the 16 touches and goes at 44% kicking. Those aren't the stats of a player who should be as for what the talent that he is.
Yeah,
that's a disappointing game.
Completely uneducated though in terms of what they're actually wanting from him. We're just guessing from the outside as to what it might be and throwing up suggestions. That I think he's certainly an option and a lever you could pull to get him into the midfield, but they weren't winning with their tools, so they had to have someone down there in their front half that could potentially kick a goal for him. So I can understand why they left him forward.
What do you think of his answer to getting given the job on Jordan Dawson? Sounds like there was a bit of feedback there about, you know what, you can go quell the best player for the opposition if you're not getting the footy yourself.
Yeah, if you're not going to get it, mate, go and stop him from...
Heard that a few times over my career. So if you're not going to get it, mate, you may as well go play on someone and try and stop them. So
they led him to the footy. He had 8 disposals and 5 clearances in the third quarter, so it got him going.
Yeah, so you can, like everyone, no matter who you are, you can have a half where you like to forget. So... Everyone's been there who's played AFL. It's not an easy game of football. So he obviously had a pretty quiet first half and would have got challenged at half time and came out and really contributed. And I think, what do you have, 5 clearances in that third term, did he?
5, yeah.
Geez, so, big reason as to why they were able to continue on the way they were because of his influence in that third term. But they had a really even spread, really. I mean, you look through that midfield, the most disposals that they had through there was Ward with 24 and McKenzie had 24, Ambrosio 22. The rest are all defenders who had 21, 18, 18.
But that'd be pleasing, though, given that it's Ward and McKenzie as your 2 leading ball winners, and it's always been the reliance on,
shows the different avenues.
Yeah, exactly right. I think and their kids, mate, they're starting to step up and take a bit more ownership.
You can tore them to shreds in the semi as well. He had 28 disposals and 8 clearances, so perhaps they were mindful of that, the Crows, and there was a little bit of extra attention.
I agree.
Yeah, we end up with 10 clearances, Jai, so he's done
out of 17, it's not too bad, is it?
He's done it right in the end, and then the other boys we mentioned there, and Ward and McKenzie both having 5 and 6 apiece, so it's pretty good spread.
Hawks winners by 8 points here at York Park in Launceston. 10-15-75 to Adelaide Goanna 9-12-66. So to come leads us votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. I think we'll
tough night tonight.
Bring you some of the reaction from the Adelaide Crows coach Matthew Nix.
You just can't have 7 goals in a row. You can't allow the game to get to that point. And it's unfortunately, it's not one clear area at the moment. There's big moments that we had opportunities tonight in big moments to, you could say the game should have been ours. I think we won the inside 50 count, we won the ground ball battle, we won a lot of different areas, not the game. Credit to them.
Sorry, really sort of coming home with the win salad?
Oh, yeah. Last quarter, I think you'd probably give us 2 rounds out of the 4, 2 quarters out of the 4. Unfortunately, when you leave it that late, so we'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at that and say, what is it that frees us up to finish so strong, and yet we look like we're a little... I'm going to be careful of my use of language here, but we look like we're a little locked up through that second and third and unable to break the game back, open for ourselves.
Unless it looked decent to start so well, they should start very well. So it was less and less to get to start today.
Yeah, especially against the Hawks who have had a measure in that space. There are a number of areas that we were really pleased with tonight that will go back, but data's irrelevant when you don't win, right? But centre bounce was a little more positive. Last time we matched up, they destroyed us in that area. And the start was important. We knew that was going to be important. That's probably why the game was still there for us in the last. But probably at the moment I sit here a bit disappointed, so it's hard to talk to.
Matthew, in the first quarter it was all about contest clearance, stoppages where you were really proficient at, and also you had that opportunity to score, but obviously in the following 2 quarters that all dried up. Then you were just the inability to be able to move the ball from your back half. That must have been a little bit frustrating for you as well.
Yeah, tough conditions tonight to really take it on and try and go at Hawthorn, especially from your back third. These conditions here, it's a wet weather game, yellow footies. So that's on us, really, for allowing the ball back there in the first place. You can't play and win games of footy from your back third, but it's another area that we're looking hard into about how can we, round our game out. Because when we're good, we compete. We have to be able to use the footy at times too, so it's still an area to improve on.
Have you got any update on
you must have been delighted with
Sorry, Cal Archie.
Yeah, Cal Archie's hand.
Yeah, we don't know yet, but I assume there'll be an X-ray. And concerning for us, concerning for Cal, that just can't take a trick at the moment. He was able to play it out, but he had a guard on there at the end and couldn't feel it, so made it tough to execute.
Is there ever any consideration to extra week off and then into the bye, or is there any consideration for that?
Yeah, I mean, we worked through the week and just kept an eye on things. I thought, we were probably looking through that second and third for a little more ahead of the ball, a little bit more contest at times. And in the end, we finished the last off. I think Riley was, had quite an impact on the game. Again, it's 4 quarters we're looking for. There are other factors in that too. Where we're spending most of the time, how we're delivering the ball and so on. But, yeah, we've got some improving to do. In saying that, there's, to be here at this halfway point, there's still a lot of positives in what we're doing without us being at our best.
Must have been pleased with the performance of Berry tonight. He's really showing some really good signs of improvement.
Yeah, he's had his best year to this point. He's fighting around stoppage, really aggressive first possession player. Been really pleased with how Bez has developed over the years, and I reckon this year he's taken his game to another level.
The thoughts of Matthew Nix, the Adelaide Crows coach, after Hawthorn's win by 9 points. 10-15-75 to Kawana, the Adelaide Crows 9-12-66 in front of 8,312 fans. You can sort of hear the frustration in his voice as he tries to search for answers. He doesn't feel like the team is that far away, and there's probably a part of that of trying to sell belief to his playing group as well, that, we're not that far away, but we just need a little bit of luck. Anything else you kind of took from it?
No, I think he hit the nail on the head. It's like, well, it's all well and good to win the statistics and the data, but when you don't walk away with the 4 points, it means 2/5 of bugger all, doesn't it? But he's frustrated. I think he can see the cattle that he's got and the list that he's got, the way they set their defensive line. We spoke about it at the start, didn't we? I think Mark Keane's a big out for them. If they can get him back, he helps settle their back six down a little bit more, and then they are missing that explosive mid, in my opinion. I agree, Murph. I think they miss that other person that can help give Isaac Rankin a chop out with the...
It's a genuine quick mid.
Yeah.
That you have Rankin and Rochelle come up from time to time, because they're so dangerous as small forwards, and small forwards are almost harder to find of class than genuine midfielders.
Yeah. What's Dan Curtin going to be when he finishes, do you think?
It's a great question. Played him on the wing. They played him at sort of half back.
Yeah, one centre bounce maybe.
Yeah,
and got it out, didn't he?
Yeah, and Zach Taylor kicked that goal. I just don't know what he's going to be. Like
Paddy Cripps is that 195?
Yeah,
sort of centimetre midfielder. He's 197, Dan Curtin. So it's whether athletically he can get to that level where he covers the ground and has enough of an impact to justify it. Really,
was it the end of last season where he went inside for a good handful of games and he looked $1 million?
Yeah. He's got to bring his aerial game, in my opinion. I think that's his his biggest strength, where if he can roam around the ground, remember Nat Fyfe used to just sit on heads for fun. Yeah. If you can bring that as a midfielder, I think that's where, they can really start to exploit what he's got.
So I think they're getting a good uplift, and you made mention then of Berry. I think he's a good, solid AFL midfielder.
He's one who'll go both ways for you.
Yeah, I think he's just your good Dow midfielder, does the right things all the time. He's strong through the hips, breaks tackles. Saligo's a bit of an interesting one. I'm not sure where he sort of fits in.
I think he's a winger.
He's sort of more your outsider.
Yeah.
But I think
Peatling needs to go back forward. If they've got an extra mid, Peatling goes back forward to play with Neil Bullen.
Yep.
And they're your ones who get up and down the ground and really
do your grunt work. Getting up and down.
Yeah.
But they're in need of a Bally Smith type. I know they don't grow on trees, but that sort of running, dashing mid who breaks the lines.
Yep.
They're sort of looking for a Braden Cook or a Saligo to sort of be that player, but at the moment they go backwards, they go forwards a lot. Wayne Miller had 32 disposals, had 4 clearances, 11 rebound 50s, but Hawthorn were able to put the pressure on him after quarter time. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, you ready to fire?
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah. One vote. No, Wayne Miller didn't get in there, unfortunately.
Didn't get in?
No, I thought he was okay, but, I mean, half back, please. You go down there, you have to get 30. Jordan Dawson. I thought he was terrific. He did it both sides of the ball, heap of tackles, and as well as I think he was the highest ranked player on the ground. Certainly fantasy-wise, I don't know what that means in terms of your super coach and whatever else.
What fantasy stats?
Yeah.
Did he really bring that up?
No,
I can't believe it.
What it shows you is that you're doing, actually being... No, you didn't kick it at his
champion data stats, is that what you're after?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay, 2, Blake Hardwick, 4 goals. I thought he was terrific. He was one of the only ones who was clean forward of the footy. And then 3, I thought the best man on the ground was Jarman.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I thought he was terrific. He had 21 disposals. 12 of those were intercepts and like 780 metres gained. That's a halfback's game.
3 to Impey, 2 to Hardwick, 1 to Jordan Dawson from Brett Delidio on the ABC.
And we will watch on with interest
we will
as
indeed.
to where the coaches
we
go
will indeed.
On Monday.
I'm nervous for you.
Hey?
Not from Impey. I'll back you in there.
Yeah, I thought Impey was terrific.
Blake Hardwick, yeah. Jordan Dawson, interesting. I thought Miller was probably better than him, but anyway. Thought a pretty good job.
Josh Weddle a little unlucky. He would have saved about 3 goals in a low scoring
3 himself by saving 3 on the line.
That's okay. They don't really take much notice of those. They just expect it, don't know, the coaches.
That's how we see it. Hawthorn's 9-point win over Goanna Adelaide. So 12 consecutive victories here in Launceston. That arrangement comes to an end when the Tassie Devils enter the competition. So it takes us to the other games of round 11. Quick thoughts on tomorrow night.
Yep.
The Desperation Cup as to who can get the second win of the season out of Richmond and Essendon. We've spoken about some of the ins. Ben Mackay returns for the Bombers.
Yeah.
Hard to tip them.
It's hard to tip both of them at this point in time. It's going to be a dour game, I think. Well, hopefully we just get excitement from the kids, and that's what I'm looking for. I think I've tipped the Tigers, but only due to expectation that I'm not sure Essendon will be able to handle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, so much confidence going over here. Clinchy, but I think...
How big is it for Brad Scott, do you reckon, Murph?
Well, it's...
If you were to lose to a team that's on the bottom of the ladder
I think the buy... Yeah, I think if they lose tomorrow night... Oh, is it tomorrow night? Yeah, tomorrow night.
It's tomorrow night.
I think it's going to be a very interesting weekend. Yeah, put it that way.
Your Monday podcast might be a mayday about Brad Scott with Corby and the Bombers crew because they will be running out of patience, I would say. While you're up, the Fremantle Dockers take on Euro Oak St Kilda, who will be trying to compete with a Fremantle midfield that won't have Caleb Sarong. So Andy Brayshaw will lead the Dockers out in the absence. And, good challenge for St Kilda to work out. Can they compete against the side who everyone thinks is in the top 2 at the moment?
Yeah, well, Sarong's a big out for them. I think he gives them some real grunt. But what I do like about Fremantle is, Shea Bolton's gone to a new level. Murphy Reid just continues to stack together good games. And
they're electric now, and Dockers.
Yeah.
They're quick.
They got genuine game winners, haven't they? Luke Jackson. So between DeConning and Marshall, they're going to have their work cut out. There's going to be a decent watch that game. I won't be watching much of it because I'll be at the Richmond Essendon game, but
give the illusion you're going to stay across it.
Yeah, so I'll be checking the scores.
Watch the hit-outs to see if it's money well spent by the Saints. We might just focus on 2 more games. So Geelong and Sydney is first versus fourth.
Is that the best game of the round?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
probably. No changes for the Cats. Cleary and Hanley come in for the Swans.
Cats down there. I think Charlie Curnow's just going at the moment against a pretty good defensive 6 of the Cats. Can't seem to get separation or change direction much at the moment. Big Charlie.
And the Cats back up after their big 41-point win over the Brisbane Lions on Thursday night.
They certainly can. They're in some good form, the Cats, the last few weeks. But I actually think Sydney will go down there and win.
There you go.
Yeah, on the weekend. So it's not really that big a shout, is it, when they're sitting on top of the ladder?
Nah.
But
that'll be a good show.
It'll be. I reckon it'll be a very close game, and if it goes either way, it's not going to surprise me. But I reckon the Swans are certainly the real deal this year.
Scott Pendlebury breaks Boomers records, so you'll be able to hear that on Saturday afternoon. Harley Reid plays his 50th game as well, so Corby and the team will bring you across that. The other one I'm interested in your thoughts is the Western Bulldogs take on Melbourne on Sunday at Docklands. The Demons have won all their games they played at the MCG. No Tim English, unfortunately, named for the Western Bulldogs, so the reinforcements haven't arrived yet. James O'Donnell has been named, though, for the Dogs, so Bevo desperate just to try and get them to the halfway mark of the season where they're somewhere in contention. Adam Trelaw's been added into the squad as well, so I don't know whether he'll line up. These are just some.
We watched him live last week, didn't we?
In the VFL.
Yeah. And he didn't. I wouldn't have thought he set the world on fire to come into that side. No, I think the D's will have their way.
Yeah. Bradley Williams is a big out. Like he's a really important player.
On the wing.
Yeah, on the wing. And James O'Donnell's a good in for the Bulldogs, but geez, I went last week and they were paddling the Bulldogs, so they looked banged up. And I think the way in which the D's have been playing, the only issue for the D's is Marble Stadium, whether or not they can to play there. But they don't play there often. But the D's are looking pretty good.
7-3. Time to reevaluate the expectations.
I reckon. They're going really well. Playing exciting footy too.
Yeah.
They're getting the most out of their kids, and they just play an attractive brand, which is good to watch.
I think too, like for other players who are looking to go elsewhere, they're an attractive team to go to, aren't they, at the moment? The way in which they're playing, have a lot of money too, probably to pay some players.
Well, they're paying a couple of players to not play at their club.
That's all right. You can.
And they're still doing all right.
They're still doing well.
They're doing well. But anyway, they're surprised a lot, the D's, and can they keep going? I think they can this weekend.
Well, expectation, catch up with them at some stage?
I don't know. It's funny that with a younger side and a rejuvenated side, where we're not privy to what goes on in the four walls, are we? But
that's sort of the coaching challenge, isn't it?
That's
just to continue doing what you've been doing that has been so successful.
Yeah, and not allowed to
continue with the freedom. Continue with, if you make a mistake, it's okay.
That's where the hard thing comes for coaches. Always they add layers once they get into the season and get into their coaching career. The hard things to try and strip it back. So that's the challenge that Stephen King will have over the rest of this season. Letting players play with freedom. They're enjoying it at the moment, and they're getting the benefit of it.
Absolutely.
I'm sort of with you two. They're probably the team you enjoy watching if they're not your team at the moment, because they bring that flair and the excitement, and Cosy Pickett's good fun to watch.
Yeah, well, both Pickett's are good fun to watch when they dance and snap goals and have a bit of fun with the opposition.
Yep. Hawthorn winners by 9 points here in Launceston. Thank you, Lids. Thank you, Murph.
Pleasure, mate.
Pleasure to be down here.
We'll go and find somewhere to get something to eat and
warm up.
A refreshment to try and warm up. Thank you to Chris for having us.
Thank you. No worries.
Thanks to Andrew Cooling on the boundary. Thanks to Luke at the back of the box. And thanks to Jules Hayes back at South Bank. Don't forget the ABC AFL podcast is available tomorrow morning with Brett Delidio and Corbin Middlemass. So download that as you're on your way to work, and it's dream time at the G tomorrow night between Richmond and Essendon. It's always a great occasion, even if the two sides have just had the 2 wins so far this season amongst them. It was the Adelaide Crows who burst out of the blocks. They led by 12 points at quarter time. They kicked 4 of the first 6 goals of the match, but from that point onwards, the Hawks wrestled back momentum. They kicked 7 goals across the second and third quarter and led by 20 points at 3/4 time. Adelaide kicked the first 3 goals of the final term. They got within a point. Darcy Fogarty's shot from the right forward pocket missed near side. And from that moment onwards, Hawthorn were able to hang on. And Blake Hardwick, with his 4 goals, kicked what would prove to be the final match of the game. 4 goals for him and 2 goals for Nick Watson. While for the Adelaide Crows, there were 2 goals for Cal Archie. Jarman Impey got the 3 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year from Brett Delidio. The footy coverage continues tomorrow. Don't forget, if it's not available on your radio, the ABC Listen has you covered. You can click on whatever game you want to follow. They are all broadcast across the weekend. So a doubleheader again tomorrow night with Richmond taking on Essendon and Wally up the Fremantle Dockers taking on Euroke St Kilda. Thanks for your company tonight from Launceston. It was the Hawks who made it 12 wins here at their home, away from home.